PNC Bank is the official bank of VEASAN.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio. NBA tonight, the Cavaliers and Thunder square off a rematch of last week's battle that was called an instant classic. They're the top two teams in the NBA. The Sabres beat the Hurricanes 4-2 last night. Buffalo took a 3-0 lead into the third period. Ryan McLeod had a hat trick. UP Luukkonen made 35 stomps. The Sabres have wins in 3 of 4. Jason Zucker had a pair of assists. Buffalo back home on Friday night against the Penguins. Men's college hoops yesterday, number 12, Michigan State beat Penn State 90-85. The Spartans improved to 6-0 in the Big Ten. The Nittany Lions 2-5 in the conference. The Florida State Seminoles beat the Pitt Panthers 82-70. The Panthers dropped to 3-3 in the ACC. Cincinnati picked up their first Big 12 win of the year. They're 1-4 in the conference after a 68-62 win at Colorado. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Nina's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532.
Youngstown, Warren, and Salem's local and national sports talk can be found on TuneIn and the Live 365 app at Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio. NFL divisional round action this weekend. On Saturday, the Texans visit the Chiefs. Kansas City 8-0 at home in search of their third consecutive Super Bowl title. Then the Lions play host to the Commanders Saturday night. On Sunday, it'll be the Rams visiting the Eagles. LA with a big win over the Vikings on Monday in Arizona after the game was moved because of the LA wildfires. The College Football National Championship game is this coming Monday night in Atlanta with Notre Dame battling Ohio State. Notre Dame's Anthony Knapp is out. He's got an ankle injury. Rocco Spindler is expected to play. Ohio State's Denzel Burke is banged up, but head coach Ryan Day said that he should be available. Texas Longhorns quarterback Quinn Ewers is declaring for the NFL draft. He went 21-5 as a starter the past 2 seasons. North Carolina Tar Heels quarterback Jacoby Criswell is entering the transfer portal. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
Now's the time to shop limited time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5 amp hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline. So I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Hello, Phantom fans, and welcome to Season 7, Episode 12 of the Dump and Chase podcast. My name is Sam Olmstead, and joining me, as always, is Dan Conley and Justin Irwin. Gentlemen, we are cannonballing into Christmas here. The Phantoms, their last weekend before the USHL goes on their holiday break. And the Phantoms come out with 4 out of a possible 6 points on a 3-game weekend.
I mean, after a slow start, I think we checked off all the boxes.
Yeah, I can't believe it's already almost the holiday season. And it feels like it was just yesterday. It was main camp. We're down in Point North or wherever that is.
I mean, the whole season seems so far like we're on an accelerated pace. So, yeah.
Right.
Yes, but we know starting next month, it's going to feel like it takes forever.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
January, February are what we always call the dog days of the season.
Oh, I mean, especially with the schedule, too. I mean, all our Eastern Conference rivals right in a row.
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we're done with most of the Western Conference, and it's going to get rough.
So kicking it off in this episode, because we have next to nothing as far as Phantoms news that we would typically do in this intro segment.
Thank goodness for a change.
Yeah, you know what? No news is not always bad news. So I guess kicking it off, we're bringing back our weekly shout out here. Dan, this one goes to you.
Yeah, shouting out my youngest son, Owen. It's his 11th birthday was Friday. He got to go out with his friends and have a good time in urban air out in Akron. And more importantly, it didn't matter what gifts he got or whatever he got. He was greeted in the morning by some of the Phantom players telling him happy birthday. And that meant about 1,000 times more than anything that I told him, gave him, or anything like that. So he's one happy camper.
What else did he get for his birthday, Dan?
Got a bag of Kit Kats from my mother. It's the thing that it's the joke that won't go away, but he legitimately loves Kit Kats. It's not like it's like going on by a gag. He really did get like 5 or 6 at a time last year because he loved them.
But see, because of one time, I'm forever attached to this gag when the reality is I'm actually a Reese Cup person. I like Kit Kats, but I prefer Reese Cups.
Yeah.
But somehow I've had that Scarlet K tattooed on my forehead.
Right. Well, the Kit Kat life, you don't choose a Kit Kat life. The Kit Kat life chooses you.
Yeah.
So for this next little bit we got, Justin, do you want to go ahead and set this up? How this all started on Thursday. If people are ever curious what we do during these away games, we usually have it like a text chat going with each other, discussing the game and stuff like that. Justin, you brought a little something different to the chat on Thursday night.
Well, I mean, one of the things I do is, intermissions. Sometimes you just don't want to hear what the other team's announcer. So I'm flipping around. I hit the Manitoba Junior Hockey League, and it was Verdun against Nipawin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, it was a great game. It's a real good back and forth. But the play-by-play is more entertaining than any game I've seen in a while. I just had to mention it in the chat. I'm like, you guys got to check this out. This guy is so into it. Sometimes the Western Canadian accent gets a little heavy, and I can't understand all what he's saying. But he just has me so hyped up for the game that I got to bring you guys into it.
So the gentleman's name, the play-by-play guy for the Verdun Oil Captains of the Manitoba Junior Hockey League, his name is Doug Roach. He actually went viral about a year ago for one of his more high-energy goal calls. I want to say it was first picked up by Spit and Chicklets.
Mm-hmm.
So we're definitely not the first to discover this guy by a long shot, but we just now discovered him.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's just kind of the natural progression. Yeah. You hear this guy, you are instantly hooked in.
So some of the aspects of his call brought us so much joy, we thought we would share it with everyone else. Right off the bat, he's got jokes. So starting off here, this was a couple of his jokes that he let go during in between the whistles, I guess you could say.
This gives me a little time to talk. I had some time last week, and I went to the aquarium, but I didn't stay very long because there was just something fishy about the place. And then on my way home, I went to a sheep farm, and someone asked me, "What do you call a sheep who can sing and dance?" Lady Baba. Oh, there's the buzzer. Saves the day.
I mean, when you don't have color commentary or commercial breaks, you got to do something.
So it's his laugh that does it for me.
And then after that, he teased another joke, which he later, the next whistle picked up on. So here was that.
And he looks like he's ready to rumble. Oh, I totally forgot to tell you about why dinosaurs cannot clap their hands. The answer is, it's because they are extinct. Okay, let's go. We are back at her.
Oh, I didn't realize you had the whole outro. He is technically correct, and that's the best kind of correct.
So did you get the other jokes he said?
Yeah. Okay. No, not the other ones, but no, I could only do so many here. So this next one is a little example of one of his infamous goal calls.
It's coming over the line. Dawson's getting on his horse. His horse stops, throws it across. Crazy pass. Oh! Oh, it's into the net! Oh! Who would have believed it? I don't know. Maybe Santa. There's a pass across the ice. I would never have done that pass, but it eluded two sticks and then a shot towards the net. A goal!
I think that was the first goal of the game.
I'm enjoying that as much. Seventh time hearing that.
I love this guy. I absolutely love this guy. All right.
I mean, go ahead. Oh, I was going to say, that's what sucks you in is his just absolute enthusiasm.
Yeah. So this was here at the little bit of a dust up here at the end of the second period.
The buzzer went, and now we got some pushy shoving in front of the Verdun bench. Maybe he told him what he was getting him for Christmas. He didn't like what he was getting. He doesn't want a pair of socks. Oh, one linesman goes down. He's back up again. Chumbawamba all over the place. Now we got some pushing. Oh, we got another one. Shenaniganisms happening up the yin-yang.
Shenaniganisms.
I've never heard Chumbawamba all over the ice.
And then this was his take on one of the referees after this had all taken place.
Referees say, go to your bench. We're done. I don't think there's going to be any penalties on the play, but one referee has his notepad out. Maybe he's just checking the pizza order.
And finally, the clip that Dan loved so much that he had to send to all of us and demand that this be included. Here we go.
We'll talk about that later. Here come the pucks. I gotta go get a chocolate bar. Anyone want to take a guess what kind of chocolate bar? It's a Kit Kat. It's a Kit Kat.
I literally could not believe it when I heard him say that.
I love this guy.
I mean, you have to listen to like a whole period at least. It's just, I mean, he gets you into the game.
Doug.
There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, Doug Roach, the play-by-play guy for the Verdon Oil Captains and the Manitoba Junior Hockey League. Round of applause. I mean, beautiful.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you for the joy you brought us on Thursday night, because we definitely weren't getting it from the Phantoms game, that's for sure.
Yeah. And definitely I will be prioritizing these games when I'm hunting around during intermissions. You know, got about 15 minutes to kill where I don't want to hear things.
Dang. All right, so coming up in this episode, of course, like we talked about last week, we have Phantoms head coach Ryan Ward on the show, and we are doing 2 segments with him because there is nothing to preview this weekend. So we get him for 2 segments. So Ryan Ward coming back to the show. I was very happy to have him. So coming up after a break here, we have the weekend recap from these 3 games in Green Bay. So stick around here with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
The Storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go. Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What? Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't? Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No. Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this. To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the right seat. Cool. Very cool. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Driving has a rhythm all its own. Don't wreck it with a text. Before you get behind the wheel, silence your phone. Or better yet, designate a texter. For more text-free driving tips, visit stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
The Mahoning Valley's leader for golf, Milk Creek Golf Course, is now booking tee times for 2024. We offer stay and play opportunities available with 9 area hotel partners. For more information, visit our website at millcreekmetroparks.org. Also, look for new, exciting opportunities coming soon, including an indoor player development center with Trackman, an indoor Callaway Club fitting center, and an Odyssey fitting studio in 2024. Follow us on Facebook at Milk Creek Golf Course or call 330-740-7112.
This is Voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, and you are listening to the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome back to the Dump and Chase podcast on the home of Phantoms hockey, Western Reserve Radio. This past weekend, the Phantoms take off up to Green Bay for a 3-game series with the Gamblers, losing on Thursday and then picking up wins on Friday and Saturday. So we're going to start off with the game on Thursday. That was a 5-2 loss for the Phantoms. Starting out in the first period, Green Bay picking up the first goal of the game on the power play, and that was going to be a common theme throughout this weekend. We talked about last week, Green Bay's power play struggling a little bit. Stella got her groove back this past weekend as far as their power play is concerned. So Green Bay going up 1-0. And then at 18:36 of the first period, Landon Resendez picking up his 6th of the season, tying the game at 1. And that's how we would go to the first intermission. Coming out of the first intermission, the very beginning of the second period, 8 seconds in, Jamison Slies picking up his 3rd of the season. That one on the power play. They really didn't mess around with that one.
No.
Unfortunately, that would be the last of Youngstown's scoring in this game. Green Bay picking up a goal, tying the game at 2. Just a minute and 10 seconds later, picking up another goal about 5 minutes later. Going into the third period with Green Bay leading 3-2. and Green Bay would score both the goals that were scored in the third period. That would give them the 5-3 total. Youngstown outshooting Green Bay 25-24 in this game. Youngstown 1 for 5 on the power play. Green Bay was 3 for 5 on the power play. And Melvin Strahl taking the loss in this one, stopping 19 of 23. I won't go too deep into this. I think because we've already recorded the interview with Coach Ward at this point. I think his assessment was pretty much covers it all as kind of just what happened in this game with Youngstown.
I mean, other than throwing out the word feckless.
No, he didn't throw that word out.
Right.
No, I am.
Oh, okay.
No, I think if you're to outside looking in, the fans played this game like it was the third game in the 3 of 3.
Yeah.
Not the first game.
Yeah.
Yeah, they got stronger as they went on.
That's for the best.
Yeah. You know what? I'm just going to leave it to Coach Ward in the next segment. So moving on to the game on Saturday. On Friday, I hate these 3-game weekends that start on a Thursday. It screws me all up. The second game of this series on Friday, that was an 8-3 win for the Phantoms. So Youngstown in the first period going up 3-0 with goals by Mikey Coleman, Adam Bannock, and Cade Stengram. Green Bay would pick up a goal there late in the third on the power play again. To get one back going into the first intermission, Youngstown's up 3-1. 25 seconds into the second period, Mikey Burchell picking up his 6th of the season, giving Youngstown a 4-1 lead, and then Evan Jardine on the power play picking up his 6th of the year, giving Youngstown a 5-1 lead. Green Bay would try to make a little bit of a game out of it. We've kind of talked about these second period woes with the Phantoms this year. Green Bay picking up 2 goals in about a span of 2 minutes and 10 seconds, one of them on the power play. So Youngstown with a 5-3 lead heading into the third period. But in the third period, Youngstown would run away with it. 3 goals in the period. Mikey Burchell getting his 7th, Jamison Slies picking up his 4th, and Phantoms team captain Colson Hanrahan picking up his 2nd of the season. That would give the Phantoms the 8-3 win. Youngstown in this game outshot by Green Bay 36-33. Youngstown 1 for 2 on the power play. Green Bay 2 for 7. Not the amount of power plays you want to give up to a team with Green Bay's special teams there. Melvin Strahl getting the win in this game, stopping 33 of 36. So we don't know exactly what was said between the games on Thursday and Friday. I really feel like the Phantoms took it to heart because they just came out firing on all cylinders in this game.
Yeah, and if you look at the fact that the Phantoms scored 8 goals in the game and they were shorthanded 7 times,
yeah,
that's quite a feat. And I think the Phantoms, they jumped on, they scored 2 goals in a minute 35, so they already had Green Bay down the hole before half the fans probably even took a seat.
Yeah.
Last thing I'll say about this game is I feel like the difference was, I know that the Phantoms were outshot 36-33, but I think the Phantoms, it's like, I know you guys always tell me all the time, it's not always about shots, it's quality of shots. I think Strahl made enough saves in the game, and more importantly, the chances that Youngstown had were great chances on net, and they buried them. That was the main difference in the game.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, looking at everything over the weekend, the role players, I think everybody fit their role this weekend.
All right, so moving on to the game on Saturday. This game was a 5-2 win for the Phantoms. So starting it off in the first period, Kuzma Voronin picking up his 6th of the season, giving Youngstown a 1-0 lead. Green Bay later in the period would tie the game at 1, and that's how we go to intermission. In the second period, at the about the halfway mark of the period, Green Bay going up 2-1 on the power play. I feel like I should just have an audio clip that I can just hit that button that says it for me at this point. Green Bay going up 2-1, and that would be it for Green Bay in this game. Youngstown scoring the next 4 goals in the second period. Evan Jardine picking up his 7th of the season. Brecken Smith picking up his 3rd. And then 2 goals here, 2 different goal scorers. I think you can really put this on Landon Resendez for just kind of willing these goals into being.
Mm-hmm. Some amazing passing and then an amazing shot.
Yeah, at 19:13 of the second period, Michael Messick picking up his 7th off just an incredible pass from Resendez, getting this goal. And then the ensuing face-off, Phantoms win the face-off. The puck goes to Resendez, who basically bulldogs his way down the ice and picking up a goal just 6 seconds later. So the Phantoms at the end of this second period have a 5-2 lead. No scoring in the third period, so that's how this game would end up. Youngstown outshot in this game by Green Bay 35-29. Youngstown 0 for 2 on the power play. Green Bay 1 for 6. And Owen Leapak picking up his 4th win of the season. As I'm scrolling through pages here,
I think 4th win in a row.
Yeah, he stopped 33 of 35. And you know what? Since you mentioned that, I'll take a look here. And yep, Owen Leapak has won his last 4 starts now.
Yeah.
Started out 0-3. He's won his last 4.
Right.
Again, this was second period started. Green Bay, let me make sure I get the right game here. This is what happens when you have 30 tabs open and trying to go in between them. Yeah.
3 games in a weekend.
Yeah. Green Bay picking up that power play goal at the beginning of the second period. Going up 2-1, and you kind of like, oh, here we go again. Youngstown just taking a minute and 1 second later for Jardine to pick up his goal to tie the game. And like I said, Youngstown running away with it. And the thing is, that Green Bay goal, they had a 5-on-3 power play there with Colson Hanrahan in the box, 2 minutes for cross-checking. In that time, they had about 1:21, I believe, of the 5-on-3. I really feel like Green Bay kind of wasted it.
I think their play-by-play guy really emphasize that.
Great. Youngstown did a great job, 5-on-3 clearing the zone. Their 5-on-3 has been good all year. They've had to do it way more times than I'd like to have seen, but they've been good.
Being the most penalized team in the league at this point.
Mm-hmm. I think their announcer mentioned that once or 20 times during the weekend. But I feel like, as well as Youngstown did, I feel like Green Bay kind of wasted an opportunity there. They were more looking for the highlight goal. They were looking for the pretty passes. They were trying to set up the pretty goal, and Youngstown just enough passes were made that Youngstown were able to get sticks and lanes and kind of break those up and get the puck out. And it wasn't until Colson came back onto the ice. It goes to a 5-on-4 when Green Bay kind of settled down and was able to get a power play goal. I really feel like that was a missed opportunity for them.
On the 5-on-3, they spent a lot of energy.
Oh, God, yeah.
In a 3-on-3 weekend where you can't spend that much energy on a 5-on-3 power play.
To me, honestly, if they would have played their game and the way their power play was going, it's not beyond reasoning. They might have got 2 out of that based on the way their power play had been all weekend. I felt like they missed an opportunity, and they did get the 1 when it was 5-on-4 to give them a 2-1 lead, but Youngstown came back and tied it just a minute later and then just ran away with it after that.
Yeah.
Because the rest of that second period, Green Bay looked like they were running on fumes.
Yeah, you could see at one point where, it seemed like Youngstown was gaining energy as the power play for Green Bay went.
Yeah.
I have 3 stats for you guys as well. 2 good and 1 bad. So on the weekend, 16 players recorded a point for the Phantoms.
Mm-hmm.
And out of the 15 goals that were scored this weekend, 11 different players scored them. So we talked about last week about other teams like you, Justin, I think you mentioned earlier about role players stepping up. This was a total team effort, and a 3-3, you need a total team effort to get the results they had. The last stat I have is not good. On the 3 games, the Phantoms were shorthanded 18 times in 3 games. That does not spell a winning weekend, but
Green Bay was 6 power play goals on the weekend. Youngstown with only 2, but were able to put up 15 goals in 3 games. With that, it is now time for the Dump and Chase podcast 3 stars of the week. So kicking it off with the 3rd stars.
Yeah.
Plural.
It's another one of these where, there are so many people we can mention that 3rd star of the week, Kuzma Veronin, Colson Hanrahan. 1 goal, 3 assists. That's more than a point a game.
All right, so for the 2nd star of the week, that is Jamison Slies, 2 goals and 2 assists on the weekend. So far, 6 points in his 5 games with Youngstown. And we've kind of talked about before, just these new guys coming in, and they have to learn a new system. In some cases, a completely different culture from what they came from. But just the testament to this team that these guys are just slotting in the way that they are and producing and showing up on the score sheet before they're even really fully integrated into the team, I think speaks volumes for what, Youngstown has going on this season.
Speaking of integrating to the team, our 1st star of the week is Landon Resendez. He had 2 goals and 3 assists on the weekend. Played a very integral part in getting these results for the Phantoms. Since joining the Phantoms, he's got 12 points in 17 games, and he seems as every game he plays, he gets better and better, and that team is really gelling around them as they go forward.
All right, so that will do it for 3 stars and the weekend recap. So coming up after a short break here, we will be joined by Phantoms head coach Ryan Ward. So keep it here with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take 1.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
In the small town of Elmira, New York, a boy was born into an all-American family. The odds of him achieving his dream in the fashion industry? 1 in 23 million. The odds of having a child diagnosed with autism? 1 in 68. I am Tommy Hilfiger, and my family is affected by autism. Learn more at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
We're back with the Dump and Chase podcast on the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio. So for this week's edition of Phantom Files, for the 7th time, we welcome back the head coach of our Youngstown Phantoms, the one and only Ryan Ward. Ryan, good to have you back.
Good to be here 7 times, huh? That's it's an honor. I'm happy I've made it. I've made it long enough to be able to be on this show 7 times. So thanks for having me, and look forward to it.
You're now tied with Andrew Goldman. Both of you are still trailing Lipper a little bit. So.
Yeah, well, we don't want to take Lipper's spotlight. Would never want to do that to him.
So just overall, just not even in the sport of hockey, but just overall, how you doing?
Excellent. Yeah, really, really well. We've officially been residents of Canfield here for a year, and kids are doing great. Family's doing awesome. Obviously, feel really good about where we're at as a team, and just everything's been great. So excited. We had a great 24, and we're excited for what 25 has in store. So everything's good. How about you guys?
I can't complain. We're still dragging this show through the mud. So
yeah.
This is
looking forward to getting back to the Covelli Center.
Yeah, you and me both.
Yeah.
Right, Ryan, if you can believe it or not, on my count, this is episode 175.
Wow. Congratulations. That's phenomenal.
So probably sometime early next season is when we're going to hit 200.
Yeah, we'll have to do like a memorial mug or something.
You know what? I would appreciate that.
Yeah, like a Dump and Chase 200.
There you go. So, I mean, you had already told us you guys are going to be traveling this year, but with like the holidays coming up, what does a typical Christmas look like in the Ward house?
Yeah, you know what? It's a little bit different every year. We're going to try to go to Switzerland this year. We ran into a little bit of a hiccup with my son Teddy's passport. He's Canadian. So anyway, we didn't do that. But it's funny, like usually when you work in hockey, these days are, the break you want to take advantage of. So we've stayed at home in the past. Like last year, we had Kuzma as a guest. Kuzma Veronin was a guest in our house for Christmas, and we kind of stayed around and got settled into our new home in Canfield. This year, we're going down to Naples, Florida, to visit my father-in-law. So he lives in Lely in Naples. So we'll go down there and enjoy some sunshine and spend Christmas down there. And the kids will stay a little bit longer than I will. We have to be back to 26 for practice. So yeah, we just take advantage of family time together, and we have our little ward traditions that we've implemented throughout the years. And now with the kids getting older, it's a lot of fun. Every year is a bit different, but we generally try to spend it around as much family as possible because we don't always get the opportunity to do that. So,
you got your tree up already?
Oh yeah, got the tree.
Star.
Star.
Now, do you do like the toddler tree where you don't put decorations like on the bottom 3 feet just to be safe? Or
no, we've got the we've got the whole tree. They've grown out of that.
Okay.
So, no. If we had a dog or something, we'd probably do that. But no, we've got the full tree up. We didn't go crazy with exterior decorations this year, just because we're not going to be around. So. But we did decorate inside, and it's been nice. It's always a fun time of year.
Now, do you get a real tree, or do you pull one up every year?
Yeah, no, we do a fake tree.
Funny story, real fast. I was to say, my parents, we got a blue spruce every year growing up. I hated that tree so much because you couldn't touch it. Then when I got older, my parents finally told me they got the blue spruce to keep my brother and I from touching the tree. I was like 13, 14, 15. If you're still worried about me pulling on the tree, we got some issues.
Yeah.
I got to tell you that's. It seems like you've slotted very comfortably into becoming an Ohio dad. That if you're not home, the lights are off.
Yeah.
Ain't not going to burn all that good electricity while you're not home.
No. And it's funny. We've moved so many times. I think Ollie, my oldest, has lived in 8 places in his 11 years on this earth. So, having a tree that just travels with us just makes it a lot easier.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right. So you guys traveled up to Green Bay this past weekend, dropping the first game, winning the next 2. So I guess my first question right off the bat, to you, what was the big difference between the way the team played on Friday versus how they played or on Thursday, and then versus Friday and Saturday?
Yeah, I got to be honest with you. We were lifeless on Thursday. It was probably, we were talking as a staff, probably one of our worst games that we've had in 3 years. Just flat. Our teams don't come out flat very much, and we were flat. Like, we were just flat. And, we talked about it the next day. I guess I did most of the talking, but I loved our response Friday and Saturday. When you watch us play, the more passion and energy that we have when we come out for a game and how we play, and sometimes, that might mean crossing the line a little bit, but we are just such a better hockey team when we're playing with passion and emotion and on the edge. And I think Thursday, I thought both teams were terrible. I thought Green Bay came out, and I thought we got lulled to sleep a little bit, thinking it was going to be easy. We were pretty dominant in that entire game. But we weren't doing anything that we had to do Thursday night to have success. We had 0 penetration in the middle of the ice. We weren't getting to the net. We just losing back checks and taking lazy penalties and not doing our jobs on special teams, and just our attention to detail was terrible. So, it's one of those things. It was a different week. We left on Tuesday, and certainly not making excuses. But it was just one of those things where we needed a wake up call. And going into the series, we treated it as we had to win 2 out of 3 to move on in the playoffs. That's what we talked about. Like, listen, at the end of the day, this is a 3-game playoff series, and we need to mature as a team and get our minds right for April and May. And, we have to treat this like you have to win 2 games or you're going home. And the guys, as it was actually very similar to the Madison series last year. Like, we came out and we weren't very good on Thursday, but Friday and Saturday, I thought we were excellent. So the biggest difference for me is just our attention to detail, our willingness to dictate play, taking away time and space, how hard and heavy and direct we were, how passionate, how much energy we had. I thought we were much better Friday and Saturday.
This weekend, the team was missing some pretty big cogs in the team with playing the World Junior A Challenge. We had called up some people, had some new players playing different positions. Seemed like they fit in seamlessly. Do you change anything up as a staff when you insert these players, or is the makeup of the team strong enough for you to slot them in and they go wherever they need to?
Yeah, that's a great question. We don't change anything. In fact, for us, we don't change our messaging. We don't feel sorry for ourselves. It's something that's happened in the last 3 years I've been here. Last year, we lost 5 guys to World Junior A. It's just kind of next man up. For me, the culture and the identity of our locker room has been built strong enough where, guys assimilate, and even with like a guy like JMO, when you're coming from a program that's not a winning program and that struggles, I mean, it's a serious difference when you step into our locker room. Like, the expectations are different. How you work is different, and it takes a bit, right? So usually I feel like you can measure the strength and the character of your locker room by seeing how quickly those guys assimilate and, how quickly they fall into place. And for me, it's just kind of next man up. Even the 2 games in Muskegon last weekend, I thought, to be honest with you, we were pretty dominant in those games. We outshot them. Had a couple real uncanny breakdowns for us, like some things that we normally don't do that we did. And a little bit of that is, the new guys in the lineup. But at the end of the day, I feel like, we don't change a thing. It's next man up. And, we saw some guys step up big time, over the last couple of weeks that, it's been good to see.
Now you're going into like a 3-game on the road, and earlier in the week than normal, just odd scheduling. Does that change any of the preparation?
We practiced on Monday in Youngstown, and it was a work day. Like, it was a pretty intense work day, just about learning some lessons that we had to, from a back check perspective, and how we track, how we win transitions. So that was a pretty hard day. I gave the guys Tuesday off for a travel day, and then Wednesday we practiced in Green Bay, and that was just a feeling good, touching the puck type of thing. So obviously that didn't work too well, so we might have to change that up the next time. But no, we kind of know what we have to do when we have to do it, as coaches, and what we want to accomplish. And this stretch here over the last 4 to 5 weeks has been pretty intense as far as travel and lack of practice time. So I think for us, it's just maintaining. And then once we get, past the new year, I think we'll go into real grind mode, detail mode, where we get ready for the playoffs.
All right, so we're going to step aside for a minute. More with Phantoms head coach Ryan Ward coming up with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
This is Voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, and you're listening to the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to start foraging wild berries.
I was skeptical, but these are actually pretty good.
You don't need to sell your soul to the devil.
$15 is the best I can do.
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council. Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text Barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text Barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. This is voice of the Phantoms and friend of the show, Matt Lipsack, and you are listening to the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
This is the Dump and Chase podcast on the broadcast home of the Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio. So we are joined still by Phantoms head coach Ryan Ward. We put it out to listeners of the show, Phantom fans who don't listen to the show. We can't quite figure that one out yet, but we're getting there. If they had any questions for you, we got a handful of them here, so we're going to throw these at you.
Sure.
First question is from Bob, and you actually just kind of answered the first part of the question, like how did you get your start in hockey? So I'll go to the second part of this question. What got you interested in coaching?
Yeah, I think it was just natural. I think, I don't know, I always had this feeling like you wanted to be part of something that is with a group of guys, you know? And I think it's always kind of just been natural for me to be a team captain on my, you know, growing up or whatever it may be. You just kind of take charge and it's just something that's always kind of come natural. And I think that as I you know, kind of went through being a video coach and then obviously being an assistant, there was just always kind of this desire to be a head coach and see and lead people and learn and be uncomfortable. And, you know, so I think it's just been something that's always kind of burned in me. And really the coaching part just kind of happened organically. I never really said I was going to coach. It just started happening when I started doing video, and I was actually studying to take my LSATs to go to law school. And when Scott Gordon got the head coaching job for the Islanders, he called me and told me he needed a video coach. So I was going into my senior year at Bowling Green, and I ended up graduating halfway through my senior year. And the next day we were playing the Capitals in Long Island, and the kind of rest is history there. So, but it's always just been something that I've had a passion for. And quite honestly, I don't feel like I've worked a day in my life.
All right. So the next question is from Michael. He asks, aside from hockey, do you have any hobbies or things that you do to relax and get away from the game?
Yeah, I love, one of my favorite things is I love spending time with my family. I absolutely love watching my kids' sporting events, whether it be, you know, Ollie's wrestling right now, and Teddy, he played football in the fall. Teddy's playing hockey for the Junior Phantoms, and, you know, Stella played soccer. So I love going to their sporting events and sitting way away from every other parent and watching them play. It's awesome, especially as they get older. I love playing golf. My wife doesn't like that I play golf as much as I like playing golf. So we got to try to align those things a little bit. But yeah, I would say traveling, spending time with my family, and playing golf. Those are probably the biggest three.
Okay, so the next question, what time do you go to bed after a game? Because your broadcaster should not be getting texts at 4:07 a.m. And Liz, let me take a look. This is from Matt in North Canton.
He's an idiot. Yeah, I usually go to bed between 5:30 and 6.
We do have a tradition here with these things.
Yeah. No, I actually have been going to bed a little earlier, but typically it's between 4:30 and 6. I'll go to bed after I watch the game and I get my meeting ready, and yeah, so that's probably why I look horrendous at the end of the season.
All right. And this question you actually kind of brought up here before we started recording. How often do you talk to former players?
Yeah, I mean, I've been very fortunate. I keep in touch with, I won't say all of the players that I've coached in my life, but I would say there's a group from every team that I've ever coached, dating to when I coached the Rogers high school team in Newport, Rhode Island. There's a group of players that I stay in touch with from every team. And I feel very fortunate with that. Obviously, the Clark Cup team, that's a team that will be different. That team will, you stay together and you talk to those guys quite a bit. But I have guys that I talk to once a day you talk to someone. And to me, that's the coolest part about it, is they get older and you learn about their wives and their girlfriends and what they're doing with their life, how their college season's going. Maybe some of them are playing pro. Actually, a few of them are playing pro. So I maintain close contact with a lot of guys. And honestly, it's probably one of the coolest things that coaching has given me, is just the opportunity to make so many lifelong memories with people you care about.
What about the players that call you multiple times a day?
Yeah, well,
feel free to drop names.
Yeah, those guys maybe like a Braden Clark or a Machu or a Whitelaw. Those guys are in the prime of their college years. So generally when they're calling me multiple times a day, they're probably having a little fun.
All right. And the last question we have here. What is the funniest excuse you've ever gotten from a player, either for like a bad play, late to practice, etc.?
Geez, I don't know. That's a tough one. Well, bad player or late to practice? Is that what you said?
But the best excuse you've ever heard from a player is like after like a bad play, or if they're late to a practice or something, or.
Well, I mean, the funniest one, and I don't know if he's going to be mad at me, was Mikey Monroe when he was up with us last year. I love Money. He's the best. But we were, we always have an 11 o'clock meeting at home when we play at home. So the guys have an optional skate at 10 a.m. at Cavelli. They do a little quick stretch, and then we have a meeting at 11 o'clock where we show film, and it's like clockwork. It's never changed. There's never been one day that meeting has changed. It's always at 11. Like, everybody knows it's at 11. It's never not been at 11. Like, Money was a new player. He was up with us last year, and we start the 11 o'clock meeting, and Money's playing, and he just left. Like, he was nowhere to be found. So I called him, and I'm like, Money, like, dude, where are you? And he's like, she's like, oh shit, I forgot we had a meeting. So I scratched him, and he didn't play that night. But it was, looking back on it, it was really funny because he just completely forgot. So we really haven't had many issues. Like, ways back, I had a guy miss a team meeting because he was with a visitor, which was against team rules. But yeah, we haven't really had many guys miss. I mean, the Money one of just completely forgetting is hilarious. I mean, every now and then you get a guy that bad plays, guys usually own it. Like, I might scream at him a little bit, but they usually know when they mess up. So it's not really like, actually the funniest thing, this is the best one. This is the best story. It's not really an excuse, but Whitelaw, we were playing the 17s. We got waxed. It was like 7-2 2 years ago. And we have a big thing with our team, like reloading, getting above pucks, playing on the right side of things. And Whitey, like, we're playing Team USA. He like fans on a shot or misses the net wide. And he like doesn't stop on it. He skates all the way around the net while the play's going the other way. And I'm like, what are you doing? You have to reload. And he just turned around and he yelled at me. He's like, why? And I'm like, excuse me? I'm like, you can sit right at the end of the bench and open the door for the rest of the night. And we benched, and we ended up losing 7-2. But that was pretty like funny. We let things like that you laugh about with your players later on down the road. In the moment, you want to strangle each other, but when you get through it, you start laughing about it, and you make jokes. Like, I think I think that's one of our strengths as a staff is we don't take everything so seriously. Like you learn your lesson, you move on and you get better. And, but yeah, that was funny. I think it was like a 3-2 game and then we ended up getting blown out and Will, I was displeased with Will. But now we laugh about it. So, it was pretty fun.
No one has ever blamed being late on bad sushi.
No, nothing like that. Like here, like you'll have a guy like someone hit a deer once. You'll have a guy like,
that happens.
Oh, this wasn't an excuse, but 2 years ago, one of our players was a little bit late because someone stole his car and drove it through a cornfield.
This wasn't.
And he showed up and he had like corn stalks hanging out of the back, and the guy that stole the car, I don't think, I'm not sure if he had some issues or whatever, but he felt bad that he stole the car. So he like returned it to a neighbor and said, "Hey, I just stole this car," and left.
Did that make the news?
No, it was not newsworthy. It wasn't like a criminal thing.
Okay.
It was like
Youngstown.
I don't know. It was like a mischievous thing where I think like there was some like issues, yeah.
So he got his car back and got some free corn out of it.
Yeah, I mean, it was in the winter, so it was all dead. But it was.
Okay.
It was muddy. It was so funny. But they're like, "Hey, Wardo, like someone stole my car and drove it through a cornfield. I'm going to be a little late today." I'm like, yeah, that was pretty funny. That was Patilla.
All right, Ryan. Hey, thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah,
I mean, we always appreciate when you come on here. Take some time out of your day to talk to us. It's always appreciated. But thank you for jumping in again.
Yeah, no, of course, and I hope everybody listening has a wonderful holiday. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, and it's funny. We talked as a team. We're excited for the break to recharge a little bit, but I think everybody knows that it's banner hunting season when we get back here at the Cavelli Center on December 27th. So we're all excited for that. Hope everybody enjoys this Christmas, and we'll see you at the Cavelli Center right after.
All right, so we have been joined by Phantoms head coach Ryan Ward. Ryan, on behalf of all us, Merry Christmas, brother.
Merry Christmas, guys.
So that is going to about do it for this episode. So we're going to take one more break, and when we come back, we'll wrap up this show and look ahead to our holiday special with former Phantoms goaltender Colin Wynn. So keep it here one more time with the Dump and Chase podcast on Western Reserve Radio.
Hello, Kubo. What have you got planned for today?
Come on, this way.
Adventure can be found anywhere, but the best place to start is in the forest.
It's the most powerful magic there is.
Head outside to discover incredible animals.
Wow.
And beautiful plants that come together to create an unforgettable adventure. So grab your loved ones and explore a world of possibilities. Visit discovertheforest.org to find the closest forest or park to you. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the U.S. Forest Service.
My teacher said that we should have a plan in case of an emergency. Do we have one?
First thing I'm going to do is grab a flashlight with dead batteries.
I'm going to start randomly throwing clothes in the bag. You two will be hiding in the closet and Dad won't be able to find you.
And that's when we both start crying.
Uncontrollably. Can you pass the cutlets?
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency, who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Search Ready Kids at nyc.gov or call 311. Brought to you by the New York City Office of Emergency Management and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face. And posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
We're back, and that will do it for this edition of the Dump and Chase podcast. As always, a massive thanks to Ryan Ward for coming on, doing the Lord's work here. Not only just one segment on the show, giving us 2 segments tonight. So really appreciate Ryan. And of course, to all of you for tuning in, whether for the first time or for the long time, we appreciate you being here. So next week's show will not be a typical show with commercials and all that sort of stuff. This is kind of our own deal. That we do every year, our holiday episode where we do an interview with a Phantoms alumnus. This year will be former Phantoms goaltender Colin Wynn. And at the time of this recording, we're actually doing the interview with Colin the next night. So you all have to wait a week. We have to wait a day. But yeah, we have Colin coming up. That episode will be releasing on Monday, the 23rd. So our Christmas gift to all of you is the gift of Colin Wynn. So make sure you can check out this show every Wednesday at 5 p.m. on Western Reserve Radio on all of their outlets on social media and YouTube, as well as the Phantoms Facebook page. You can catch the show in its podcast format on Spotify, Apple, or wherever it is you listen to your favorite podcasts. And hopefully we're one of them, or we're just somewhere in that top 50. You can find us on social media on Instagram and Facebook. And of course, be sure to check out the official merch shop of the show. That is dcpodshop.com. That is what helps us pay the bills. So before we get out of here, to my co-hosts, Justin Irwin and Dan Conley, any final words of wisdom?
Yeah, I just like to mention, hopefully all of our listeners have Merry Christmas and a good New Year, and cannot wait to get back to Gavelli Center, see some hockey live and in the flesh.
Alrighty, so with that, remember that hockey is a sport played on ice with sticks and a puck, and our podcast is a thing you just listen to. See ya. I can't believe you just did the whole Christmas greeting, and we've got another episode coming out before Christmas, so you're going to have to do it all over again.
Oh, it is coming up. Yeah.
Timeline, Dan, timeline.
Yeah, I was thinking I was
tomorrow.
I was thinking I was coming out after.
Tomorrow. We have an interview tomorrow.
I was thinking I was coming out after.
God.
Just edit that out and I'll just do it again.
I don't know what that was, but please put it out of its misery. Poor thing suffering.
That's Justin.
Y'all don't like musicals?
That wasn't a musical.
Oh, right.
That was a Greek tragedy.
The stations that always keep you in the zone.
I love it.
It's awesome.
Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast, Youngstown, Ohio.
On VSiN, the sports betting network.
Matt Brown and Mike Somich are on Ready, Set, Bet as they get you ready to make your bets as the last batch of football games kick off.
We're going to be at the end of this thing with money guns, or I'm just going to be like, begging people for change out on Fremont Street.
When you're not playing an explosive offense and you're playing a team they can run the football against, they're going to be successful.
Yeah. Don't miss out on crucial advice for live betting once the game starts, as well as looking ahead to the upcoming action. Tune in to Ready, Set, Bet Saturdays at 7 p.m. and Sundays at 8 p.m. Eastern on VSiN.
This is VSiN, the sports betting network.
Follow the money. That's what I always say. You always follow the money. Yeah.
This is Follow the Money with Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard on VSiN.
Welcome in. It is Follow the Money here on VSiN, the sports betting network. Mitch Moss, Paulie Howard. We're live in downtown Las Vegas from the Circa Resort and Casino. Coming up this hour, Paulie sees some similarities in a big matchup tonight in the NBA. Also between what happened last year in the Packers-49ers playoff game, a game that we have coming up this weekend, and some of the best teams in the country in college basketball are playing tonight, and they are tremendous at going over the total. We'll talk about that and our best bets for tonight and moving forward as well. We are efforting Lou Finicaro to talk UFC 311 coming up here in a second to get his best bets on the card. I wanted to ask him if this number on the main event has gotten maybe a little bit too high, and we do have Lou as we speak. Lou Finicaro joins us here on the Progressive Guest Line. Good afternoon, sir. How are you?
I'm doing great, guys. Sure great to be with you. Happy football's winding down so we can get some UFC coverage.
Great job, by the way, going back to the summertime with your win totals with us.
Thank you so much. It was a really, really good NFL season, although for the first 6 weeks, I felt like I was walking with a red-tipped cane. I couldn't find a winner.
Yeah, well, I think that it went that way for a lot of people who bet this stuff for a living. So what do you think in the main event now? Has this number on the favorite gotten a little bit too high?
Gentlemen, after a 70.5% rate of favorites last year, the marketplace has attacked this fight card. 14 fights, 8 of the favorites have been hammered profusely. And you ask about the main event, Makachev opens minus 217. Now he's anywhere from 280 to 3.25, and that's a modest increase. So there's a lot of the market that just is believing that these favorites are going to continue to tsunami their way through January, February, and March. And while I'm a dog player, I must respect that 70.5% rate. And to answer the question on Makachev at 370, that's too high, even though without question, he's the pound for pound best fighter alive right now.
26-1, absolutely. How about your write-up on VSiN.com on the main event and the co-main that you think they can go the distance, even though they're heavily juiced over 4.5 rounds?
I do believe they'll go the distance. If the co-main does not go the distance, Umar will finish Dabalishvili. I think Dabalishvili is a little emotional for this fight, and emotions don't work well in sports. As far as the main event is concerned, Volkanovski, who fought Makachev twice in the first fight they competed in, Volkanovski took Makachev to a decision. And Poirier, in Makachev's last fight, almost made it to decision. This young man, Arman Tsarukyan, he's coming to win. He's got everything Makachev has, except maybe some experience, length, and height.
How about an interesting prop you have on Nurmagomedov? Where'd you find this? This is unique.
This is the co-main event for Umar Nurmagomedov, and if you look at him, his price against champion Dabalishvili, Umar opened minus 170. Now he's minus 285, 295. Wherever you're shopping. And Dabalishvili sawed through the whole bantamweight division. He did not want to fight Nurmagomedov this early and in his first title defense. The UFC coerced him into doing it. Everyone knows that. Now, with that being said, Umar Nurmagomedov minus 285. That's pretty prohibitive. However, if you look in the future sections of DraftKings, you can find who would be as a future position, who will be the champion 12/31 of 25, meaning the end of this year. Umar Nurmagomedov minus 120. Guys, I don't want to overstate it, but that's like stealing. I believe he beats Davalishvili, who's the top bantamweight in the division. Everyone else they give him will be crumbs, and I think that if he wins this fight, he ends up the champion still at the end of the year.
How many more fights do you think he would have by the end of the year?
How many more fights would he have?
Yeah.
Probably 2, Mitch. That's a good question. Probably 2 fights.
But you don't see anybody that would be in that division that would touch him?
No one wants to fight him. The guy can't get a fight.
Yeah.
Excellent find. Great find. So, yep, over 4.5 in the main lean on VSiN.com and over 4.5 in the Magomedov fight as well. How about De Ridder against Holland? De Ridder 18-2 and about $1, even money in that range, $1.20. Take it away with that fight.
De Ridder is new to the organization, has only had one fight, primarily a world-class grappler. However, most of his career was spent at 205 pounds. He fights a guy in Kevin Holland who's relatively well-rounded, but not as versed on the ground as De Ridder. Holland needs this fight upright. He needs distance to be able to use his athleticism and his length and his pitter-patter striking. De Ridder will have to get in and get a hold of him and get him to the ground one way or another. Holland has been teeter-tottering between 185 and 170 and has found most of his success in the UFC at 170 pounds. He takes this fight at 185, and De Ridder, a 205er, takes the 85 as a bigger man dropping down. Fight night, De Ridder will be much the larger man, although he may not be the quicker man. I think this fight is designed to make De Ridder look good. The UFC has a company man in Holland that just says yes. He's not interested in championships, belts, titles, accolades. He's interested in money. He just wants to fight. I like De Ridder here, close to a pick.
All right, follow the money here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. Our guest, Lou Finicaro. He's on X at GamLou. His write-ups are at VSiN.com for all of the UFC cards, and this is the 311 card that we're talking about. Okay, state your case here for a dog as Tagir Ulanbekov takes on Clayton Carpenter.
This is the first fight of the night, so let's not sleep on this one. And Tagir Ulanbekov is from the Khabib team. So Makhachev and Umar Nurmagomedov are teammates of his. However, he is not as pedigreed a fighter as is his 2 other countrymen, all Dagestanis. Ulanbekov's been relatively inactive. He's slogged through some injuries. He's a long, tall drink of water, and he's just not the same kind of fighter that the other guys are. He's drafting on his team a little bit. And as we start to see American wrestlers competing with Dagestani wrestlers, there's a tremendous rivalry going there. What do we have in Clayton Carpenter? We have a savant, world-class American wrestler. He's not as long and tall as Ulanbekov. He's a little shorter and more squat, giving away some experience, but he's had 2 great initial UFC bouts that he's shined in. He's completely ready for this fight. And this is a PhD in MMA fight where the student, I think, is going to school Ulanbekov, who isn't quite of the ilk the rest of the Dagestani wrestlers are. Clayton Carpenter's ready for this fight.
Okay, so anything around plus 260?
I'd say Clayton Carpenter plus 225 or higher, and that'll cover everything. We released him Monday on the Sneak Teep podcast at minus 275.
Okay,
beautiful.
Excellent.
Almeida, 21-3, $4. I know you're not going to mess with that. What's inside the distance pay?
Yeah, you're darn right. I'm not going to mess with no $4 price on Almeida, especially after he opened like 198. But I do like inside the distance. He fights a guy from Moldova, Sergey Spivak. They call him the polar bear, and a polar bear is faster than Sergey Spivak is. Spivak looks like Nosferatu, and he moves like evolution, very slow. And Almeida is a guy that fought at 205 pounds And just like Umar Nurmagomedov, no one would fight this guy. So he said, I'll get fights. He moves to heavyweight. He fought at 215, then 225. He'll be 240 or 245 for this fight, but he's faster, he's quicker, he's more explosive, and I do believe he'll get this job done before 3 rounds is over.
Okay, of all the bets that you've talked about so far, do you have a best bet, or are they all pretty much the same?
Clayton Carpenter. I'm hanging my hat on Clayton Carpenter.
I love it.
Good job.
Okay.
Good job. How much do you like Hill against Yuri?
I like Hill against Yuri a little bit. I'm not a Hill fan. I believe that there are holes in his game. However, the holes in his game are less than Yuri's holes. And Yuri's holes is that he's got no defense. He carries his arms low. We saw what Pereira did to him twice. If Hill can look impressive against Prochaska, he gets a good shot at trying to face Pereira again. And that's a different fight, but I think Hill's up for Prochaska here.
All right, pal.
All right.
So it was a solid NFL season for you after about week 6, divisional round. What do you like?
Until you flash that Mixon news, I was leaning a little bit Houston. And if that news allows the line to move up, I'll stay with them. Okay. I like the under in Philadelphia in the Rams a little bit. And I don't believe in Lamar Jackson. If that team gets behind, either he, because he's unable to be a pocket quarterback, or that offensive coordinator, Monken, who spit up all over his shirt last year, will find a way to choke that thing away. I think it's Buffalo, and I like them a good deal.
Wow. Okay, we're on opposite sides there. You can follow Lou on X. He is at GamLou. Excellent appearance as always. Best of luck this weekend.
Thanks so much, guys. Appreciate you having me.
Good to talk to you.
There you go. He was on the Progressive guest line. All right, I'm going to rush to bet Carpenter during the break. That's a huge plus price.
Over 2.5 minus 240. The ladies fight's $5. Over 4.5 minus 250 in the Nurmagomedov fight. Makachev minus $2 in some spots. And there's another big one too with the round prop as well. How about what he said on Almeida? $1.80 to $4.15.
How about that? Yeah. Paulie sees some similarities in this matchup when you compare it to the Packers 49ers playoff game a year ago.
With a Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr. Donald Trump's resort near Miami will host the Saudi-backed LIV golf tournament in April. The event marks the 4th year LIV will come to the Trump National Doral Golf Club, and the first time with Trump as sitting U.S. president. Human rights advocates criticize LIV for operating under the auspices of the Saudi regime, which has been linked to the 2018 murder of Washington Post journalist Jamal Khashoggi. Ski patrollers at the biggest U.S. ski resort reached a tentative deal with the corporate owner of Utah's Park City Mountain Resort to end the strike. Normal operations resume after almost 2 weeks of closed terrain and long lift lines at the busiest time of the year. Neither the Park City Professional Ski Patrollers Association nor Colorado-based Vail Resorts released details about the agreement ahead of a planned ratification vote. With a Bloomberg Business of Sports report, I'm Michael Barr.
That spice is 10 out of 10. Would recommend. Hi, my name is Khadijah, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Grilled Spicy Deluxe Sandwich is that spicy kick of the chicken. It's just the right amount of heat, and it gets me excited. And then, pro tip, add that cilantro lime sauce. It cools it down. If the sandwich is at 100.
Then follow the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
It's Chris Felica, the Bear from Fox Sports, and Steve Fezzik, the only back-to-back winner of the Hilton Super Contest, in studio to talk all things divisional round, all of his bets, and of course more. More could be anything. Jim Miller, host of Moving the Chains on Sirius XM, will join us as well. All our NFL bets and another exciting edition of Are We Sure? Numbers game, 10 a.m. Eastern, right here at VSiN.
This is VSiN by the Books.
After the win against the Chargers, Deontay was distraught that he wasn't getting enough targets. And then you know what D'Amico Ryans did? I'm going to cut you before we go to Arrowhead. That's 4 teams in 1 year. It tells me 2 things, Ryan. 1, you've got talent. 2, you are a problem.
VSiN by the Books, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is Follow the Money on VSiN.
All right, Hot Shot, your call now. There's a game on the board this weekend that's reminding you of the Packers and 49ers a year ago. Which one is it?
Commanders-Lions. We have the home team, the team that's supposed to go to the Super Bowl, as a big favorite, and maybe they come out rusty. And the Packers had the great performance, would love to blow out Dallas in the previous game, and they come in, and Green Bay should have won that game, right? And somehow the 49ers, even though they were rusty, pulled it out and made all the plays down the stretch. Now already an offensive lineman has been ruled out for Detroit. But you're going to get Montgomery back, and Arnold's back as well. But maybe the issues we've talked about with stopping mobile quarterbacks. A team that has only been blown out, lost by double digits once, and it was week 1 against Tampa. Oh. And now that's what I'm asking Detroit to do here on Saturday night. So I see some similarities between the Green Bay-San Francisco game that could happen Saturday night in Detroit, and that the dog could keep it close, and this could be a game in the fourth quarter. And do we still question Detroit's defense because of how bad Darnold then played? Which, are we really going to give them credit for how well they played Sunday night, even though Darnold was horrific against the Rams again?
Yeah, people have asked me that question.
Your answer?
I don't know, man. Like, Darnold was not good, but the Lions' game plan was fantastic in that spot.
Yeah.
They had the answer for everything.
But this guy will take off and burn you, though.
Kevin O'Connell completely got out-coached in that game.
I agree.
So, look, last year's game, 24-21 final, 49ers. Remember this, the Packers got the ball. They went right down the field, and they had a couple of mistakes, and they had to settle for a field goal. Because I remember thinking to myself, that's going to come back to bite them.
Yeah.
Then
Kid miss. Okay, sorry.
The 49ers scored, went up 7-3. They led 7-6 at halftime. Then the Packers scored a couple of more times in the third quarter. They led 21-14 going to the fourth quarter. Niners got a field goal to make it 21-17. They scored with a minute left to go up 24-21. Packers had the ball late. I think it was Jordan Love who threw an INT trying to come down and make a play. Never happened, but they were right there with them or ahead the entire time. And they were playing great football. Same thing as the Commanders.
And Kingsbury's on fire. He knows what to call every time and what play is going to work and how dangerous they are on fourth down.
How good is Jay Daniels?
Three games. 3 games, no punts. They've done.
I mean, again, when you combine that, what was it? Mahomes, Allen, Montana, and like 2 other quarterbacks.
Brady was on there.
Brady combined to do it twice in their careers?
Yeah, done it 3 times.
3 times in 1 year.
Crazy, right? But the other thing is the rust angle. So going back the last 2 years, San Francisco comes off the bye, almost loses. Baltimore almost lost last year.
Well,
they were losing at halftime. Well, okay. They were losing at halftime. I'll say that.
Killed them in the second half.
Right. They were rusty. And then 2 years ago, you had the 49ers go into Green Bay and win. The block punt was huge. And you also saw Tennessee get taken out when McPherson couldn't miss. So that's what we've had the last couple of years.
It is. I'm glad that you said that, because if one of these teams, if the Chiefs or the Lions were to go down, like, we're going to act as if it's the biggest surprise of all time when 1 seeds have struggled in this spot several times going back throughout the years.
Mm-hmm. Mackinnon today. As we analyze the remaining teams, I note that in my NFL shared traits from past championships piece, my top teams from both conferences are Baltimore and Philly. My final strength power ratings, updated post-18, showed the Ravens and Lions were the top teams expected to meet New Orleans in a few weeks. That said, with being off last week, Herter helped the Lions and what the Chiefs are dealing with. Mahomes hasn't thrown a pass since Christmas. 2 years ago, both top seeds, Green Bay and Tennessee, looked rusty and were quickly bounced. Since then, all 4 top seeds won their divisional round games. But it's been stressful, at least for a half. And certainly what happened with San Francisco as well.
Yeah, I mean, again, Detroit's a bigger favorite on the point spread and on the money line. I would be much more surprised if Houston goes to KC and wins than I would be if the Commanders go to Detroit and beat them. Mm-hmm. Also, what's the total if we get Baltimore, Detroit in the Super Bowl? Or if we get Buffalo, Detroit, as they've played already this year?
Didn't that open 52, close 57?
Yeah, it shot 50, way, and it went and every in-play number.
Oh, yeah, it's your big boy.
Yeah.
There's some great matchups out there. Okay, very good. How many people have led the type of life that Bob Uecker had? We lost Bob Uecker today, and what a story and what a resume.
I grew up in that state of Wisconsin, and I would fall asleep on the old transistor radio listening to Bob Uecker call Brewers games throughout the summertime. So he was the voice for my childhood growing up and listening to the Brewers play.
90 years old, still had it. How does he do it? How did he do it?
That's a great question.
Same with Brent Musburger, right? To still go out there and do it.
Sure.
And to be called play-by-play at that age. Hit 200 for his 6-year baseball career. Then, in 1969, he opened for Don Rickles in Atlanta. A talent scout was there and told Johnny Carson. Became one of Carson's favorite guests, over 100 appearances. The Miller Lite, and you see the statue outside the stadium. Someone put an unopened Miller Lite can in front of his statue. I must be in the front row.
Do you know how popular that saying was when we were younger?
Oh, huge.
I said it countless times. That, along with, I know you're going to get to this, but hey, just a bit outside.
Yeah, Major League, awesome. Harry Doyle, phenomenal Major League.
I got to go back and watch the movie now.
Yep.
I think there's a chance he made the movie.
Yeah.
I haven't watched the movie in 25 years, so I could be wrong on that. But he was outstanding in Major League.
Great on Letterman, great on Carson, great on baseball. He did World Series games with Costas.
That's right.
And Morgan. Also was on, 6 years on Mr. Belvedere, a TV show.
Good show. I liked it growing up. Do you remember him on Carson? We're a little bit young for that. You do remember him on Carson? I remember him more on Letterman.
Do you?
Yeah. I thought he was so good on Letterman.
Okay. Yep. I must be in the front row and... what a great job.
Those were making the rounds again today. He was so popular. The Brewers tweet had like 20,000 retweets today and 7 million views.
And the team loved them. And then when the celebration after they won, I think I peed my pants, he said. Foul-mouthed guy.
Oh, that's for sure.
The Artie Lang story. Artie Lang on Howard Stern, that when he met Artie Lang, he called him up in the booth and he would use the cough button and he'd be that 2-2 fastball outside. Check out this girl walking up. And he would just... get in the commentary.
The vulgarities were off the
mic.
Charts,
right. This was Norm Macdonald years ago on David Letterman telling a Bob Uecker story.
Norm, we're running out of time, but I would be remiss here if I didn't bring up something. People have been bothering me about this for months and months. People come on the show and they say, the next time you see Norm Macdonald, he's got some tremendous stories about the great Bob Uecker. Now, do you have a story you can tell us about Bob Uecker? Voice of the Milwaukee Brewers.
Well, Bob Uecker is one of my best friends. He's a great man. I know Artie told a story when he was here, and Bob was not too thrilled with that. But
it's Artie Lang you're talking
Artie
about.
Lang, yeah. But Bob is a very, very funny man, and I often go in the booth with him,
Oh.
Mm-hmm. A fortunate son, So John Fogerty was there. So Bob Uecker is a very interesting guy. He thinks of everybody as the same. He doesn't think of people as stars or anything like that. He's a very down-to-earth guy. So he was talking to me. He says, "Hey, man, you know that guy?" I go, "Yeah." He goes, "That's John Fogerty, rock and roll singer." So I go, "Yeah. I know who it is." He goes, "Yeah, man." He goes, "But I played in a golf tournament with him." He goes, "You probably think of him as some that likes to bite the heads off of chickens, but this guy can."
That's exactly how I think of him.
This guy can get it out of the sand trap like nobody doesn't. So he goes, he's got a hell of a set of pipes on him. He goes, come the seventh inning stretch, I'll have him up here. He'll sing for you. So I said, no, Bob, don't do that. Like, don't have him come up and sing for me, please. He goes, what's matter, man? Don't you even know who he is? He got all mad. So I go, yes, Bob, I know who he is. He did Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Yeah.
He goes, yeah, he did all that.
He did all that bleep and bleep. Oh. Yeah, you'll probably think of him as some crazy bleep who bites the heads off of chickens. This guy can get it out of the sand trap like nobody's business.
That's so
That's
good.
Euchre. Yeah.
I went back and watched when Artie Lang was on there with Norm telling the story, when they met him, and Bob Euchre was pissed at Artie Lang for telling a story on the Howard Stern show.
Yeah.
And
what else he did on Letterman too, I guess, right?
And they were explaining like he is like the dirtiest guy we've ever met in our entire life.
Yeah, yeah.
But they loved him. Artie Lang actually said he's the funniest guy I've ever met. And when Artie and Norm would still have conversations on the phone, they would spend the first 20 minutes doing Bob Euchre to each other.
Yeah, everything was enough fun.
Oh, what a life.
Word. Oh, that resume.
What a life.
You know what it reminds me of? A little bit of Jesse Ventura.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay.
Because Jesse Ventura was a Navy SEAL, professional wrestler, wrestling announcer, color analyst for the Minnesota Vikings and the Buccaneers. XFL, governor, actor, predator, running man. Make Cambodia look like Kansas. I mean, how about that resume?
Did he not teach a course at Harvard too?
I think he
or
did
am I
that
imagining
too.
that?
I think he also did that.
Yeah.
Oh, man. We love you, Uke. God bless you, Uke. World's not the same without you. You're the kind of player who wants to drop $10,000 or more on an NFL line at the best price in the market, or maybe you're looking for instant acceptance on your in-game bets. You need Sport Trade. $4 lines instead of the standard $10. Instant in-game betting live in Jersey, Colorado, Iowa, Arizona, Virginia. Download Sport Trade today. Code VEASAN. Got to be 21.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need feedthepig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at feedthepig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
happy marriage with the Dallas Cowboys. I just don't see it. I, first off, hate the optic of a father-son head coach quarterback. There is no world where it'll look good. College, you can get away with it.
Cashing out Saturday through Thursday at 11 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Come on.
I want sales reports on my desk by Monday.
Whoops. My bad.
Love racing? RTN brings you every live simulcast on your home television, plus live video streaming and race replays on your PC and mobile devices. To order, visit rtn.tv. RTN, a breed apart.
This is Follow the Money on VSiN.
The college basketball card tonight is littered with some of the best teams that have yielded really strong results going over the total on the season. A bunch of them are from the Summit League. In action tonight, North Dakota plays at South Dakota State. And this total was 155 and a half earlier this morning. It's up a point and a half. And North Dakota is 12-4 to the over on the season. I looked at 4 different projections for the game tonight using various people, and one projection has 167, but all 4 of them have going over this number in the game. I played it over 155 and a half. Oral Roberts plays at South Dakota. This total was 172 and a half earlier today. It came down a tick and is now sitting around 171 and a half. But using, again, guys who make projections on this, South Dakota is 89th in offense, 357th in defense, and 7th in pace. So that's a perfect combination, right? What a recipe. One of the worst defensive teams in the entire country, one of the fastest teams in the country, and Oral Roberts is number 360 in defense. And I'm seeing projections all the way up. A bunch of people have it in the 180s tonight. So I played that over. The other game is Kansas City at North Dakota State. Was around 142 and a half or 143 earlier today, but it has plummeted like a rock, and I kind of get it. Both of these teams take the air out of the ball. They are sub 300 in pace, and Kansas City is number 245 overall in offense, and projections have it right around this 142 and a half number that was on the board earlier today, and so I'm not going to get involved with that one. I did play a little bit to have some fun tonight on the over with the other 2 games.
Okay. Let me run down the hockey quick before we get going here. Edmonton on a 17-2 run, goal in the first 10 on the road. Detroit 13-1 run overall. San Jose 7-1 on the road. Philly 9 in a row on the road. Blackhawks 9-1 overall. 11 straight first period overs. Seattle 8 in a row, goal in the first 10 games. Ottawa 8 straight unders. Devils 7 straight unders. Kings 5 straight unders. Detroit 7-1 to the over for the game. Flyers also 18-4, goal in the first 10 on the road. 8 in a row for Seattle, goal in the first 10 overall. And I mentioned the 9 in a row for Philly. And all these teams in action tonight on a good hockey card.
I don't know how many books offer a goal in the first 5. Circa has one up tonight on the Blackhawks. The yes was plus 180 on that one. Also, Circa's located in Illinois, so they take a lot of action on Blackhawks games. But they do have goal in the first 10 on all of them. And they're respectable. They're between like $1.25 and $1.50 from what I was looking at a little bit earlier. I think the Oilers game is minus 160 tonight. I played a little round robin action based on that one getting there last night to have some fun tonight. I took those 4 that you talked about and threw them on a round robin parlay.
Let's get this back. Coincide with the Sirius XM tomorrow.
That'd be great.
This is great. There's a lot of teams that are hitting right now. This is good.
Okay, so there's also a tremendous game in the NBA tonight. Now, you bet this. You had this in pocket yesterday. Oklahoma City -3. The number came down. There's no... Go. I'm sorry.
No. I was just going to say, again, first, got to go back to the early 70s when you got teams with this type of record playing this late in the season.
Oh, yeah. And how cool is it that we had it last week and we're going to get it again tonight?
Yep, 34-5. Cavs on pace to win 71 games. OKC 33-6 on pace to win 69 games. ESPN gives Cleveland a 4% chance to get to 70 wins. They're $1.15 to have the best record of the All-Star break at DK. They're 14-1 to win 70. OKC's plus 750. Most wins for the year, OKC $1.45, Cleveland plus 140. Even without Hartenstein, as you mentioned, the fact that they are doing this, how good they are defensively, it's not fair. That you've had Chet for 10 games, maybe comes back in February, and you're number one in defense by a mile.
Mm-hmm.
The gap is they're giving up 102 points per 100 possessions. Number one in the league. Orlando number 2 at 107. The gap between OKC and Orlando is the same gap as from 2 to 13.
I'm wondering, by the way, how voters will look at Defensive Player of the Year this year.
Wembanyama's $5.
I know that. And it was recently $3. So will they take...
He had 8 blocks in the first quarter or something last night.
Will they take him based on just his overall numbers? Or will they go like last year and say, no, we got to give it to the best player on the best team defensively?
Yeah, fair. Cleveland number 1 in offense. Worlds colliding. OKC number 6. Cleveland 6th in pace, though, and they dictated tempo in a fantastic game the last time where the shot making was incredible. As Windhorst was there, said it's some of the best 12 minutes of regular season basketball I've ever seen. But the similarities also to the 2014 Warriors team. You bring in the right coach to get the best out of these players of a great offense, 3 guys who can push the ball, Mobley taking a big leap, playing Mobley and Allen at the same time to coincide with what Garland gives you, and voila, you have the best record in a team that could be playing late basketball. Garland, number 1 in clutch field goal percentage this year. Last year, he was 104 out of 107.
That's amazing.
That is. They're number 1 in transition. They're number 1 in 2-point percentage. They're number 1 in 3-point percentage. They're number 1 in corner threes. They're number 1 in true shooting percentage. They're number 1 in clutch and end of games execution, and they have the best assist-to-turnover ratio in the league also.
Pretty good.
So this is something, but still I like the Thunder. Even though Mitchell was 3 of 11, he's going to bounce back tonight. But it was just a supporting cast that was so good and led them in the big win at home. And I think the Thunder get even tonight.
I mean, you're going to look, when you break these two teams down, you're going to find just like incredible numbers from both sides. And when you go into the betting, perspective here, Cavaliers 13-4 ATS on the road, 3-0 as a road dog, both best in the league. However, the Thunder 12-5-1 ATS at home. That's the best mark. And they've been favored in every game, obviously. And that'll continue as they already played Boston at home. So can't imagine a team, unless they're going to be sitting 5 guys at some point, they're going to be dogs at home at any point this year.
What OKC is doing is incredible because you're laying big numbers and it doesn't matter.
That's the most remarkable thing out of all of this.
They're covering all these big numbers.
Yeah, and by the way, when they open 10 in a game like Philadelphia and they close at 16 and they win by 16, technically they covered because there's a reason why that number moved. So I know the closing number is 16, so it gets graded as a push. Come on. There was enough money to move it 6 points. That tells me that I'm going to grade that one as a win.
Absolutely. I grade on the openers. That's shenanigans. Anything else? I like the Kings tonight. They just beat Houston in December. They've been a different team since they let Mike Brown go and brought in Christie.
Right.
Beat the Celtics on Friday. You knew Milwaukee would bounce back, though, after getting humiliated, and that's what happened. But I know it's a young team, but it's a back-to-back for Houston as they were in Denver last night, and they played Denver, who was shorthanded as Joker was out.
I'm going player props in this game, and it's not Jalen Green threes. I've been writing that now for several games in a row for him. His last 6 games, 32 points per game, 11 3-point attempts, 5.3 makes. He's shooting the ball lights out. However, when you go to look at his game log back-to-back, he's shooting around 31%, and he's only been over 3.5 made threes in one back-to-back out of 7 or 8 games on the year. So not going to go with him. I did go with Malik Monk. Part of the reason why I think the Kings were so good after the switch, getting rid of Mike Brown and going to Doug Christie as head coach, offensively, he flipped things a little bit, put Malik Monk into the starting lineup. He was not in the game against the Bucks the other night during that big loss for them. But during that big winning streak, Malik Monk was in the starting lineup, playing a ton of minutes and operating as the point guard. So I bet over 5.5 assists tonight at plus 110, switching it up a little bit from the 3-point props and going that way with him. And again, I said this earlier in the show, the Suns are laying 11.5. They're the worst team against the spread. You might have to hold your nose a little bit because they are playing the worst team in basketball.
How about Toronto?
But that's the thing, right? I mean, Toronto's also they're good at covering numbers, not good overall. They won the game outright. Mm-hmm. And I watched the game. They led pretty much the entire time.
Yeah.
So I'd look at Jordan Poole, but the number's not right for me tonight to go over 3. So I wanted, so number's not good. I'm not going to bet it. I'm not going to force it.
All right, getting ready for Big Game 59 with a big deal to match. Save $59 off VSiN Pro annual subscription when you sign up using promo code FTM. Become a VSiN Pro annual subscriber. Bet smarter all year long. Every best bet, every host, every guest, the betting splits from DraftKings and Circa, the dog videos, all the betting guides. VSiN.com/subscribe, promo code FTM. Save $59 off today. VSiN.com/subscribe.
We need to set like reminders in our phone, like every day when the Clippers are going to play at home, just to take a peek at the opposing team total, right? Because like last night it was around 100 for the Nets, and they were coming off that win against Portland where they scored 120 plus. They scored 67 points last night. And now teams playing at the Intuit Dome are 14-4 under their total. And a lot of the games are not even close. And I saw something that when opposing teams are shooting free throws against the wall, if you extrapolate that out for the whole season, it would be the second worst like free throw shooting percentage against in any home arena in the entire league.
It comes into play this weekend. They play the Lakers, who've yet to play there, if memory serves, and then they play the Bulls.
Well, and the fans will be extra fired up when the Lakers are there.
Oh, God, they play Boston Wednesday, too. Woo.
It's good.
Then Washington, then Milwaukee. That's 5 in a row.
Oh, okay.
It should be 5 in a row where it's the team's first trip in there.
Perfect. We will get to our in-pocket plays, best bets for the night coming up here on Follow the Money. It's VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
G-Bank is the
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Okay, what are you wearing right now?
Nothing.
That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. But 2 minutes twice a day, making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
How's it going?
I'm having a stroke.
Are you going to shake my hand?
I'm having a stroke.
Wow, you're not even moving your arm.
I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go.
Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No.
Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this.
To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Cool. Very cool.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
The storks are bringing me a baby brother. We can do this together.
All right, let's go.
Storks know how to keep kids safe. Do you?
What?
Oh my gosh, you don't know.
I know.
You don't. Oh man, you laugh when you're uncomfortable.
No.
Making sure your child is in the right car seat is one of the steps to safer travel.
I will rock this.
You will rock this.
To know for sure that your child is in the right car seat for their age and size, visit safercar.gov/the-right-seat.
Cool. Very cool.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
This is Follow the Money on VSiN.
I don't know if I'd rather have back-to-back triple headers and get rid of the Monday night.
I would. The teams that play on Saturday then play on the following Saturday. How do we have playoff teams who are going to have one day like short of rest? It's happening to the Rams against the Eagles, and it's happening to the Commanders.
Oh, it's a tough spot.
Against a team coming off the bye?
Yeah.
Come on, what are we doing here?
Follow the Money with Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard. Weekdays at 4 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
The guy has an algorithm to determine the winner of any given college basketball game.
Someone gives you 10,000 to 1 on anything. You take it. Take it. Take it.
I bet you $20 I can get you gambling before the end of the day. No way. I'll give you 3 to 1 odds. Nope. 5 to 1. Nope. 10 to 1. You're out.
All right. Thunder with revenge tonight on national TV on TNT. Line came down after the Hartenstein news, laying 3 against Cleveland. A ton of props already out. Good stuff, creative stuff for the divisional round. Every team has a rushing touchdown, 20 to 1. They'd take a big hit if Mixon doesn't play, who's now questionable with an ankle. Every team to kick a field goal, plus 250. All teams touchdown and a field goal, 6 to 1 as well. There's a lot of good stuff up there with this. And if you think there's going to be fireworks, you can go each day too. And there could be fireworks on Sunday with those games too. Kings laying 4 tonight against the Rockets, fading the Rockets on a back-to-back. And Will Howard to be the title game MVP, $1.10. Different ways to attack this hedge if you have futures. But yeah, you can make the case for Smith, although he didn't do anything against Texas. Paul Stone, by the way, said 6 in a row. Good job on the Smith under. He had 1 catch, but he's $1.80 have most receiving yards in the game. If Ohio State wins, I think he's going to have good numbers and good enough numbers that they're going to say, okay, well, Will Howard's going to be the guy. He's $1.10 right now.
Mm-hmm. I want to know what's going to happen in that game with Chip Kelly and the play calling if Notre Dame gets up like 13-3 late second quarter. Do they lose their minds? Panic? Go into full-blown panic mode? Hurry-up mode?
You'd come out and throw. Come out and get it to Smith right away, right? Yeah. I do agree with Brad Powers. I mean, it's been said by many. I think they were getting ready to run out Texas with the silly Henderson penalty and constantly putting themselves in first and long.
3-point props last night. Jalen Green over 3.5 plus 130. That was good. Guy's awesome. Boy, oh boy, is he good. That went over no problem. Did you see what happened here? Anthony Edwards over 3.5 plus 105.
I wasn't strong enough on that. Curry has owned the Timberwolves. He had 4 threes in the first quarter. Like the first 7 minutes. Okay, go ahead.
What did he hit last night overall?
I think he had 7.
Did he? Okay.
He hit the game winner, but he started 4 of 4. They were up 25 points in the first quarter. Yeah.
Wolves came roaring back. Edwards hit a 3 with 1 second left to put it on 4.
Oh, really?
So, look, yeah, I'll take it any which way I can get it. Half unit plays last night. Kansas plus 5.5. That was no good, but the under came in again. They're 15-1
to the under. 15-1 under. Every Kansas game's gone under but 1.
We need a deep dive into the second halves. I think that's the actual play because they made it 77.5 last night. No chance. No chance. But also, Iowa State I'm very disappointed in Bill Self this year. On paper, in the offseason, they were number 1 for a reason. And it is not working with Kansas this year.
Yep, no doubt.
That's a tough spot to play. I get it. And Iowa State's very good. To get blown out by 17, no.
You're right. How good is that team? They lost a close one against Auburn. That's in a game they led big.
They are up by 16 in that game.
Yeah.
And that's it. Pending, Ravens plus 106 at Buffalo and Ohio State plus 115 to win the national title for tonight's plays. And this week, I grabbed 9.5 receiving yards over P. Ryan minus 113. And the Mixon news came out right after Paul Charchian had a great breakdown on it earlier in our show. I bet him under 59.5 rushing yards. tonight, got to do it. Blackhawks Predators, first period over 1.5, laid -1. I bet it at -135. Then saw it again at -118. So I bet it there -118. 11 straight. Let's go. Come on. Let's get it to 12 tomorrow when we pop back on Sirius XM.
Perfect timing.
And I just told you about this bet, previous segment. Malik Monk over 5.5 assists plus 110. He's averaging 7+ since the switch to Doug Christie at head coach, and he's in the starting lineup playing a lot more point guard. So,
yep.
Let's go.
Check me out on X at Paulie Howard with a Y. I retweeted Ian Duncan with all the hot numbers and trends in the NHL with the first 10. Overall, home road splits. He does a great job. Ready to take your tailgate to the next level? Try Sewell's Barbecue. Born from a backyard cookout in a mason jar of unforgivable flavor, Sewell's has become a Southern favorite, delighting taste buds from Georgia to the Carolinas. From smoky ribs and mouth-watering wings to the perfect backyard burger, Sewell's turns every bite into a flavor-packed experience. Order now, Sewell'sBarbecueSauce.com. Sewell'sBarbecueSauce.com. Flavor this good. Just a click away. We love it. Had it on air last week. Phenomenal. Southern hospitality never tasted so good. Go get Sewell's. Prop idea. How many SEC teams will make the Elite Eight or even Final Four? Could they have 4 of the 8?
In the Elite Eight?
My question to Dallin Cuff wasn't, oh boy, this is a bad move by the committee. I said it's a conundrum. They definitely deserve it. It's a great league. I'm saying what it's going to mean from a seeding standpoint, because they might have the 1, the 2, and the 3 seed in all these regions. Or at least the 1 and the 2.
Yeah, they're going to.
Because you look at this, Lenardi last week had 13 teams in there, and then how we broke it down with a Z curve, where this team was, Auburn a 1, Tennessee a 1 or a 2, Florida a 1 or a 2, Kentucky a 1 or a 2. I mean, it was ridiculous going. And Missouri was a 10 going into that game.
Well, now what are they after they beat Florida?
Right, sure. And they're up 15 at the half on the road.
How are you going to avoid second-round matchups in the SEC?
Yeah, right. If you get 13 teams in,
I don't think it's going to happen.
And they're so good.
By the way,
it's a good prop, though. How many make the Elite Eight? How many make the Final Four?
I know it's a football weekend tomorrow. We might want to mention this on the show when the point spread and stuff comes out. Alabama plays at Kentucky on Saturday morning.
Oh, the total.
That's at, yeah, absolutely the total.
Oh, wow.
Oh, yes.
That's your big
Where's
boy.
that bad boy going to go?
Yeah.
So that's how the day begins before we get football. That's at noon Eastern, 9 o'clock out here.
Okay, excellent. FTM@vsin.com or tweet at us. Brian Young. We shared that Bitcoin story earlier. A guy was denied last week by a judge.
Yeah.
He had $700 million in Bitcoin on his laptop, and it was in a landfill. They wouldn't let him go get it. I worked in the waste industry for close to 22 years now. Currently work for waste management, and I'll be at the tournament. This guy trying to find a hard drive in a landfill that was buried over a decade ago would be near impossible. They change areas where to dump, which are called cells. Once the cell is full, they close it, move the cell that will be open, which means where this was dumped could even have more trash on it, or it's completely buried. The government should let him try to find it, but it'll be finding a needle in a haystack. He says he's got robots and all this, and he can track it down, and he's got, just give me a couple days. I can do it. I know I can do it.
You would need an army of people.
Oh, I know. But going back to 2009, he had 7,000, whatever it was, and over $700 million, and he threw the laptop. And
so again, that's 16 years ago now.
Yeah.
I don't at this point, but he tried for more than a decade.
He's been trying. They won't let him go in there.
over and over and over again. And the judge said, by the way, Ken Palm makes Kentucky, Alabama 90-89.
Okay. It was 106-100 in regulation. Kentucky, Florida.
You know what? Here's a bet. That, and you can find this, I bet. If you can parlay the team totals for both teams there to go over 99.5 points. Just like the game they just brought up against Florida. And maybe that game is 111 to 104. And it's just up and down ping pong match the entire time, and both teams score triple digits.
Yeah.
Be a good payout. Where are you at overall with updated TV shows?
I'm behind. I hear Landman lives up to the hype, everyone says. It was a great season.
I got to get on that. Episode 1 was awesome.
It's funny, Shauna went back to visit family in Arizona, and she said Lioness is awesome.
Looks terrific.
She got into that. Yep, I'm on that. I'm caught up. I finished Squid Game 2.
And?
Not bad. Season's 1's better.
Okay.
I'm excited for Severance. It is tonight? Season 2's tonight. Can't wait.
Well, good time. No football for the first time on a Thursday since who knows when.
I'm missing some too. The Agency looks good with Fassbender. That's another one.
Love that guy. He's
way
great.
behind.
So
way behind.
You never watched Dexter, and I get it. Some people, it wasn't their cup of tea. And I thought his sister was annoying to begin things when I first started watching. Then she grew on me, as did the rest of the cast. I now finally am caught up on Dexter Original Sin.
Oh,
so it's the prequel. This is no hyperbole. The casting and the people they found to play the roles who were in the original Dexter on Showtime, it's as good as I've ever seen. They have it down pat. Masuka, his laugh is exactly like the guy in the original. Deb comes across with the same cadence and the swear words as the original. The guy who plays Dexter has his mannerisms down perfect. LaGuardia is Christina Milian. She's a spitting image of the original LaGuardia and has the accent down. I mean, it's just every single person is phenomenal. And so far, 6 seasons in, I have enjoyed the entire. It's dynamite. If you like the original Dexter, I would tell you got to go back and watch Original Sin, Paramount Plus.
Send them in. I think we're missing some too.
Oh my!
There's a lot of great stuff.
Again, how do you
there.
keep up?
Yeah, I haven't watched Ring of Tower or whatever it's called, season 2 either on Amazon yet. All right, stay tuned. Coming up, VSiN Primetime, Murray and Humans. Derek Stevens on tonight. Stick around, cashing out. Joe Seralu, 11 p.m. Eastern. Wake up tomorrow, an expanded 3-hour VSiN by the books with Dave Ross, 7 a.m. And we hit it hard tomorrow. We are back. Sirius XM channel 158 tomorrow. Iron Eagle, Sal Pal, Samich, Derek Stevens, playoffs, props, divisional round. Can't wait. And hopefully some more winners in hockey.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio.
The Sabres beat the Hurricanes 4-2 last night. Buffalo took a 3-0 lead into the third period. Ryan McLeod had a hat trick. UP Luukkonen made 35 stops. The Sabres have wins in 3 of 4. Jason Zucker had a pair of assists. Buffalo back home on Friday night against the Penguins. Men's college hoops yesterday, number 12, Michigan State beat Penn State 90-85. The Spartans improved to 6-0 in the Big Ten. The Nittany Lions 2-5 in the conference. The Florida State Seminoles beat the Pitt Panthers 82-70. The Panthers dropped to 3-3 in the ACC. Cincinnati picked up their first Big 12 win of the year. They're 1-4 in the conference after a 68-62 win at Colorado. NBA tonight, the Cavaliers and Thunder square off a rematch of last week's battle that was called an instant classic. They're the top 2 teams in the NBA. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
Progressive presents Renters MVP's Most Valuable Possessions. Today's MVP, Emily Neal's 70-inch TV. Because after watching her second-grade students yell at each other for hours, there's nothing Emily enjoys more than watching super rich housewives also yell at each other. Why? Because those women are not her responsibility. And that's why her TV is today's MVP. Keep your most valuable possessions protected by bundling your renters and auto insurance with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
I feel like I'm constantly cleaning hair off my bathroom floor. At least my Swiffer Sweeper makes it easy. Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths have ultra-thick pads to trap and lock hairs, like a hair magnet. And when I'm finished cleaning up my hair, Sweeper takes care of his too. Now the hair's gone, all thanks to Swiffer. Try Swiffer Sweeper heavy-duty dry cloths. I promise you'll love them or your money back. And also try Swiffer Sweeper Wet to make quick work of tough, sticky messes.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app. You're listening to WRDB, Western Reserve Digital Broadcasting, Youngstown, Warren, Salem, and around the world.
This is Make It Rain with Adam Shine.
I'm never surprised when Houston plays well. I'm always surprised when they play poorly. Don't misinterpret. I think Kansas City is absolutely going to win this game. Chiefs 7-9-1 against the spread. 8.5 feels a little too steep. I could see Houston absolutely staying within that number at 8.5.
Make It Rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Prime Time. Live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We're off and running on a Thursday evening on VSiN Prime Time alongside Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. God, Matt, it feels like I just saw you.
I haven't seen you in a long time, Tim. How have you been?
I've been great.
How's the family?
Since
Wife,
I
kids?
last saw you, I went down to Panera Bread, had a little you pick two, got a coffee, and I'm ready to rock and roll after our VSiN college football betting podcast extravaganza down at the D.
Check it out. It's up. Is it up now?
It is out. No, and wherever you get your podcasts, iTunes, Spotify. Give us a 5-star rating. People tell me award winning. I mean, that's me telling myself in my head, but I think it's a darn good podcast. Me, Matt, and Wes Reynolds breaking down the college football national championship. Matt, we're getting closer to the national championship. 4 divisional round games starting on Saturday afternoon in Kansas City, 4:30 Eastern. Chiefs and Texans lead us off, and then into the showdown, which Derek Stevens, who hopefully will join us at some point here in studio tonight, I'm sure he's going to be pretty excited about as his beloved Detroit Lions begin their quest to maybe their first ever Super Bowl title.
The Lions were on a quest to make the Super Bowl last year and probably should have got there. They blew the game in the second half at San Francisco. So I guess you say this is the Lions redemption tour, and hopefully we get a chance to talk to Derek about that later in the show. It was great to have the 3-man booth today, though, for the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast. Had Wes Reynolds in there with us, and was he unanimous or not?
He's on the points. You're on the points.
We're both on Notre Dame plus 8.5, and I think Tim Murray's on Ohio State to win. You're all in on the Buckeyes to win the game, right?
You and Mike Palm have twisted my words every which possible way. I have yet. Actually, I did bet the game. I bet the game. I took first half under 23.5, which is at BetMGM right now. Hey, the game's on Monday, man. We got plenty of time. You and I, by the way, worth noting, Matt and I will be with you during the national championship game.
Yeah, don't listen to the buffoons calling the game on ABC, ESPN. Tune in right here. Use the sound on VSiN. You can watch the pictures on Notre Dame, Ohio State. Is that on ESPN? That's got to be.
That's on every ESPN channel. ESPN 2,
ESPN's got
7,
a monopoly of the bowl games, so I assume the national championship is on there. But we're going to talk live betting aspects of the game Monday night. So listen to us, watch us, and have the game on a different screen.
Yeah, we'll have you covered. We'll have a little pregame preamble, and then the game scheduled to kick off around 7:45 Eastern time. We'll see if that actually comes to fruition, and we'll be with you with pretty much the entirety of the game.
7:45 Eastern time is the scheduled kickoff, right?
They said 7:30. I think it's more 7:40.
7:45. Yeah. 7:45. So set your watches. 7:48 is when the Tim Murray meltdown starts. On air Monday night.
I'll say this. Last night, I have yet to see the table slam from Matt Humans. That was an emphatic table slam.
That was restrained. Halfway through the slam, I almost stopped. Last night was a very frustrating night in college hoops. Let's put it that way. Somebody just asked me outside the studio, he said, how things going? You winning all your bets? I said, anybody who tells you they're winning all their bets is a liar, okay? First of all. Anybody who tells you they win every day is full of it. You're going to win some days, you're going to lose some days. I had good Monday, good Tuesday. I had the worst Wednesday I've had in quite a while. College hoops did not work out last night. Hopefully it goes a little bit better tonight.
Yeah.
That was Tim Potter from North Dakota, by the way, who's outside the studio today. Teapot, we call him. He is here, and Teapot sitting
Have you
at the
been
golf.
up to North Dakota?
I have been. I actually played golf with Teapot, Big Randy McKay, and Corey Yeager out in North Dakota. One of the coolest courses I've ever played, actually, in western North Dakota.
That's pretty cool.
And hopefully get back out there again someday. That was the 49th state I have been to.
Ooh.
And that was, I think that was the summer of 2021. I think we were out there. One state left. Guess, Tim, which state have I never visited?
Ooh, I'll say Alaska.
Very good guess.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm at 48.
You win this circa bottle of
look
water.
At that. Thank
for
you.
the correct answer. That's your prize.
I'm at 48, Matt. Can you guess the two that I'm missing? And I'll give you a hint. Don't guess the state that I just said.
I didn't hear the state you just said.
No, I said Alaska for you. I said don't guess that state.
Okay. I'm going to guess you've never been to North Dakota.
Incorrect. Been to North Dakota. Been to the Dakotas.
Okay.
I've actually, the two states I haven't been to.
You grew up on the East Coast, so I got to assume you've got all the East wiped out.
All those are all wiped out.
Minnesota. How about Minnesota?
I've been to the Gopher State. Yeah, just barely. But the two states I'm
New
missing,
Mexico.
Drove through there. That was state number 46. 47 for me.
Okay.
Just went to Colorado this summer. The last two I'm missing, Oregon and Washington.
Okay.
Which I'm looking forward to getting to. So that's those are the last two for me. Hey, didn't know I'd be talking geography, but hey, here we are. College basketball underway. Not a robust slate tonight. Curious about this Memphis Temple game. Memphis, a team, hit the bell that Matt saw in Maui. That's going to become a crutch of mine. Just every team that you saw in Maui. But you saw a lot of good teams out there.
It was a great tournament. I actually saw a great game to open Maui when Memphis knocked off UConn.
Hell of a game.
Yeah.
Hell of a game there. And Memphis is definitely en route to an at-large bid, maybe the auto bid, their conference, the AAC, not very good. I mentioned this about Memphis last night, and I think our friend Chris Massero has the same mindset, which is when this team ultimately makes the tournament, I think they can make a run. There are going to be spots in conference play that they could get picked off, they get caught at the wheel, and I think tonight might be one of those. And we saw the market come in on Temple, closed at 7 on this game, just underway there in the city of brotherly love, all tied up at 4. Memphis and Temple, just one of 3 ranked teams in action tonight. We've got Memphis, we've got Michigan on the road at the Gophers, and then late night, Gonzaga taking on the Beavs of Oregon State in your new WCC rivalry between the Zags and the Beavs.
Yeah, I think the Beavs got a shot to knock off the Zags tonight. I haven't bet that yet, but I've been thinking about it today. That's one of those home dogs that looks attractive on the card tonight. I thought Temple looked attractive too.
Yeah.
You know, overnight that number was 9. A number dropped to 7 at tip-off today in early stages, first few minutes of that game in Philly.
Yeah, we will keep our eyes on that. Do you want to go through your college hoops card? I know you've got...
Not a deep card today. Actually, after the Washington wipeout last night, we were sitting here up 8 at halftime with Washington against Purdue.
Did you mush us on the air? I think you did. I think you did. I think you mushed us. I think you said, I feel good about this one.
I didn't say. I just said, well, we're up 8. We're catching 7.5 or 8. We should be okay. We should be okay. That's what I said. And then the next thing I know, they're down 15. So
you're damn Boilermakers. Should have. There were a couple games last night where we thought about taking second half numbers.
That was more about Washington just being awful last night because in the second half got blown out by 20 points. And
wise man once told me, don't expect good teams or bad teams to do good things.
Well, you know, Washington has a great player though, a great Osibor last night. 28 points, 5 for 5 from 3, and still ended up losing that game by 11, catching 7.5 or 8. Anyway, that's old news from last night. Hopefully tonight's a better night. I've got Northwestern as a home dog against Maryland. Interesting fluctuation in the betting market with that game today. And late tonight, I played Hawaii as a 2.5-point favorite against Cal State Northridge. Last game on the board, number 862. And I don't love it. It's kind of a fishy line. Actually, if you if you look at these two teams on paper, you think Hawaii's more like a 4-point favorite in this game, but the line sitting there at 2.5 is a little scary to me tonight. That's midnight tip, East Coast time.
That's the human special, baby. That's the human special. Betting the last game on the board.
I like the last two games. Actually, Oregon State as a home dog and Hawaii as a home favorite. The last two games on the board tonight.
I will say this regarding the Northwestern game. You and I were talking about this. Common play for the two of us. I ended up taking a bad number, took 1.5 with Northwestern. And then we saw I don't know if it was a podcast. This is why you got to be careful, folks, because there was a Twitter feed out there called at NUBB Guru Insider, Northwestern Basketball Guru Insider.
Actually, one of the most credible sites on Twitter, by the way.
All of his 300 some odd followers. And he tweets out.
He lost some credibility today.
Brooks Barnhizer was in a walking boot, seems doubtful for tonight. And then he doubled down and he said he's out for tonight. And the market responded, Matt. It went as high as Maryland laying 4. Barnhizer, for those unaware, he is the best player on Northwestern, averaging around 14 points a game, I believe. And then Jordan Majewski at Jor Cubs Dan, who's a pretty good follow when it comes to college basketball, getting injury sources. He said about an hour ago, 2 sources to him said that Barnhizer is good to go. So then back down to 2, and that's where we sit right now. Northwestern, home dog of 2, and their best player, Barnhizer, should be playing tonight.
Without Barnhizer, I could see why that number was bet up to 4. When I was doing my research on the game, I didn't see anything that indicated he was not going to play. And then you got that report today. Now it looks like he is going to play. But this Northwestern team is going to be desperate for a win in the Big Ten. Has only got 1 at this point, and Purple Cat's usually pretty good home dogs. I like that spot for them tonight, especially now that they're supposedly at full strength. But again, interesting today how that number went from 1.5 to 4. You never like to see that when you bet something overnight and take the 1.5.
Busy show ahead. We'll have a lot of college football championship fodder, including from Bruce Feldman, who's got a great article out talking to 6 coaches that faced Notre Dame this year. So we'll talk to Bruce Feldman coming up bottom of the hour. Hey, just a reminder, folks, tomorrow's the day. We're back on Sirius XM channel 158. Set it up now, the Sirius XM app as well. So we are fired up to be back on Sirius XM channel 158 starting tomorrow. VSiN back on those airwaves. How, oh how, will the Washington Commanders keep it close on Saturday night? We'll dive into some NFL divisional thoughts next.
GBank is the official bank of VSiN. Why? For one, unlike other credit cards, GBank does not treat sports betting transactions as a cash advance. And for every eligible gaming transaction, you'll earn a 1% cashback reward. That's right, 1% cashback rewards on every eligible wager. And you'll earn 2% cashback rewards on all other eligible purchases. Apply for the GBank Visa Signature Card today at VSiN.com/GBank. Subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions apply.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
The Mahoning Valley's leader for golf, Milk Creek Golf Course, is now booking tee times for 2024. We offer stay and play opportunities available with 9 area hotel partners. For more information, visit our website at millcreekmetroparks.org. Also, look for new, exciting opportunities coming soon, including an indoor player development center with Trackman, an indoor Callaway Club Fitting Center, and an Odyssey Fitting Studio in 2024. Follow us on Facebook at Milk Creek Golf Course or call 330-740-7112.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
On the Sports Gambling Podcast Live at VSiN.
There is something to the idea of the smart teams might be zagging. You see all the best offenses in the National Football League have a fullback. For receivers, if you're slow, a lot of teams just rule you out, I guess. Yeah. That was what always held me back.
Join Sean and Ryan every Friday night at 11 p.m. Eastern on the Sports Gambling Podcast Live at VSiN, right here on the Sports Betting Network.
This is Money Moves.
I know that the NFL and college football are completely different animals. All those teams in the first round that had those home playoff games and built a little bit of momentum for themselves, when you moved on to that next round, had a lot of success. And we saw the rest of the teams that weren't out there. I do wonder if first half Houston could be an interesting play just because they've got a little bit of that momentum in, and Kansas City could be a little slow starting and stagnant.
Catch Money Moves every weekday at noon Eastern, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting.
Keep it rolling along. It is VSiN Primetime here on this Thursday evening. Bruce Feldman from The Athletic. He will coming up bottom of the hour. Got an article out over at The Athletic talking to 6 coaches who faced Notre Dame and their thoughts on the Irish as they head into the national championship against Ohio State. Matt, no real movement today in the betting market for that national title game, as we saw early money come in on the Irish, was as high as 10.5. And I know you, unfortunately, neither one of us were one of the quick triggers to get the 10.5 that were out there on the Irish. But market now sitting at 8. If you do like the Irish, you can get an 8.5 at DraftKings.
Actually, Circa opened 10.5 on January 10th. And we were here doing a show that night, and someone mentioned to me, hey, number's 10.5. Well, by the time I looked at the app, it was 9.5. So I just let it go at that point because I didn't get the best number, didn't get to 10.5. Well, probably should have taken the 9.5, but I took Notre Dame plus 8.5, and that's where I stand this week. And we'll talk about that game a little bit more in depth. And obviously catch the VSiN College Football Betting Podcast as well, where we talked about that every angle to that Ohio State Notre Dame game.
Yeah, a lot of props to talk about. Eric Froton, who is a really good handicapper when it comes to college props, he's going to join us in the third hour of the program, 9:45 Eastern time. So looking forward to his thoughts and who he's looking to target in the prop market out there. I put in a bet on a prop today. We'll talk about that a little bit later on in the show as well. So make sure you look around. Make sure you try to get the best of the number certainly out there. Quick update from the 2 ranked teams in action right now in college basketball. 20th ranked Michigan on the road at Minnesota, and they lead 14-11. That game, I believe, closed, 10.5 in favor of the Wolverines. And then Temple is up 11-9 on Memphis. That game saw some Temple money come into the market. Temple, a home dog of 7 against the Memphis Tigers. Still to come tonight, we have Gonzaga taking on Oregon State. I think that might be a play for both of us. We'll see how the evening goes if we end up getting to the window on a late night Beaver ticket there. Tip off at 11 o'clock Eastern time in Corvallis. Matt, divisional round of the playoffs starts tomorrow, 4:30 Eastern kick. Kansas City right now, 8.5 point favorite, total 41.5. Did you end up putting Kansas City on a teaser?
I sure did.
Me
Actually,
too.
Very early in the week when Circa had 8.5 on the Lions, I went ahead and teased the Chiefs to 2 and the Lions to 2.5. And I like that play. Here's something I mentioned. I was at Dom DeMarco's restaurant on West Charleston today. Al Scalliott, the owner, is the sponsor of our Friday night show, the Friday Football Invitational.
Delicious pizza.
Brooklyn's best pizza. We're at Dom DeMarco's today for the Jim Feist NFL handicapping show. And I mentioned that favorites of 7 points or more have won 18 consecutive games in the NFL playoffs.
Wow.
Think about that. That's a pretty strong trend. 18-0 favorites of 7 points or more in the NFL playoffs. And I would point to the Chiefs and the Lions as being pretty strong plays on a teaser this week. Jeff Whitelaw, Las Vegas Pro Bettor, was out there today. He's got the same teaser I do. And I think it makes a lot of sense. KC, probably not losing a home to the Texans. Detroit, probably not losing a home to the Commanders. But again, I'm not somebody who lays a lot of points, especially more than 3 in the NFL. And you knock those, they call them the Wong teasers, Stanford Wong teasers. You knock them down through the key numbers all the way down to 2 and 2.5. And I think that Chiefs-Lions teaser makes the most sense. Now, you could still play that this week, but you'd have to be a 6.5 point teaser.
Actually, right now, if you have access to DraftKings, you can get 8.5 on both of these. So
is that right?
Right now, minus $1.20 at DraftKings is their juice, and you can get the Chiefs and the Lions both down to 2.5. I ultimately played the Chiefs to the Buffalo Bills. Also, you can play that at DraftKings. Bills up to 7.5 and Chiefs down to 2.5. We'll talk more about that. But Washington and Detroit, certainly a very intriguing game. When you think about Detroit and how they've played so far this year, what the defense looked like, was it a bit, I don't want to say fool's gold, but Sam Darnold, did he miss some guys out there in that Sunday nighter? Yeah. Alex Anzalone, you mentioned this last night. He was phenomenal in his return there for the Detroit Lions. But it's interesting to note here, Ben Johnson, Washington thought that was going to be their guy. Right. He was going to be the new head coach of the Washington Commanders. And ultimately, he decided to stay in Detroit.
Did you
Washington
hear the
goes
story?
with Dan Quinn. What's that? That he didn't want to go?
No, the story that came out of D.C. this week was that, I don't know if this is accurate. It was reported by somebody in the Commanders organization that Ben Johnson wanted Sam Howell to be his quarterback.
Really?
For the Commanders. And the GM said, no, we're going to draft a quarterback. And Ben Johnson wanted Sam Howell, and the Commanders actually canceled the Ben Johnson interview. That was the story that came out this week. Have you heard that story?
I had not heard that story. I'll have to do a little digging on that one. That's an interesting one. Well, if you're Ben Johnson, you can certainly go get Sam Howell. He's the backup in Seattle, so you can have him.
I think Jaden Daniels has worked out much better for the Commanders than Sam Howell would have.
I think he has. And Jared Goff.
Should you knock Ben Johnson's power rating down a point after you hear that story?
Maybe.
What do you think?
Maybe a little bit. But speaking of Jaden Daniels, who will be the Offensive Rookie of the Year, both you and I were very high on Jaden Daniels. Well, Jared Goff, he was once upon a time the number 1 overall pick by the Los Angeles Rams, now thriving in Detroit. He gave his thoughts earlier this week on Jaden Daniels and the Washington Commanders. Here you go.
I think it doesn't matter. I mean, at this point of the season, every team we're going to play is going to be a tough matchup. That's right. Every team we're going to play is going to be a tough matchup, and Washington's obviously no different. They're a hell of a team. They had a great year. They won 12 games. Just won a tough game on the road against a good Tampa team who beat us. So we got our hands full.
I've got to imagine you remember being a rookie. Can you take just a little mind shot of what he's doing as a rookie, the way that Jaden's performed?
Extremely impressive. Very, very impressive for anyone that young to do what he's doing. And doesn't look like he is a rookie. It doesn't look like he feels like a rookie. It feels like he understands the moment and is comfortable in it. And so our job on defense is try to make them comfortable. And it's been a challenge for a lot of teams this year, but I'm excited to see what they do.
You've got a teaser, including the Detroit Lions. Looking at this number, 8.5, 9, there was a stretch where Washington was a very popular team at the betting window. It subsided a little bit. I think it's come back now, especially with the way that they performed in their wild card win over the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, 23-20. They get the divisional doink from Zane Gonzalez, a 37-yard field goal to get them into this divisional round. But, for Washington, it's been a great year. I do feel like this defense and the struggles that they've had all year, Matt, it doesn't feel like a great matchup for Washington heading up to Ford Field on a Saturday night. Short week, too, for Washington, right? They played on Sunday night, so just 6 weeks of prep. Detroit, of course, had 2 weeks off after they got the big win over Minnesota. So it does feel like quite the tricky spot, in my opinion, for the Commanders going into Detroit.
Well, the historical angle would tell you that the rookie quarterback on the road in the playoffs and back-to-back games probably not going to go on the road and win again this week. And I think it's a lot to ask of Jaden Daniels and the Commanders to do that, especially with that Washington defense. you can say what you want about the Detroit defense, but in Week 18 with Alex Anzalone, the linebacker, probably the best run stopper back on the field for the Lions, held the Vikings to 14 first downs, held the Vikings to 3 for 16 on third and fourth downs, and 262 total yards. That was not the Detroit defense we had watched in the previous, let's say, 5 or 6 weeks. So the Detroit defense looked much better. I don't think it was a fluke. Now, Sam Darnold, yeah, he missed some throws, didn't play well. You know what's interesting about this game, too, Tim, is a total sky high up there, 55.5. And could this game turn into a shootout? And that's a high total to bet over. And I think Jaden Daniels is more likely to fall into the C.J. Stroud trap from a year ago, where the Texans blew out the Browns in the first round of the playoffs, in the wild card round, then went on the road and got blown out by Baltimore on the road. And I think on the road again this week, Jaden Daniels and the Commanders have their work cut out for them. It's going to be more than they can handle. So
Jared Goff, by the way, indoors. You've heard so much about Jared Goff indoors versus Jared Goff outdoors. Now, worth noting, of course, this Detroit Lions team did go 8-0 straight up on the road this year, including some outdoor games, including that Monday nighter in Santa Clara against the 49ers. Yeah. But how about this from Evan Abrams over at Action Network? 34-13-1 against the spread. Jared Goff with the Lions indoors. The dude has thrived inside, and he's getting to the window quite a bit.
He is. You know what was a little bit troublesome? He threw 2 picks. He was 27 for 33 against Minnesota in that Week 18 game, but he threw 2 picks, and they were pretty bad picks. Let's put it that way. I don't doubt Goff and the Lions in this spot. I think the Commanders just carrying a heavy load here. Back-to-back road games for a rookie quarterback and a defense that's not very good. Tim, I just cannot see the Commanders pulling this one out.
Hey, folks, are you the type of player who wants to get down $10,000 or more on an NFL line at the best price in the market? Or maybe you're looking for instant acceptance on your in-game bets. You need Sport Trade, the app that's revolutionizing sports betting with minus 104 lines instead of the standard minus 110, instant in-game betting, and a dedicated concierge player service. Sport Trade delivers a premium betting experience like no other. The states, Jersey, Colorado.
Most of my family, they never graduated high school, so I'm trying to break that barrier. My daughter, Brooklyn, was also a motivation for me to go back to school. Every day after work, went straight to school, and it paid off.
At age 26, Kareem finished his high school diploma.
I could not have done it alone. I see the future is really bright for me.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
So I'm a cat, and I just moved in with this new human. And she's got this little toy she's always playing with all day long. Tap, 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 bloop, bloop. She can't put it down. There it is. Oh, and get this. She even talks to it. Last week, she asked it for Chinese. And guess what? Egg rolls showed up. Like magic. Humans have cool toys.
A person is the best thing to happen to a shelter pet. Be that person. Adopt. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the ShelterPetProject.org.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopRex.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I'm Paul George of the Indiana Pacers. When I was 6, my days were spent playing basketball. When I was 6, my dream was to make it to the NBA. When I was 6, my mom had a stroke. So I want you to learn to spot a stroke fast. F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. I'm Paul George. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Sporting Casino in Las Vegas, featuring the best pool in history, Stadium Swim. 3 levels, 6 pools, and a 143-foot diagonal screen. It's 365 days of fun in the sun. With all sports, all seasons, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
This is Money Moves.
Notre Dame's defense is the difference maker for me. The turnover margin for Notre Dame all season long is a difference maker for me if this comes down to it. With the under, I think that's where I might end up placing my favorite wager of this game as well, just because not only is Notre Dame's defense so good, Ohio State's defense is actually better when you dive into the numbers and what they've done this year.
Catch Money Moves every weekday at noon Eastern, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Keep it rolling here. It is VSiN Primetime alongside Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. We're live from the Circa Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas, Nevada. Coming up on Monday night, of course, the national championship. Notre Dame right now an 8-point underdog against Ohio State, total of 46. And it's our pleasure to be joined right now, courtesy of our progressive guest line, by college football insider Bruce Feldman. You can also catch him with our friend Chris Felica, the Bruce and the Bear podcast, as well as the Audible, a podcast he does with Stuart Mandel. Follow him on social media at Bruce Feldman CFB. And Bruce, you had a really intriguing article today over at The Athletic, and I'm excited to hear your perspective on it. You texted with a bunch of coaches that went up against Notre Dame and a couple that went up against him in the playoff. So many good quotes. Was there one quote that jumped out to you more than any other that said, you know what, Notre Dame might have a shot to pull off this upset on Monday night?
You know, it was the one at the beginning of the story. I know I talked to a defensive backs coach who had played Notre Dame in the playoff, and he was like, I don't think people realize just how good of a team Notre Dame is. He was like, I didn't until we played them. And then he went into a lot of detail of why there's such a problem. You know, and he looked on the other side of the ball. He thought their DBs are really good and they're really aggressive and their special teams are as good as you get. And because of how they're playing, you know, they're a tricky matchup for teams because, you know, other coaches I've talked to who played them said, you know, you see them in person in warm-ups, you know, they look good, but you're not just like wowed by their individual talent, but you see how they play as a team collectively, and they're playing with so much confidence that you're getting their best. They're probably going to kind of muck the game up a little bit for you. And it's just a really, really tricky team because I think a lot of times we saw this against Penn State where Penn State, it felt like they were about to take the game over and Notre Dame just hangs around and they make they've really owned that middle 8 section, which just becomes such a hackneyed cliche, you know, the last 4 minutes of the first half and the first 4 minutes of the second. But you saw what happened against Georgia. It was really the middle 2. And they just changed the game. And they certainly did that against Penn State. And, you know, the issue, I was out at the Rose Bowl a couple of weeks ago when the rematch happened between Ohio State and Oregon, and Ohio State just blew that game open right out of the gate, much like they did against Tennessee the week before. Will they be able to do that against Notre Dame? I think that's the big question, because if Notre Dame's hanging around, that's when it becomes a problematic situation, I think, for Ohio State.
Hey, Bruce, when you look at the Irish and all the injuries they've had on both sides of the ball, is this team significantly weakened especially on defense? Do you think Irish are still good enough on defense to hold up against this Ohio State offense?
They've played through it incredibly well. Started with Benjamin Morrison, an All-American cornerback, and right up into the playoff where you lose Riley Mills, arguably their best D lineman for the season. The part that's different is you can say, all right, well, they held up pretty well against Penn State, but Penn State, they have two terrific running backs and an elite tight end. Their receivers are average at best. They didn't catch a pass. Now you're going up against a team with the best receiver in the country and three other guys who are really good, who will all be probably the number one receiver if they were at Penn State. So it's just a different calculus for them in this game as opposed to, what they saw. Georgia's receivers, there's no Brock Bowers or Ladd McConkey there anymore. Certainly, in the first game against Indiana, Indiana just felt like they were just out of their element early on. And I think that this is a team they're going to play in Ohio State that just presents just unique challenges.
Bruce Feldman, college football insider, joining us here on VSiN Primetime, courtesy of our progressive guest line. You can catch him with Stuart Mandel, the Audible podcast, wherever you get your podcasts, and talking about his most recent article on The Athletic, talking to coaches that went up against Notre Dame, went up against Ohio State as well. So defensively, the question that we've been pondering, at least from a betting standpoint, is, all right, what does Notre Dame want to do defensively in this game? Because we know that they love to play man-to-man, Bruce. However, you play man-to-man against Ohio State, that could be a long, long evening. Just ask Oregon in the Rose Bowl. So when you talk to coaches about Al Golden's defense and that secondary more specifically, what did they expect them to do on Monday night when it comes to covering these really talented receivers in Ohio State?
Yeah, they're going to have to mix it up a bunch because that is the problem. If you're defensive backs or backs to the play, the running backs, especially those two guys that Ohio State have, can run wild. And, they pierce the line of scrimmage, and it could be, we saw how explosive Travion Henderson is at the end of the first half last week, where he has a 75-yard screen pass and just takes off and houses it. But at the same time, Notre Dame is going to do what Notre Dame has done much of the season and had so much success. How is that going to work out for them? Again, as we said, the receivers are better, much better than anything they've seen this year. And you look and see who was the best receivers they've faced so far. Might be USC, and USC had guys, Mekhi Lemon went off against them, and USC isn't as complete an offense, and their receivers are probably still a notch below what you have with Ohio State. So I don't know. There's a reason why Ohio State is basically a double-digit favorite here. And I think if Ohio State's receivers weren't as good, it'd probably be a lot lower spread, but that's not the case.
Bruce, we're talking about the story you wrote from the Notre Dame angle. I'm just curious. I know you've written about Ohio State this season too, and just your view of what's happened with the Buckeyes since that meltdown against Michigan in the regular season finale. And so many fans wanted Ryan Day fired and everything that's going on around that Ohio State program. Now all of a sudden you blow out Tennessee, you blow out Oregon, you get to the national championship game, and Ryan Day is one win away from being the coach at Ohio State for a long time if he wants to be. How do you view that whole situation with the Buckeyes?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty amazing to see how they've gone from that crushing loss in Columbus. I remember being at the game that day. You just wonder what kind of shape were they going to be in when Tennessee came in. Well, they jumped all over Tennessee, and they've been playing full throttle, ever since. I think they win on Monday night. Ryan Day will be the toast of Columbus. Yeah, he lost, 4 in a row to the hated rival. Jim Harbaugh had lost a bunch of games in a row, certainly to Ohio State. And I don't think anybody, at this point is upset about it, because he led them to a national title, and I think that would make them, look past. I don't want to say forget it, but, at that point, because you're talking about if he leads them to a national title and in dominant fashion, that way. I mean, his record, I think, would be like 70-10 all time. It's just remarkable. So, it's a really interesting situation. But I think the people who matter the most at Ohio State, I think they know they have a really high-level coach who's pushed a lot of the right buttons. I think the question I had always had coming out of that loss, around Thanksgiving was, would this be a situation? Because there's a lot of, it's a tough environment for his family to be in. You have a real vocal fan base, and there's a lot of pressure around his family, and it was a tough situation for everything I've heard. Would Ryan Day still want to have his family around that and deal with it? But if they win a national title, I think that dynamic is going to change dramatically.
Bruce, before we get your prediction on the game, we got about 2 minutes here. You're as piped in as anyone when it comes to college coaches. Couple NFL jobs open. Marcus Freeman and the Bears was a rumor as a possibility of just interest. Dion to the Cowboys is certainly maybe heating up a little bit. Anything you've been hearing from a coaching standpoint that we could see some movement here in the next week or so?
I'd be really surprised if I'd be shocked if Marcus Freeman took the Bears job. I could see Kevin Warren, the Bears president, wanting him, but Freeman's 39 years old. He just redid his deal a month or so ago. He has, I feel like he has that program trending up so much in the right direction. He's put together a really good staff. He may have to readjust it depending on Al Golden could be, go back to the NFL as defensive coordinator, but I think he's in such a sweet spot there. If he ever wants to go back to the NFL, I think that could happen down, years from now. But I just look at it as like, is the Bears really a situation that he would want to leave Notre Dame, especially after all they've invested and he's invested in that program? Dion's it's a different story. I could see Jerry Jones having serious interest in bringing him back. Obviously, he knows the NFL really well, and he's had a lot of success and did a remarkable job at CU. We'll see I don't know how committed CU is, because I know CU really has great appreciation for what he's done. It's just, I feel like it was a closing of a chapter there, being at the Alamo Bowl with so many people close to him, moving on from CU. How tempted is Dion by the NFL if he can make that happen?
Great article up over at The Athletic, courtesy of Bruce Feldman, talking to opposing coaches of Notre Dame. Make sure you check it out. Bruce, always appreciate the insight. Enjoy the game on Monday.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
There he is. Bruce
Okay, what are you wearing right now? Nothing. That's right. So mommy's going to teach you how to dress yourself. Underwear always comes first, name tag at the back, then pants, then shirt. Get the first button in the right hole or you have to start all over. Socks going first, then shoes, right on right, left on left. With shoelaces, just take the ends, cross them over, switch the loops. The rabbit goes down the hole, pull tight, and you're left with bunny ears. Got it? Why are your pants on your head?
Most parenting is hard to do in just 2 minutes. 2 minutes twice a day making sure they brush their teeth is easier, and it could help save them from a lifetime of tooth pain. Visit 2min2x.org to find out more. A message from the Partnership for Healthy Mouths, Healthy Lives, and the Ad Council.
This message is for all of you sitting in the passenger seat. And apologies if it gets a little uncomfortable, but how does it feel to be at the mercy of someone who thinks a random text is more important than your life? Someone who takes their eyes off the road while speeding along in a 3-ton hunk of steel. Freaky, right? Well, why not just ask them to stop? Or better yet, volunteer to text for them. It might be a little awkward, but believe me, you'll live.
Learn more at stoptextstoprex.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
How's it going? I'm having a stroke. Are you going to shake my hand? I'm having a stroke. Wow, you're not even moving your arm. I'm having a stroke.
When someone is having a stroke, they may not be able to say it with words, but their body language will tell you loud and clear. Look for FAST. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911 immediately. Know the sudden signs. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
You spoke, we listened. Introducing the all-new VEASAN Watch app. Now, you can watch and listen to VEASAN expert analysis live wherever you are. Missed a show? No problem. Catch replays of VEASAN's full lineup at any time. View highlights sorted by sport. Or use the search feature to find specific teams and topics you're looking for. And the best part? It's free for a limited time. Download the VEASAN Watch app today. Available now on the App Store and Google Play. And join us on the Sports Betting Network.
Drop points with John Hansen.
Puka Nacua. Look, all the Ram guys have tougher matchups, but Puka against Darius Slay is still the best. Not an easy matchup against Darius Slay out of Brunswick High School here in Georgia. He is still good, but he's going to have his hands full with Puka. So I do look at that as one of the more appealing matchups.
Drop points with John Hansen. Weekdays at 2 p.m. Eastern on VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network.
Got a big one in the NBA tonight as the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Oklahoma City Thunder just underway in OKC, a battle of the two top teams in the NBA, 34-5 versus 33-6. These two teams played last week and had a hell of a contest as the Cavaliers snapped OKC's winning streak, and that one just underway in the first quarter. Cleveland with a 9-7 lead right now. That game closed with a total of 232 and a spread of 2.5. That's Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. I mentioned going to break, Matt. I was annoyed because Temple, a classic home dog spot against the best team in their conference by miles, ranked Memphis. Very good start for the Temple Owls. They were bet down from 9 down to 7, and they currently lead by 7. And I did not get to the window on Temple. I was texting with a buddy back east and talked to him about this game. I was saying, is there 8.5 still out there? He's like, no, I think it's 8. I'm like, nah, let's wait and see how it goes. Now Temple's up 8, and now the favorite in the in-game betting market.
That's the way it goes as a bettor, as a handicapper. Sometimes you see the board really well. You know which spots to jump on. Last night, there were some underdog spots in college hoops that typically I play.
Yep.
And I passed on them last night. And, of course, those spots won, and the games I played did not. And that's the way it goes sometimes. And tonight, you and I both passed on Temple, and right now we're both annoyed that we passed on Temple.
There's almost, there's losing bets, and then there's not making a bet that wins, and that one's almost even worse.
Yeah, I know, because typically if you like something, you just play it. I always say,
that's what I do.
I don't care if you bet $50 on it. At least bet something, right? Then you go out, buy pizza and beer, and you got something. The thing you really hate is when you don't bet anything on the game, and then it comes in with flying colors like this Temple game is coming in. Who knows? Maybe Memphis will show up in the second half tonight like Purdue did last night at Washington.
Yeah, we saw a couple of the ranked teams, Purdue, Tennessee as well on the road at Georgia, both having monster second half. So we'll see if Memphis wakes up in the second half, but it's been a dominant first half from the Temple Owls. They lead right now 34-26, under a minute and a half to go. Only 3 ranked teams in action tonight in college basketball. Michigan on the road at Minnesota. They're up 40-31 at the half, Matt. And Minnesota's a team that you mentioned. You love playing home dogs, and I know they had a feisty moment against Ohio State, losing in overtime. The Gophers did last week. But this is a team that you more than likely are going to avoid in the home dog role. And so far, your mindset, at least on this particular game, seems accurate as a 10.5-point road favorite. Michigan leads by 9 over the Gophers.
Yeah, and actually, in fact, I laid a little bit of 9.5 with Michigan. I didn't put it on the VSiN Pro, didn't mention it. It's one of those small bets you make because I felt like Michigan.
You really are high on this Michigan team.
I like this Michigan team quite a bit. And I don't like this Minnesota team, the worst in the Big Ten. And even though it looks like a big number to cover, I thought Michigan should win this by, hey, Purdue went up to Minneapolis 2 weeks ago, but beat these Gophers by 20.
Yeah.
That's why I thought Michigan should probably handle this number tonight, but that's not the type of play I like to give out. And I didn't bet. I bet like a quarter unit on it. It's not much of a bet, but I thought that's a game that Michigan should maul Minnesota tonight.
We'll dive into a little more college basketball in the next hour of the program. We'll continue to get you ready for the divisional round of the playoffs. Halftime in Philadelphia, and Memphis gets a bucket right before the break, so it will be a 6-point lead for the Temple Owls. We'll give you the halftime line here in just a matter of moments. We'll see if this is a spot to get on Memphis, or if you missed it, maybe you think Temple will close this thing out. But we heard from Bruce Feldman. By the way, I texted Bruce because we didn't have time. We had the hard break there getting his prediction. He felt like somewhere in the ballpark of Ohio State 30, Notre Dame 17.
Ooh, okay.
So that would be an Ohio State cover, as well as slightly over the total if it was 30-17, as it right now sits at 46.
So, yeah, that was a good spot with Bruce Feldman, and it's a really good story if you get a chance to check it out at The Athletic. Tim, you pulled that and booked Bruce on the show tonight. It's a great job. You want to mention a couple of the quotes that jumped out to you in the story because you mentioned it with Bruce. What quotes jumped out to him the most? There's some really good quotes in there about Notre Dame.
Yeah, I think the one that jumped out to me, and we talked about it a little bit on the podcast today, which is what Notre Dame can do defensively against Ohio State. I think that's the big question. And this is a quote from a defensive back coach who faced Notre Dame in the playoff. And he said, quote, Notre Dame can cover across the board. Their DBs are friggin' fast. They're good. It's impressive. I know as a defensive guy, Al Golden, is going to double team Jeremiah Smith. I'd imagine. I think they will. But if they're just going to try play man against that guy, they're going to get killed. We didn't play a ton of man against Ohio State. They need you to play man or to beat you with play action. If you're going to get one-on-one, it's also going to go down the sideline on a fade ball. That's it. We're not going to leave you one-on-one in the deep part of the field anywhere inside like Oregon did in the Rose Bowl, where Jeremiah Smith had a long touchdown reception. So I think that's the curiosity. What is Notre Dame going to do defensively against this Ohio State team? We talked about it today with Wes, and when you look at teams like Michigan and a team like Texas, they played more zone, and Notre Dame, a team that prides themselves on playing man-to-man defense, and they've had a lot of success doing so. But you and I were in Los Angeles, and they played man-to-man against a pretty potent passing offense, and Christian Gray really struggled there out wide. And if that's the case, could someone like Emeka Egbuka or Carnell Tate have a big game for the Buckeyes against that secondary of the Irish?
That's my biggest concern when I look at this, and I'm on Notre Dame plus 8.5. I've got Notre Dame to win the college football playoff at 10-1, 12-1 odds, and I believe it's going to be a tight game into the fourth quarter. If it's not, it's going to be because Notre Dame plays too much man coverage in the secondary, and Ohio State exploits those mismatches. And I think it's going to be hard for Al Golden, a guy who likes to play man coverage, to go away from the defensive identity and the schemes you've used the entire season. But I think you have to a little bit. I think he's got to deviate a little bit because I don't think you can play man against Ohio State with all these playmakers. They create too many matchup problems, Tim. And
Look, Oregon went man-to-man on him, and Jeremiah Smith
got toasted.
Torched them.
That was embarrassing.
And
now Notre Dame's got a better defense fundamentally and more talent on defense than Oregon's got. And I think Irish coaches are smart enough to not to play it the same way Oregon played it.
A couple other quotes regarding Jeremiah Love. And Jeremiah Love, I was surprised. Now, he ultimately got under the rushing total that was at the Open.
He finished with 46 yards.
But it crashed down because the belief was, and I was of the assumption too, and a couple of the head-to-head props that I had did not get home against Travion Henderson and Quinshon Judkins. That performance that he had against Penn State, And that was as gutsy of a performance you'll see. And now you've got a little extra time
One of the
to
best
get healthy.
2-yard touchdown runs you're going to see.
So one DC who played against Notre Dame in the past month said to Bruce, quote, regarding Jeremiah Love, he'll probably be a little more healthy this week. He may be the best running back in the country. He is really special. I'm telling you, he runs hard. He's super fast. He's the real deal. I'd be curious to see what Notre Dame does with their running backs. And I mentioned we'll do a little more prop talk a little bit later on in the program, but you look at Jeremiah Love, over under on his rush attempts is 11.5. I think rushing yards is like 40 and a half, somewhere in that ballpark. Jadarian Price, who's stepped up, you and I, once again, going back to the USC game. Yeah. Love gets hurt. He plays fantastic.
He did. Yeah.
He was bad against Penn State. He was hesitant in the hole. And I'd be curious with the emergence of Aeneas Williams. He was the third down back that caught that big wheel route in the first drive of the second half, Matt. Do you see more Aeneas Williams, less Jadarian Price? Do you look at under Jadarian Price, 25.5 rushing yards against Ohio State?
I thought about that because I don't think the Irish are going to roll up a big number on the ground against this Ohio State defense.
And if you're going to run, it's going to be Jeremiah Love.
I think it's going to be Love and Riley Leonard, who are going to be the primary runners against this Buckeyes defense, or have the most success against the Ohio State defense. So I have not played any props yet. I did mention one today on the College Football Betting Podcast. Talk about it a little bit later. But Tim, we also have to talk next hour.
Yes, sir.
About the Dallas Cowboys' next coach, because Bruce Feldman made a remark there about Deion Sanders and the Cowboys. I think we need to follow up on in hour number 2.
We will do that top of the hour. There's some offshore shops that have got odds on where Deion will go, and we'll dive into that on the other side, including a report from a very well-piped-in reporter down in the Dallas area, Ed Werder.
I think that's speculation as much as anything.
More speculatory, but we will get into that, all of that coming up top of the hour. But hey, folks, we're getting ready for Big Game 59 with a big deal to match. Save $59 of a VSiN Pro annual subscription when you sign up using the promo code PRIME. Speaking of Prime, become a VSiN Pro annual subscriber. Bet smarter all year long with access to our daily best bets, exclusive betting splits from DraftKings and Circa, 24/7 video access to tune in anywhere on the VSiN Watch app. VSiN.com/subscribe. Make sure to use that promo code PRIME. Save $59 off a VSiN Pro annual subscription today. VSIN.com/subscribe.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio. NBA tonight, the Cavaliers and Thunder square off a rematch of last week's battle that was called an instant classic. They're the top 2 teams in the NBA. The Sabres beat the Hurricanes 4-2 last night. Buffalo took a 3-0 lead into the third period. Ryan McLeod had a hat trick. UP Luukkonen made 35 stops. The Sabres have wins in 3 of 4. Jason Zucker had a pair of assists. Buffalo back home on Friday night against the Penguins. Men's college hoops yesterday, number 12, Michigan State beat Penn State 90-85. The Spartans improved to 6-0 in the Big Ten. The Nittany Lions 2-5 in the conference. The Florida State Seminoles beat the Pitt Panthers 82-70. The Panthers dropped to 3-3 in the ACC. Cincinnati picked up their first Big 12 win of the year. They're 1-4 in the conference after a 68-62 win at Colorado. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
I juggle a lot. I'm managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Hey, let me ask you something. Would you seat your 3-year-old child on a windowsill? Would you seat them beside a lit fireplace or by the deep end of a pool? One last question. Would you seat your child in a car seat that's not correct for them? Car crashes are a leading killer of children ages 1 to 13. Secure their future. Seat them in the correct car seat. For more information, visit safercar.gov/the right seat. A message from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
Stations that are always ahead of the game. Western Reserve Radio, Western Reserve Radio 2, and City View Sportscast. Youngstown, Ohio.
Done against the Vikings, but what the Rams did in that game, does that translate to next week catching 6 on the road against Philly?
I hope it does. I bet the Rams +6. You don't want to overreact to a team winning first playoff game, but I think they're going to be dangerous going on the road here against an Eagles offense that to me was stagnant. I don't see any reason Rams can't hang in this game and have a shot to win it.
Catch VEASAN Primetime weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VEASAN Prime Time. Live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas on VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network.
Hour 2 of VEASAN Prime Time, live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas, Nevada. That's Matt Humans. I'm Tim Murray. We've got ourselves a loaded weekend of NFL action. Matt, let me ask you this. Where does this weekend rank for you? Is it top 5, top 3, number 1, divisional round weekend?
Where does it rank in the year?
Yeah.
It's not even top 5.
Not even top 5. Really?
There's so many great.
You just like the plethora of games. You're a volume better.
There's so many great weeks throughout the year that it's kind of hard to rank them. First of all, March Madness is going to be.
Well, the first weekend of the tournament to me is always going to be
that's the best weekend of the year.
Yeah.
From there, where do you go? Kind of hard to rank them, but I will say that a lot of times what you have in this round of the playoffs, might get one great game. You might get 3 blowouts in one great game.
Wild Card Weekend was very underwhelming, right? The best game we got was the Sunday Nighter.
That's why I don't like to get too excited in advance of weekends like this because, you never know if it's going to live up to the hype. And before the college football playoff, there was so much excitement. This is going to be great. And then the first round, you had all the blowouts and so many people disappointed. What do you expect? You had solid favorites on 4 of the strongest home fields in college football in Notre Dame, Penn State, Texas, Ohio State. Are you shocked that you had 4 blowouts? So last week in the NFL wildcard round, there were 6 games, right? There were an average total of 39.2 points scored in those 6 games. That's not high, Tim. That's a low total, 39.2 points. Average margin of victory, 15.2 points, with 5 of the 6 games decided by 12 points or more. You might see a few blowouts. I think these games look like they're going to be pretty good right now on paper. Is it going to surprise you if 3 of the 4 are blowouts? No, it's not.
We got 2. I mean, the Saturday spreads are all north of a touchdown.
Right.
You mentioned the stat. What is it? 18 straight wins for teams that are favored by 7 or more in this round. So
good memory.
Yeah, that is. I still like this weekend. I was talking about this. I don't know what we can do with the College Football National Championship. You and I being college football guys, and so many of our viewers and listeners. Look, we're fired up for Monday. By the way, just a reminder, special Monday broadcast. You and I on the air. You could watch me.
I can't wait.
You could just see me. Yeah, I could just. I can envision it now of Matt just kind of needling me throughout the
Get
throughout
your
the game.
popcorn ready for Monday night. The Tim Murray meltdown will be on full display here on VSiN.
What if they win? What if they win? I might be weeping on the air, Matt. First national title since I was 15 months old.
I'll tell you what, even if the Irish have the lead, you're going to be sweating it out throughout the game. Here they go. They're blowing the lead. It's going to be fun to watch, folks. You got to tune in Monday night. You've never seen Tim Murray during a Notre Dame game. He's a basket case.
You're playing it up too much. Now I'm going to be in my head. I'm going to be stoic. Oh,
that's
tough play there.
That's impossible.
That's a tough play. Yeah, they'll bounce back from that. I'll stay optimistic there. But yes, I do wish the game wasn't on Monday night. I liked the Thursday-Friday setup with the semifinals leading into Wild Card Weekend. But regardless, Monday night, it'll be Notre Dame, Ohio State. We'll get to that a little bit more, certainly, as the show goes on. Quick update, early whooping for Oklahoma City as the Thunder up big right now at home over the Cleveland Cavaliers. That game 32-14 at the end of the first quarter.
It's over. It's over. It's done. You never see comebacks in the NBA. You never see teams blow big leads.
Do you take Cleveland in game now?
That one's history. I think you could, but you know what? I don't want to recommend that because I've not been watching it.
Yeah. We have it on in studio, but it has not been the game. We're more begrudgingly staring at Phil Martelli on the mic there, former St. Joe's legend, and was most recently on Juwan Howard's staff in Michigan. He's doing some analysis.
Doesn't he? Martelli looks young. He's clean shaven. Looks like he's, since he's not coaching, he's about 10 years younger. Memphis Temple, we're watching Michigan, Minnesota. And like you said, for some reason, we got hockey on 3 screens up here. Can we get that changed, please?
By the way, your in-game number, if you do look to back the Cleveland Cavaliers trailing by 18 after the second quarter, it is 11.5. So we had mentioned it. We talked to Bruce Feldman last hour about it, the possibility of Deion Sanders going to the Dallas Cowboys. So there is some offshore shops that allow you to bet on these types of things. Here in the state of Nevada, you cannot bet on player transactions or coaching moves. But Ed Warder tweeted this out, and he said, regarding Deion Sanders, I'm being told that he would almost certainly accept if Jerry Jones offers to make him the next Cowboys head coach, that those around him are encouraging him to pursue it, and that Jones is enamored
of course he is.
By the idea. There is an offshore shop, I believe, that had it at even money for Deion Sanders to be the next head coach. I'm still not buying it, but it would make a lot of sense. It would make a lot of sense.
We put up the graphic with the odds. Do we have the graphic? So Deion is even money at this offshore book. Oh, boy. Kellen Moore, the Eagles offensive coordinator, former Cowboys offensive coordinator, the second choice at plus 250. Cliff Kingsbury, Commanders OC, plus 350. Former Texas Tech coach. He's got ties to the state.
Sure.
Joe Brady, former LSU offensive coordinator, obviously in the NFL now. Ben Johnson with the Lions, plus 550. And Bill Belichick at plus 650. A year ago, I thought it was going to be Belichick. Mm-hmm. For some reason, Jerry Jones never reached out to Belichick. Second half of the season said, hey, would you be interested in this job? I'd like to have you. There was a report by Jordan Schultz, who's in the really connected media guy this week, says that Jones, Cowboys, never reached out to Belichick. He was never contacted. And that's why he took the North Carolina job. He said, there's nothing there for me in the NFL. I have no idea. Jerry Jones' brain is turning to mush. It's been happening slowly. You've seen it in recent years. He's obviously lost his edge. And when you listen to him talk, he's having a hard time stringing cognitive thoughts together. It's the circus. That's how the Cowboys are run. And I think Deion Sanders makes a lot of sense because Jerry Jones loves the media hype. He loves stars. There's no bigger star that you could bring in as a coach than Deion Sanders. The media interest in the Cowboys would be off the hook. Is it going to work? Hell no, probably not. It's not going to work. But Jerry Jones falls in love with the idea of the hype. And Deion Sanders is the ultimate hype man as a college football coach. I don't think Deion's approach to the game, the way he would try to motivate NFL players are going to work, right? It can work with some college kids who want to play hard and prove they can get to the NFL. It's not going to work with guys who are already there. We talked about this a little bit, Tim, last year. What a spectacular disaster it would have been if Danny Hurley took the Lakers job. Can you imagine Danny Hurley stomping up and down the sideline, yelling at officials, trying to motivate NBA players the way he does it at UConn?
Well, you saw
would not have happened, would not have worked.
You saw it with John Calipari in his run with the Nets, right? It was a disaster. Jane Slater has chimed in too. She's an insider down in the Dallas area as well. She said one thing to watch following Jerry Jones and his initial discussions with Deion Sanders. Two people with knowledge of the situation tell me Sanders approached Colorado AD Rick George Tuesday about additional money for NIL and his staff. He was met with resistance. The University of Colorado would neither confirm or deny the information when I reached out. Deion Sanders didn't respond when reached multiple times for comment. There's no doubt he would take the job.
He would take the job. He would jump. If Jerry offers a job, Deion's going to take it. Coach Prime be moving to the Cowboys. I mean, these guys can't resist the media hype that would follow Deion's hiring by the Cowboys. So I think it's fair that this book has made Deion even money favorite. I think it's more likely that Kellen Moore ends up as the coach. I think there are going to be people around Jerry Jones who try to talk him out of the Deion hire. Say, hey, this is probably not the best thing.
It's like his son, Steven, talked him out of Johnny Manziel, and all they did was go out and draft Zach Martin, and he became a future Hall of Famer.
Exactly. I think there are going to be people trying to talk Jerry out of the Deion hire, even though Jerry's probably fixated on Deion. Kellen Moore be a sensible option, even though I don't really like what Kellen Moore has done with the Philadelphia Eagles offense. Cliff Kingsbury, I think, would be a really good choice for the Bears. The Bears are messing around right now with the Mike McCarthy idea. Go after Kingsbury. I think he would be your best option to try to turn around Caleb Williams, the quarterback. Joe Brady, probably not a good fit for the Cowboys. Ben Johnson doesn't want to deal with the management circus you're going to have to deal with the Cowboys. Ben Johnson's going to take a different job. Belichick's the guy the Cowboys, Jerry Jones, should have been talking to in back channels behind the scenes for the past year, and he didn't do it. So now I think it's going to be Sanders, most likely Kellen Moore, second choice, Cliff Kingsbury, third choice. I got to give props to the odds makers here at this book. I think they did a good job. I think they set up a pretty good board. We call it kind of a fictional odds board. It's more for a talking point than anything else. What do you think? What do you think?
I think.
By the way, Jane Slater of she with ESPN or NFL Network.
Yeah,
she's a very good reporter. She's the one I'd pay the most attention to. She's very plugged in with the Cowboys, and it's got a lot of credibility.
Can I take the minus 120 on Deion Sanders on the opposite side? I think that would be the way I would look at this.
There's no yes, no. Sorry.
I would bet.
Who would you bet?
I would bet Kellen Moore.
Okay.
I would bet. I think at the end of the day, someone's going to get in Jera's ear and say, "Don't do it. Let's get a guy. Let's be smart here, and let's make this happen."
I don't disagree.
From an entertainment standpoint, I hope it happens. Oh, make it happen, baby. That would be incredible if that would happen. Speaking of incredible, we got an incredible deal courtesy of Derek Stevens as he's offering 15% off his 3 incredible properties. Circa Las Vegas, that's 3 times incredible. In,
this is an incredible promo, Tim.
4 or 5. The D and the Golden Gate, whether you're lounging by Circa's stunning rooftop pool or enjoying all the excitement Vegas has to offer, you'll save big with promo code VSIN15. Book your 2025 stay now. CircaLasVegas.com. Use that promo code VSIN15 to get 15% off. Your Vegas adventure starts here.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free information kit. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090. 800-714-9090.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA.
Lena's Pierogi House is your home for the area's best variety of pierogies. Daily specials include the Polish platter, the Hungarian platter, stuffed cabbage, and halushki. Having a last-minute get-together? Lena's has you covered with a wide variety of frozen take-home pierogies and dumplings. Go to Facebook at Lena's Pierogi House to see the weekly lineup of available flavors for dine-in or carry-out. Catch the best at Lena's Monday from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. and Tuesday through Friday from 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. 20 North Main Street in Hubbard or call 234-254-8532.
During the fall and winter, grilling season never ends, and Gessler Propane is your local supplier that makes sure you get your hard-earned money's worth. Why go to gas exchanges to pay higher prices for tanks not filled to capacity? Gessler Propane makes sure you're prepared for year-round grilling with 100% filled tanks at a reasonable cost. See Bob Monday through Friday, 10 to 4, and Saturday, 9 to 3 at Gessler Propane, 702 Youngstown Poland Road, Struthers, or call 330-755-9119. Gessler Propane. They got gas.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
What did the Steelers do? What do you think the changes? What do you think you should do?
I think the Steelers probably need to bring in a new GM to work with Tomlin, somebody who's better with personnel, better with the draft. They're going to have to bring in a couple free agents, rebuild the defense, and find a quarterback option that's better than Wilson because he's not it, and better than Fields because he's a backup.
Catch VSiN Primetime weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Been all Oklahoma City tonight and a showdown of the two top teams in the NBA. 50-27 right now. The Oklahoma City Thunder trying to get revenge from their loss a week ago that snapped their 15-game winning streak. Right now, in-game line on Oklahoma City and Cleveland sits at OKC minus 14.5. Two ranked teams in college basketball on the hardwood right now, Matt. Michigan up 51-41, 12:40 and change to go at the Barn in Minnesota, and Temple now a 6.5-point favorite over Memphis. Mm-hmm. They lead 48-37. Man,
Temple's going to win this game straight up. Yep. 9-point dog overnight, closed a 7-point dog, and it's pretty much been Owls wire to wire.
Yeah, and it's funny because you looked at the halftime line. It was 36-30. Memphis scored a late bucket, and at that point, DraftKings actually had Memphis still as a very slight favorite at around minus $1.25. I think it was minus 105 if you wanted to bet Temple, and Temple came out and continued to put it on Memphis. So we'll see if the Tigers here have a little bit of a run on the road if you are looking to get into this game. But Memphis plus 6.5 in-game, trailing by 11 against the Temple Owls there in some AAC action. This would be the first conference loss for Memphis, 13-3 on the year, 3-0 in conference play. All right, still to come tonight, we'll get to... actually, let's do it right now, Matt. You and I both are on a play. We talked about it last night. We did pull the trigger on this one, and for a moment, it looked like, oh, no, here we go. And I did text you because I text you only with positivity regarding our bets. You and I both took the Purple Cats in Northwestern overnight. I took 1.5, so I didn't get the best of the number. And this thing got out to 4 when there was a belief that Brooks Barnhizer, the best player for Northwestern, according to a Twitter account, would be out tonight. Well, that does not seem to be the case. And I do think Northwestern will be a pesky dog, especially with Barnhizer playing.
Yeah, because you've got Northwestern's got a really solid starting five, especially the top four scorers, really good players, including Barnheiser. But if you take him out, you're talking about a team that's a little bit depth shy against a Maryland team that's talented. You know the Maryland Terps pretty well, Tim. That's a talented team. But the Terps did go on the road, and they lost at Washington. That's the same Washington team that we saw get destroyed by Purdue in the second half last night in Seattle. That was kind of a bad loss for the Terps. On the road, Maryland has not been that good in the Big Ten.
Yep.
And I would think tonight a desperate Purple Cats team has a great shot to get a win, especially if Brooks Barnheiser is going to be on the floor, and it looks like he will be now. So if Northwestern is at full strength, I still like the home dog in that one. Like you said, a lot of fluctuation in the betting market with that game today. With I also took a bad number. Took Northwestern plus 1.5 overnight. Could have had plus 4 today. And it looks like it's going to close 2 or 2.5. But that game tips off in Evanston in, let's see, about 45 minutes, right?
Yep. And as you mentioned, Northwestern has lost 3 in a row. Their lone conference win was an impressive one against Illinois in overtime back on December 6th prior to Christmas. They got beat up pretty good by Michigan State in what looked to be a decent spot, fresh a full week off after the loss on the road at Purdue. So no doubt a very desperate spot for Chris Collins' squad. And Maryland had a nice home stretch there. They didn't cover against Minnesota on Monday night, but they had a nice win over UCLA last Friday night. And this is a pretty good team there in College Park. Derek Queen, the freshman, has been as good as advertised. Julian Reese has played pretty well here in his senior season with the Terps. So, look, they got some good players there. I'm actually a Kevin Willard fan, the former Seton Hall coach, but I do think this is a tricky spot, and both you and I took the Purple Cats. Let's go late night and get to another best bet for you. I know you're not thrilled about where you stand on this one, but let's go to Hawaii CSU Northridge, Cal State Northridge, the last game on the board, midnight Eastern. Right now, the Rainbow Warriors laying 2.5 against Northridge.
I made this number 4. Actually, if you look at the resumes of both of these teams, and especially Hawaii just went on the road and got a couple of good wins in the Big West. And typically, Hawaii doesn't get a lot of good wins on the mainland. But the Warriors went on the road last week. Went back-to-back wins, actually 3 in a row, beat Cal Poly at home. Then on the road, beat Riverside by 7, beat Fullerton by 9. And then you break down this Northridge team. There's not too much in terms of too many standout qualities for a Northridge team that's 11-6 overall and 3-3 in the Big West so far. Northridge dropped the last 2 games to Bakersfield and Irvine. And they got lit up by Bakersfield for 94 points. And I thought that was a red flag, talking about the Matadors in that one. So tonight, a Cal State Northridge team with a couple of pretty good guards, Marcus Adams, Scotty Washington, also Keontae Jones. You got 3 double-digit scores. But I think Hawaii's better, actually, on the defensive end of the floor, and obviously in a better scheduling spot tonight and playing better basketball. Actually, Hawaii's impressed me the way it's played the last 3 games. So I made the number 4. I laid 2.5 with Hawaii tonight.
As always, our best bets, folks, brought to you by G-Bank, the official bank of VSiN. If you're serious about sports betting, you need the G-Bank Visa Signature Card. Most credit cards treat sportsbook and gaming transactions as cash advances, even when you put your own money on the card. G-Bank treats gaming transactions as purchases, so you're typically saving up to 3 to 5% on cash advances right there. Right now, for a limited time, you'll receive a $250 bonus after you spend $1,000 in your first 90 days. Apply now, vsin.com/GBank. That's VSIN.com/GBank. Subject to credit approval. Terms and conditions do apply. I'll add one more, and this will be an assist to Chris Massero, who finished 3rd in the Circa Friday Football Invitational. I'm going to take Oregon State. You can get 9.5 at Juiced at FanDuel. 9s are readily available out there.
Yeah, I took 9. Actually, within the past 15 minutes, I just bet that on the app at +9 with the Beavers. And by the way, Chris Massero, he has been hot on college hoops this week.
Let's hope it continues. Let's hope it continues. But I do like this spot. You know, you look at these at the board, and Matt and I mentioned to our dismay that the spot that we liked in Temple seems to be coming home as a rocking chair winner there.
Hopefully Oregon State does the same tonight.
That would be nice. In that CBS Sports Network 11 p.m. Eastern time slot. I got a winner last night in that one with UNLV. Thought they were going to blow it for me as they squandered the lead and the cover for a little while. But ultimately, the Rebels got the outright win over Utah State. But Oregon State, Wayne Tinkle's squad has fared well at home so far this year. Granted, they haven't played anyone of the likes of Gonzaga, but they're 9-1 ATS, 10-0 straight up at home this year, Matt. And, I thought Chris made a really good point. You got Gonzaga coming into your home. First time, I imagine, in a while, right? New West Coast Conference rivals. I think this is a good spot for a team that plays very slow in Oregon State. Averages just around 65 possessions per game, one of the slowest teams in the country. Slow it down, make it ugly, and a good three-point shooting team. Top 35 in the country in three-point shooting are the Beavers. I'm going to take the points here with Oregon State catching 9.5. 9, I'll say, will be the consensus number, so that'll be official play for me. But let's ride with the Beavers late night against the Zags. It's funny, Matt. Early on in the season, maybe I got caught up in it a bit after I watched Gonzaga go to, what was that? That was the Spokane Arena. I don't think it was it at the Kennel when they played Baylor? I can't remember if it was a home game or a neutral site. Regardless, they absolutely destroyed Baylor. Yeah. And I took a Gonzaga future to win the national title. Doesn't look as hot anymore. They've struggled here a little bit. Have won 5 in a row, all in conference play. But you look at, they lost to UCLA, a couple non-conference losses, including one down in the Bahamas to West Virginia. Right. This is not a bulletproof Gonzaga team, and I think you could see a challenge coming tonight against Oregon State.
Yeah, a couple points to make there. One is when the Zags blew out Baylor, what was that, about a 38-point win?
101-63, whatever that is. Okay. Yeah, 38.
One thing I said after that game was, don't get carried. I like the Zags team a lot, but don't get carried away with the Zags blowing out Baylor. To me, that game was more about
Baylor. I missed
Baylor.
That memo.
Well, Baylor was more about Baylor being bad in that game. Baylor played no defense. The Bears were asleep on the defensive end of the floor. I thought that was mostly about Baylor being bad. And Zags were not as good as they looked that night. That said, Tim, I also bet Gonzaga to win the NCAA championship, but I bet it over the summer, say a couple months before the season started, 27-1. So I'm with you on the Zags there. And don't give up on Gonzaga yet. Don't forget, last year, I would say the final 2 months of the season, UConn, Purdue, and Gonzaga were the three hottest teams in college basketball. Mark Few has a way of getting his team to peak and play its best basketball a lot of times in late January, February, into March. So we're not in late January yet, so we can still catch the Zags tonight. I don't think they're playing great ball right now, and this Oregon State team's got 13 wins. Played really well in that Diamond Head Classic in Hawaii right around Christmas. So I do kind of like the Beavers in the points tonight, too.
Late night sweats. We got Hawaii minus 2.5 for Matt, and we're both on the Beavers plus the 9 against the Zags at home.
Experience the time of your life at Circa Resort and Casino in Las Vegas. Live it up with the world's largest sports book, Circa Sports. Get loose and get loud with all sports, all seasons at Stadium Swim. Take in the $1 million views at our rooftop lounge, Legacy Club. Go big.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hey everyone, let's all stop what we're doing and take a moment. You see, every moment can be kind of special. They can be loud moments, goofy moments, dorky moments. It doesn't matter. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is serious, and I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to when you checked on me? I don't want to leave, but remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart and don't let it quit on you. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get yours to a healthy range today. For help keeping yours at a healthy range, text PRESSURE to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. Take one.
Behold the angry giant.
Try it again, Alberto.
Behold the angry giant.
Perfect. Good luck tonight.
Behold the angry giant.
Yay! Read me another one, Dad.
This is WWE superstar Alberto Del Rio. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
It may be hard to believe, but people just like you are already saving money. FeedThePig.org makes it easy. Their simple savings plan teaches you how to start saving without going overboard, so you don't need to sell all your belongings and live in a commune.
These dungarees belong to all of us now, Tom.
You don't need to get a second job as a stuntman.
We need a new stuntman!
You just need FeedThePig.org. Don't get left behind. Get tips and tools at FeedThePig.org. Brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
/subscribe. A numbers game with Gil Alexander.
My 2 divisional round plays in the National Football League. I am on the Rams, +6 against the Eagles, and I'm on the Ravens. Didn't get the best of it, but given a point against the Bills, I'm in the tank for the Ravens. I have been all year. Rams and Ravens are my 2 plays. I am staying away from the sides, both the Texans and the Chiefs, and also the Commanders and the Detroit Lions.
A numbers game with Gil Alexander. Weekdays at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 a.m. Pacific on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
If you caught that, Matt Humans looks over at me and he goes, well, if Memphis comes back to win, it'll make you feel a little bit better. Temple right now leading 60-52 over 18th ranked Memphis. That may be not the biggest shock happening right now, as up in Minnesota, the Golden Gophers went on a 10-0 run to tie Michigan at 51 apiece. Michigan has responded a little bit as they hit the under 8 media timeout. 57-53, Michigan with a 4-point lead over, is it even debatable? The worst team in the Big Ten, Minnesota?
Well, right now it's the worst team in the Big Ten, but I think maybe the Minnesota players have heard us, or heard so many people saying that so much that they're ticked off and they're playing with some fire. Actually, the last couple home games, Gophers have not looked that bad. They took Ohio State to the wire, and obviously tonight, given Michigan all it can handle right now, looked like the Wolverines are going to pull away up 10, and boom, next thing you know, the game's tied.
Big one going on in the NBA tonight as the Oklahoma City Thunder trying to avenge their loss from a week ago against the Cleveland Cavaliers, and they are doing so in the first half as they lead 64-43 over the Cleveland Cavaliers. That game, I guess, a little over a week ago, the Cavaliers won and snapped the Thunder's winning streak 129-122 in Cleveland. And here tonight, Oklahoma City went off as around a 2.5-point favorite, and they lead by 19. Once again, the games we're keeping an eye on: Temple, Memphis. Memphis down 6 right now as one of just 3 ranked teams in action tonight. Also in action, Michigan taking on Minnesota. 57-53 is the score there. Taking a look at the live line right now, just quickly where we stand heading into the latter half of those games. Right now, Temple down to a 2.5-point in-game favorite, minus $1.80 on the money line. Michigan still a hefty favorite, minus 5.5. Money line, minus 560 for the Michigan Wolverines.
That's actually right where it started. Michigan was minus 550 when the game tipped off.
We will keep our eyes on this on these games, but we have a monster showdown Sunday evening. The Buffalo Bills taking on Lamar Jackson and the Baltimore Ravens. Right now, number kind of bouncing around down to pick 'em at some shops, as high as 1.5 in favor of the Baltimore Ravens. Matt, I have put the Buffalo Bills in a teaser, teased them up to 7.5, paired them with the Kansas City Chiefs. Here at Circa, it's a pick 'em. DraftKings has it at 1.5. Josh Allen, he met with the media earlier today and talked about facing the Ravens for a second time this year. Remember, Buffalo got their clocks cleaned by the Ravens in late September, 35-10. Josh Allen on those Baltimore Ravens.
They got a really good team too. That they're playing this week for a reason. Their defense, the last really 8 to 10 weeks, has been superb. Their offense is fantastic as well. They got a lot of studs over there, led by Lamar, obviously, and it's a tough team to play regardless. In the history of football, I've never really played against another quarterback. I've played against their defense, and just taking it one day at a time, trying to have a good week of practice, and then controlling what I can control. And it's attitude and effort, and it's how we come out here and just try to put our best foot forward and try to execute on Sunday.
These two quarterbacks will finish 1-2 in the MVP voting when that officially comes out in February. Seems like Lamar Jackson right now, based off of the AP All-Pro voting, will win his third MVP. But worth noting this, Matt, temperature in Buffalo on Sunday night, 12 degrees with a wind chill of -3. Mike Florio has an article up over at Pro Football Talk as Lamar Jackson was asked about throwing with gloves because this will be the coldest game of his career. He said, "No, I tried that in practice. I was horrible. I'll leave that up to Teddy Two Gloves, Teddy Bridgewater. Hopefully we'll have some heaters on the sideline. I'll have a bigger jacket probably. I have to talk to the equipment manager to see what he has going on." The equipment guys, they pretty much do a great job, so we should be good. When you look at this game, Matt, does the weather play a factor at all for you in your handicap of this one?
Yeah, a little bit. I think it does play into the favor of the Bills a little bit. Now, that's just because the Bills are more familiar with it, practicing it, playing it more often. And when you look at the style of play for both teams, I wouldn't say that the weather is a big advantage for either team, because the first time these teams met, I was on the Ravens first time around in that 35-10 blowout. I thought that was a good spot for Baltimore that night. Bills were 3-0 rolling in there. Ravens were hungry. Remember, the Ravens had lost a home game to the Raiders. Yep. They were 0-2, not playing well. That was a great spot to jump on Baltimore early in the season. When you look at the X's and O's in the matchup, Buffalo's defense had all kinds of problems with Derrick Henry in that game. He actually ran the ball 24 times for 199 yards. The Ravens ran for 271 yards as a team, 8.0 per carry. Tim, I do believe the Buffalo run defense is a little bit better now than it was at that point. A couple of injured starters out. Also, I think the Bills do a better job against the run at home, and I think they'll do a better job against the run at home in the cold on Sunday night. And I think the conditions do favor Buffalo's defense a little bit there, because I don't believe you're going to see the best of Lamar Jackson. You're talking about a dynamic athlete that can do it all. But when you get a guy like that in these temperatures, sub-zero temperatures, I don't think you're going to see the best from Jackson.
Lamar's played 4 games in his career at 32 degrees or
32,
lower.
First of all, 32 is not even cold.
No.
We're talking about what it's going to be 10 degrees.
10 degrees with a wind chill -3.
Sub-zero.
Yeah. 3-1 in those games. Coldest game, though, as you pointed out, coldest game of his career to date, 27 degrees at kickoff. And that was in Kansas City in 2018 and also last year at home against the Texans. That was the pummeling of the Houston Texans. I believe you and I both had the Baltimore Ravens in that spot.
This is a different kind of cold.
Yeah.
When you're talking about sub-zero wind chills, and up in Buffalo, it's going to be a different kind of cold. I don't think Lamar Jackson, you just said it right there, he's never played in these types of conditions, right?
Yep.
27 degrees is a world of difference from sub-zero wind chills.
I will say this, though. I joked with you yesterday about being on the defense, trying to tackle Derrick Henry. Ooh, buddy. In that weather, seeing that big man, the Terminator, running downhill.
He might not like the cold, you know?
I don't know. I don't know if I want to tackle him. By the way, Derrick Henry, rushing prop 97.5 right now at DraftKings. Yeah. I'll say this. Josh Cook has been James Cook has been tremendous lately for the Buffalo Bills.
Hey, the Bills can run the ball too. I know we're talking a lot about the Baltimore defense and the improvement of the Baltimore defense. Tim, look at the lame offenses the Ravens have faced in the last 6 weeks or so. Why do the defensive numbers look so much better? Yeah, you could say the Baltimore defense has improved, but you've also faced some really weak offenses late in the season. Josh Allen and the Bills are not going to be a weak offense when they line up Sunday.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Baltimore, to your point, the last couple of weeks it was
feels like they played the Steelers 3 times.
They played the Steelers in the playoffs, Browns, Texans, Steelers, Giants. Did play the Eagles prior to that, but yeah, the last handful of weeks, not certainly a murderer's row.
Really, the only good offense they've faced is the Philadelphia offense, right?
Yeah, Philadelphia, a game they lost 24-19, a game in which Philadelphia really didn't get much going. Only had 252 yards of offense in that one, but they were able to get that victory 24-19 over the Baltimore Ravens. So, have you done anything with Baltimore and Buffalo? Because you mentioned it, and I would agree. It does feel like the more people we talk to, there's a lot of agreement on Baltimore. That was my initial lean, but ultimately when it got to 1.5, I had to put Buffalo up in a teaser. I would be a bit surprised, Matt, if this is a blowout one way or the other.
I'd be very surprised if it's a blowout. Just with these two quarterbacks and their ability to trade shots in a game like this over 4 quarters, I don't think you're going to see a blowout. You know, I mentioned I was at the Jim Feist Pro Football handicapping show out at Dom DeMarco's restaurant in Summerlin today, and Doug Kazarian was there, and he made the comment. He said the first time all week was today when he heard someone say they like the Bills. Otherwise, it's been Ravens, 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 Ravens all week. Mike Scalliott, Al Scalliot's brother, the owner of the restaurant, Mike likes the Bills a lot. I know 2 people now who like the Bills this week. Now, that's a joke. Actually, you like the Bills a little bit, I think.
Yep.
I talked to someone else. I think the ratio is probably, I don't know, if you talk to 5 people about this game, I've probably heard 4 who like the Ravens, right? 4 out of 5 seem to like the Ravens. You might get some more Bills support later in the week. I think right now with DraftKings at Baltimore minus 1.5, tease the Bills up to plus 7.5 if you like the Chiefs on a teaser, the Lions on a teaser. How about the Bills plus 7.5? I think that's probably the way I'm going to play that.
That's the way I'm rolling with it. Hey, if you're headed up to Buffalo and you're going to be slamming tables, well, bring some Sewell's barbecue along with you, because there's no better barbecue sauce for a tailgate. Born from a backyard cookout and a mason jar of unforgettable flavor, Sewell's has become a Southern favorite, delighting taste buds from Georgia to the Carolinas. Head on over to SewellsBarbecueSauce.com, SEWELLS Flavor this good is just a click away. If you're watching with us, make sure you scan that QR code.
Shop can't miss deals going on now during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. For a limited time, get a free adjustable stand when you buy a DeWalt 12-inch miter saw. That's a $229 value. Plus, save $680 on a Midea 4-piece kitchen appliance suite. Now just $17.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores. And in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire when a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
What if I told you that a tornado was going to happen tomorrow, right where you live? That it would touch down at exactly 3:17 p.m., and I told you the exact path it would take. You would, of course, prepare. You would talk with your loved ones, and you'd make a plan today. It's true, I can't tell you a tornado will strike tomorrow, but shouldn't you have a plan anyway? Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Guys, win big.
This is VSiN by the books.
After the win against the Chargers, Deontay was distraught that he wasn't getting enough targets. And then you know what D'Amico Ryans did? I'm going to cut you before we go to Arrowhead. That's 4 teams in 1 year. It tells me 2 things, Ryan. 1, you've got talent. 2, you are a problem.
VSiN by the books, 7 to 10 a.m. Eastern on VSiN, the sports betting network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the sports betting network.
Going to be one of those nights, Matt, as we have 2 ranked teams in action right now in college basketball. Both went off as sizable favorites, and both are losing right now. Minnesota has taken the lead over Michigan under 4 minutes to go. Gophers up 62-61 against Michigan. And in Philadelphia, it is a lead for the Temple Owls over Memphis right now. That one 64-57 at the under 8 media timeout. Temple went off as a 7-point home dog. Minnesota went off as a 10.5-point home dog. So a wacky start to the night in an evening that doesn't have a ton of big time matchups, but the Gophers showing life, man. They lead by 3 up in their barn.
Lead by 3 with 3 minutes to go. We've seen some double-digit dogs pull off some big upsets this week. How about Missouri at Florida?
Yep.
Right, we watched that a couple nights ago. Will we see a dog pull off the upset Monday night, Tim Murray?
We will see.
Notre Dame, Ohio State.
We will see, and let's break it down. Brett Ciancia, the creator of the Pick Six Previews magazine. We partnered with the Pick Six Previews magazine. The VSiN College Football Betting Podcast did great content from Brent, and going to break it down right now. So he joins us courtesy of our progressive guest line. You know, Brett, looking back at the preseason, I believe you had both of these teams in your projected field. Where were you throughout the year on both of these teams, and does it come to a surprise that at the end of the day, these 2 teams are meeting in the national championship for you?
Yeah, well, thanks for having me on. Appreciate it. It's been a great season. But yeah, looking all the way back to the preseason, I thought there were really 2 teams ahead of the pack. It was Georgia and Ohio State. Both of them looked like the superpower teams of 2024. One of those came true with Ohio State. And now that they're rounding into top form here in the playoffs, they're kind of the team we expected. With Notre Dame, I did have them top 10. I think I had them 5th or 6th nationally, had them as an at-large, getting a home playoff game, which came true. But I didn't think they'd navigate the bracket all the way to the national title game. So they've been a pleasant surprise here. They did it with defense. In fact, both have done it with defense. And excited to break this down. Two of the bigger brands in the whole sport. Talk to college football fans across the country. They're very love-hate with both of these. So that's going to draw eyeballs and going to be a big night for the sport.
Hey, Brett, have you bet this game yet? Do you have a strong opinion before we jump into the analysis? Do you have a strong opinion on their side or total?
Yeah, well, I've been really big on Ohio State ever since halftime of the Tennessee game in the first round. I right away, when they came out of the gates after the Michigan loss and looked like that against Tennessee, I went and got some of the future on them to win the national title. I think it was 5-1 at halftime of that game. And that's really gone up in value, obviously, since then. But no, Ohio State, I think they're the best team in the country. My numbers suggest that. They have them number 1 in my overall game grader, number 1 on defense, and number 2 on offense. It's really a super team when you look at the stats. When you look at personnel on the field, too, the numbers match the eye. I mean, it's like an NFL combine watching them play. I think when I look at it, I think it's 2 elite defenses, but only 1 elite offense with Ohio State. And I like what Riley Leonard is doing and when their offensive line. We'll break it down, but the difference to me is their lack of an explosive pass game for Notre Dame. So I'm going to go with Ohio State with the points here to cover.
Brett, go ahead. I was going to say he's got good value on that. You grab 5-1 odds on Ohio State to win at halftime of the Tennessee game. Right now, the money line on Ohio State going into Monday night's game here at circa minus 380. So he's got plus 500 in the pocket.
I would say CLV
I'd say that bet turned out pretty well. Put you in a good position going into Monday's game.
You can follow Brett on social media at Pick6 Previews. I'm sure he'll be breaking down 2025 before we know it, getting us ready for the upcoming season with his preview magazine. So you mentioned the Ohio State defense being number 1 in your numbers. When you look at the Notre Dame offense, is there any, based off of what you've seen, where can Notre Dame see success on Monday night from an offensive standpoint against this stout Ohio State defense?
Yeah, well, I think Notre Dame's going to have to take a page out of Michigan's playbook and try and get it to be that style of game. A slower paced game, run the ball, stop the run type deal. Because Notre Dame's offensive line is one of the best in the country per my numbers. Top 10 in my offensive line run push, top 5 yards per carry. But they are going up against a great front themselves with Ohio State. Jack Sawyer on the end, JTT the other end, and Tyleik Williams. It's NFLers everywhere. But I think for them to stay ahead of the chains, that's the key, and to stay ahead on the scoreboard and be in position to do a ball control type game. If this goes shootout, I think Notre Dame's in trouble. But yeah, they got to look at what Michigan did and really what Texas did at some parts of that game last week. That second quarter and third quarter were all Texas. So try and slow the game down, keep it third and manageable, and then have Riley Leonard do some game-breaking plays for the offense there. Not to mention turnover battles got to go their way, which it has most of the year.
We talked about that on our college football betting podcast today with Wes Reynolds, and we said, what does Ohio State need to do here? Tempo, speed it up and not play that slow-down game that the Buckeyes played against Michigan, and that played right into the Wolverines' hands in that game. Brett, when you look at the 2 quarterbacks, Will Howard, Riley Leonard, which one do you trust more Monday night?
It's tough because they do different things for their teams. Riley Leonard is really a good game manager, and I say that as a positive. He really does. Really great decision making, really well coached team, gets them in positions to win, and he can extend the plays on third down and make you pay. But with Will Howard, he just has a different arsenal around him. So, it's hard to just pick a quarterback. You got to look at the whole unit. The quarterback and receivers he's throwing to, I'll take Ohio State, obviously. Jeremiah Smith on the outside. They're talking, he's one of the best Ohio State receivers ever already as a freshman. And then, so if you double him up, it's kind of pick your poison. You double him up, you have Emeka Egbuka wide open. So, just the sheer firepower they have at receiver is the difference to me. So I'll go ahead and trust Will Howard better in that matchup.
It's funny because we've been talking about kind of the prop market here, Brett, on this one. And Emeka Egbuka, if you look at some of the numbers in 2022 in the season opener against Notre Dame last year in South Bend, he had a lot of success when you think about Jackson Smith-Njigba. He got hurt back in 2022. Marvin Harrison Jr. got almost eliminated in that game. So if Notre Dame focuses their attention on Jeremiah Smith for a third straight year, Egbuka could ultimately end up with a big night there. As we're talking to Brett Ciancia at Pick Six Previews, where you can follow him on social media. You know, Brett, when you look at Notre Dame's defense, where do they rank for you in your numbers, and what does their secondary look like as well, just to kind of continue that discussion of Notre Dame's secondary versus the Ohio State's wide receivers? It does really feel like strength on strength for Monday night in that one.
I'm glad you brought that up, the strength on strength, because this really is the best matchup we've seen. It's my number one passing offense opponent adjusted, Ohio State, against the number one passing defense, Notre Dame. So number one versus number one when they're throwing the ball. And, they've locked down everybody they played through the air. They have the star power with Xavier Watts, obviously top safety in the country. They get takeaways, and you saw them win the games throughout the playoff for Notre Dame. The Georgia game, they came up huge with a turnover before halftime. The Penn State game, the turnover right at the end of regulation. So it's really strength on strength. Number one pass defense, number one on all the other metrics too. QB rating, completion rate, yards per attempt. It's everything. It's all Notre Dame there in the pass defense. But going up against multiple future NFL first rounders. So we say strength on strength. It couldn't be any more true than that matchup right there.
All right. Talked about how Notre Dame needs to slow the game down. Ohio State needs to speed it up. How about the total? When you look at the total of 46, Brett, who wins out here? Do you think it's going to be a higher scoring game over that total, or do you have an opinion there?
I think it's going to be a little bit over that, to be honest with you. I think Ohio State may get to 27 or 30 points and then end up winning it. I have them by 11 right now, winning the game. With my game grader formula, and that takes in all my stats and adjusts for opponent strength. If you go over the full season totals, all their games combined, the averages, it has Ohio State by 5, so you get a cover there. But if you focus in on just the recent games, like I like to do, if you highlight those last 6 games, it's kind of a rounding, rolling average, it pushes Ohio State up to an 11-point favorite. So I'm going to lean more with their recent performance. I think that they came out of that Michigan game with a whole new offensive plan. You saw that against Oregon and Tennessee and a little bit of Texas. So if you weigh heavily the recent performance, I think it's going to be Ohio State big. And then with that, I think you'll get a push over to the total points over there.
You can follow him on social media at Pick Six Previews. Before we know it, we'll be previewing 2025, Brett, and getting ready for that. One of the best, if not the best, preview magazine out there. Brett, great stuff, man. Enjoy the game on Monday night.
Oh, enjoy, guys. Thanks for having me on and for all the praise. It's going to be a big one Monday night.
There he is, Brett Ciancia, with his analysis on the game, and he has his numbers. Ohio State winning by 11, going slightly over the total as well. So he likes Ohio State. Recent form, he's going to back the Buckeyes there in that spot.
I think at the end of the podcast today, we did our predictions, and I believe I said 24-20. Ohio State 24-20 is my prediction.
You're going to thread that needle. You're going to do what Matt Grill's hoping for.
I'm not going to have a bet on the total, I can tell you that. But what about you? What'd you go with?
I did not make a prediction. I'll give you that top of the hour. How about that? And
wow,
as well as the best bets that I've thrown into. So a couple of best bets as well.
Don't change that channel.
69-68. The Gophers trying to pull off a big upset up there in Minneapolis, and Temple up on Memphis as well. We could see 2 top 25 teams go down in the next hour.
GBank is the official bank of VSiN. Why? For one, unlike other credit cards, GBank does not treat sports betting transactions as a cash advance. And for every eligible gaming transaction, you'll earn a 1% cashback reward. That's right, 1% cashback rewards on every eligible wager. And you'll earn 2%.
Progressive presents the Sports Flash on Western Reserve Radio. NFL divisional round action this weekend. On Saturday, the Texans visit the Chiefs. Kansas City 8-0 at home in search of their 3rd consecutive Super Bowl title. Then the Lions play host to the Commanders Saturday night. On Sunday, it'll be the Rams visiting the Eagles. LA with a big win over the Vikings on Monday in Arizona after the game was moved because of the LA wildfires. The College Football National Championship game is this coming Monday night in Atlanta with Notre Dame battling Ohio State. Notre Dame's Anthony Knapp is out. He's got an ankle injury. Rocco Spindler is expected to play. Ohio State's Denzel Burke is banged up, but head coach Ryan Day said that he should be available. Texas Longhorns quarterback Quinn Ewers is declaring for the NFL draft. He went 21-5 as the start of the past 2 seasons. North Carolina Tar Heels quarterback Jacoby Criswell is entering the transfer portal. Bundle auto and home, renters or condo, and save with Progressive. That's the Sports Flash. Chuck Sanders, Western Reserve Radio.
Now's the time to shop limited-time doorbuster deals during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Save $50 on a Little Giant King Combo 6-foot ladder. Was $199, now $149. Plus, save $100 on a DeWalt XR 20-volt Power Stack 5-amp-hour battery. Was $199, now $99. Get these can't-miss deals now before they're gone. Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows pros. Doorbusters valid 1/13 through 1/15. Selection varies by location while supplies last.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Catch all of the spring and summer action of Cleveland Cobras minor league football on Western Reserve Radio. Follow the Cobras as they compete against teams from around the region in pursuit of a Tri-Point Football League championship. And if you're looking to continue your football career after high school, college, or even the pros, or to be part of the Cobras staff, go to Facebook at Cleveland Cobras Football or contact owner Jesse Caldwell at 330-416-3442. Be a part of the excitement of Cleveland Cobras football.
Someone's got to set the tone out there, boys. Someone's got to set it.
The station that sets the tone for Youngstown Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio. WRTB, The Scourge.
This is Cashing Out on VSiN.
I don't think there is any realistic way that Deion Sanders and Jerry Jones can have a happy marriage with the Dallas Cowboys. I just don't see it. I, first off, hate the optic of a father-son head coach quarterback. There is no world where it'll look good. College, you can get away with it.
Cashing Out, Saturday through Thursday at 11 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN, the Sports Betting Network. This is VSiN Prime Time. Live from the Circus Sportsbook in downtown Las Vegas on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We got some fun ones coming down to the wire in college hoops. You know, the nights that you expect it to be boring, Matt, it's when you get surprises. Minnesota, double-digit home dog, barking against the Michigan Wolverines.
How about Wolf is howling for the Wolverines?
Ow.
How about that shot?
71-69. Michigan takes a 2-point lead. And we got a battle going on in the city of brotherly love as Temple clinging to a 3-point lead. They closed as a 7-point dog. So 2 home dogs against ranked teams, both trying to pull the outright upset here. Hopefully, Matt, a good indication of our best bet as Oregon State is catching 9 at home against the Zags later on this evening. A best bet for both of us. Another best bet of ours about to get underway as Northwestern takes on Maryland. And what do we close at there? 2, I believe, in that one. We had the wackiness in that line as there was a rumor that Northwestern's top player would be out. Looks like we're going to close 2.5 in that one. Northwestern, the Purple Cats, the home dog against the Terps. Losers of 3 straight. Hopefully the desperation for Chris Collins' squad comes home with a victory there for Northwestern.
Danny Wolf just hit a 3 at the top of the key for Michigan. The Wolverines go up by 2 on Wolf's 3. And how about that 7-foot junior for Michigan? He's been a real surprise player for Dusty May in his first year in Ann Arbor. Danny Wolf's got 19 points tonight for Michigan, 16 in the second half, and he might save the Wolverines here. Minus 550 on the money line. Actually closed as high as 10.5, 11-point favorites in this game, up 2 with 30 seconds to go in Minneapolis. This Minnesota team last time out at home, a 2-point loss to Ohio State. Gophers 0-6 in the Big Ten. You know they want this one bad.
Danny Wolf, the transfer from Yale, 3 for 3 from long range. How about their front court of Vlad Golden, the FAU transfer, who moved on with Dusty May to Michigan, and Danny Wolf, 7-1, 7-1. Now, play very different styles, right? Danny Wolf, more of a shooter. Vlad Golden, even though he can shoot. Golden can shoot a little bit.
Too, but Wolf can shoot the three, shooting the three at 35% this season. For a 7-footer, that's great. And I think it's good to have 7-footers play different styles too. Golden plays more in the post, low post, and then you got Danny Wolf who can step out and hit the three. That's why I think this Michigan team has got a lot of potential and a hell of a coach too in Dusty May. So right now Michigan undefeated in the Big Ten at 5-0, trying to hold on, and Minnesota 0-6 in the Big Ten, trying to steal one here.
Live line in Philadelphia, Temple, a 5-point lead over Memphis, and the Temple, a 3.5-point favorite at the under 4 media timeout, minus 360 on the money line. Free throws right now for Minnesota.
Dawson Garcia.
As this one's going to come down to the wire for the Gophers, and we'll see if they tie this up. Matt, I'm going to say they do tie this up. Can we make a deal right now on this show? Can we make a deal? Monday night, you're not allowed to look at the live line.
No deal.
Come on. You can't be ruining it for me.
We're doing a live betting show.
I'm already going to be in pain enough watching it, and now you're going to be like, I bet you this is a big play for Ohio State coming up. I can't deal with that. I'm already going to be in pain enough sitting here watching the game, let alone you giving me
it's a live betting
teasers,
show, Tim.
Teasers.
That's what we're supposed to do. It's a live betting show.
You can look at the line after you watch the damn play.
Yeah, wait till a minute after it happens and then act surprised when we see it?
Yes.
Yeah. It's funny how the live betting screens are updated like a minute before you actually see it unfold on your TV. Sometimes these TV feeds, the video feeds are so far behind. It's crazy.
I used to do this when I used to be a board op in radio, and I'd have the game on of a game that I want to watch. I would just turn down the feed. So, because the radio is always like 30 seconds faster than the TV feed. The big one going on in the NBA tonight, Oklahoma City is pummeling Cleveland right now, 94-60. Really from start to finish, it's been all OKC trying to avenge their loss from 8 days ago on the road in the land, as OKC has the lead. Two top teams record-wise in the NBA, Oklahoma City and Cleveland. Just underway, Northwestern and Maryland, a best bet for Matt and myself. So we'll see if the Purple Cats, as a 2-point dog, can be home dogs here and get the victory. Also coming up in just a little bit, Rutgers and Nebraska. This one there in Nebraska, Matt. And Rutgers, you got to say, one of the bigger disappointments so far this year in college basketball. Steve Peichel, I think a coach you and I are both big fans of.
Have to be. Yeah, really good coach.
Dylan Harper and this roster
Ace
Bailey just haven't lived up to the potential that they have on that roster. You have 2 lottery picks.
Yeah, Tim, I think part of the problem is that Dylan Harper, he was sick for a little while. I don't think he has played up to his potential. Obviously, in Big Ten play, Rutgers has not been at full strength, and Dylan Harper's illness was a part of that. And I think that's why the Scarlet Knights are a little disappointing. At the same time, maybe it's unfair. Set expectations that high. Yes, it could be 2 of the first 5 picks in the NBA draft, talking about Harper and Bailey. But still, Tim, it's a very young team. It's a new team, too, right? You're trying to put a bunch of new faces together. No matter how good a coach you are, and Steve Peichel's a very good one, sometimes it can be hard to put that team together in a short amount of time, and especially when 2 freshmen are your stars, and we're seeing that with Rutgers. And I think early in the season, Rutgers looked pretty good. Expectations got high, maybe a little bit too high. But Dylan Harper's illness has played, I think, a part in why the Scarlet Knights have been a little bit disappointing, or you could say a lot disappointing in the past few weeks.
There was one report, and I heard Gary Parrish from CBS Sports talking about it on his podcast, that said Dylan Harper lost 12 pounds.
Yeah, he was sick. He didn't look good. Man. He didn't play well when he came back and tried to play,
Yeah, we'll see what happens tonight there.
Overtime in Minneapolis.
Yeah, we will have to wait to watch Rutgers and Nebraska. And once again, Rutgers closing as a 8.5-point dog there. Maryland and Northwestern. Best bet for Matt and I on Oregon State late night tonight, taking the 9. Look around. You might get a 9.5 out there if you like the Beavers. All right, I mentioned it in the last segment, Matt. Couple bets that I've put in. I think I'm going to dabble a little bit. Not full units, but I think I'm going to mess around with some props in this national championship game. You and I will be on the air doing a live broadcast, so it'll be good to have a bunch of bets out there on different things. But a couple of bets that I made.
It's kind of a warm-up for the Super Bowl.
That's right.
And actually, Matt Grill of DraftKings on the show with us last night said they're going to put up a Super Bowl type of a menu. Now, it's not going to be as big as a Super Bowl menu of props, but DraftKings is going to have a lot up there if you want to bet some props. Check out DraftKings. You and I and Wes Reynolds talked about some of these on the podcast today.
One bet on a total that I did put into the account today over at BetMGM, first half total 23.5. Market sits at 23. I paid the extra 5 cents, 23.5. I'll take the under. Look, 23 certainly a key-ish number for first halves, 13-10, 20-13, whatever it may be. But I think, the way you talked about it, and I think a best bet for you talked about in the podcast, kind of goes hand in hand with the first half under, where you looked at Notre Dame's first drive to be a punt, minus $1.40 right now at DraftKings. I think if you look at Notre Dame and how they've started the first 3 playoff games, 17-3 against Indiana, 13-3 against Georgia. However, 6-3 was that score, and Georgia decided to be aggressive. They fumbled the football. Notre Dame scores a touchdown. First half under still hits. Penn State, Notre Dame really had nothing going offensively until their final drive. They're able to get 3 points on that final drive. 10-3 was the halftime score. I think for Notre Dame, if they're to keep this thing close, Matt, this has to be a first half under. So I don't know full game under if that's the way I would look. Is there a possibility that things get sped up a little bit like Notre Dame, Penn State? Certainly possible. So I got to the account under 23.5 in the first half on Notre Dame, Ohio State. BetMGM currently has that number at minus 15 to the under.
The play I talked about today on the podcast was first drive result for Notre Dame, punt minus 140. And look, we know this Notre Dame offense really struggles to produce explosive plays anyway. Tim, conventional thinking would be that the Irish come out kind of conservative on the first drive, right? They're going to run the ball quite a bit anyway. But there's a lot of pressure in a national championship game. You don't want your quarterback to make a big mistake early in the game and put you in a hole. So the play calling is typically a little bit more conservative. I think punt minus 140 is a fair price. You can look around, see if you can find something slightly better. But I know you would be surprised if Notre Dame took the ball and drove down and put points on the board in the first drive of the game, right?
Oh, no doubt. There's no doubt about it. Going back, how much correlation would you look at to the Notre Dame Penn State game we saw in South Bend last September? Anything you could take from that game to this game on Monday night?
Which game now?
Notre Dame, Ohio State a year ago.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
3-0 first half, 14-10. Ohio State scores the late touchdown. Look, you got a different quarterback, obviously, for Ohio State and Will Howard. You got new pieces. Caleb Downs comes in. He's an absolute beast there at safety. But I do think if you're Notre Dame, the game played out the way you wanted it to play out in South Bend in September. Aren't you going to want to try to replicate? Can't do it exactly, but aren't you going to want to have some similarities to what you saw against Ohio State back in September of last year?
Yeah, I mean, you and I have talked about that game a lot. We talked about it a little bit last night. I felt like the Irish should have won that game in South Bend last year. They blew it, let the Buckeyes off the hook, and then Ryan Day had to act like a tough guy after the game. Where's Lou Holtz? We're Ohio tough. You were lucky. You were lucky as hell. That's what you were. Lucky as hell to win that game in South Bend last year.
4th and 1 stop at the Notre Dame 11-yard line. Oh, man. Ohio State fans were coming over and giving me the finger there in the stands. True story. And Notre Dame couldn't get out of their own way. They tried to set up a screen pass, and JTT gets the block. And Ohio State goes down the field, 10 men on the field. Not that I remember. Scores a touchdown, 17-14. So
I don't think it's going to be that low scoring. And the reason is this Ohio State offense is more explosive. I mean, I'd be stunned if the Buckeyes are held to 3 points at halftime. We know how good this Notre Dame defense is, Tim, but unless Chip Kelly has brain freeze and calls a bunch of inside runs, I can't see the Irish holding Ohio State to fewer than 20 points.
Speaking of freezing, how cold will Lamar Jackson be? We'll find out next.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com/commercials.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney.
You're listening to Western Reserve Radio at westernreserveradio.com on the Live 365 network and the Live 365 app.
Western Reserve Radio is the Valley's online source for sports talk and local live events. Tune in and be a part of their live weekly shows, as well as all of the hard-hitting action of Youngstown Phantoms hockey, high school football, and the GDFL. Find them at westernreserveradio.com. Tune in and the Live 365 app to be a part of the area's sports conversation. Be sure to visit them on Facebook at Western Reserve Radio and on Twitter at WR_radio.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken, and you're listening to the home of the Youngstown Phantoms, Western Reserve Radio.
Contest in studio to talk all things divisional round, all of his bets, and of course more. More could be anything. Jim Miller, host of Moving the Chains on Sirius XM, will join us as well. All our NFL bets and another exciting edition of Are We Sure? Numbers game, 10 a.m. Eastern, right here at VSiN.
This is Follow the Money on VSiN.
Have you bet anything yet? Player props are already out.
I know, it's great. I missed 10.5 down the street on the Commanders. They opened the Lions 10.5.
It's back to 9.5 now. If it touches 10, it'll probably go there for 8 seconds and then disappear. Oh. But if you pay attention, it might go to 10 at some point again this week.
That's a lot of points.
That's a big number.
Man.
Follow the Money with Mitch Moss and Paulie Howard. Weekdays at 4 p.m. Eastern on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
We got overtime in the barn as Minnesota and Michigan tied up at 78 apiece, 1:05 to go, Matt, in overtime. At least the first overtime doesn't seem like it will be where the dog goes to die. But
that's a lot of points.
Double overtime?
You get a double-digit dog going to overtime. If you lose that, goes in the file of one of the worst beats ever. We have a barn burner, Tim. Michigan and Minnesota tied at 78 with 1 minute to go in the first OT.
Looks like the Temple Owls will be hooting their way to an upset over Memphis as they lead 80-73. They close as a 7-point dog, and they are going to pull the outright upset. It's one of those things. We could talk more about it philosophically because we have a guest waiting here to talk Ravens and Bills, but one of those things where do you feel good about how you saw the board? Or are you even more mad that you didn't pull the trigger on the game? But I'm getting choked up thinking about it.
I can tell. You want me to talk for a second while you drink some water and we introduce the next guest? I think the right thing to do here would be to talk at length about the Ravens and the Bills because that's the biggest game of the weekend and is saving the best for last in Buffalo on Sunday night.
I agree. Ken Wyman good friend who I get so emotional when I talk to my friends on the air. He joins us right now, courtesy of our progressive guest line. You can catch him afternoon drive there with Jason Lock and 4 on 105.7 The Fan. Ken, you mentioned, hey, it's cold in Baltimore right now. It's going to be colder up in Western New York. How big or little should we be focusing on this cold weather and Lamar Jackson out there for the Ravens?
Well, I would think in years past, and hey guys, thanks for having me. In years past, I would think it's a big deal. I think Lamar's a different dude this year. It's really weird watching him. He's matured so much and he's gotten so much better as a quarterback this season. I'm not as worried about the weather as I would have been a year ago, 2 years ago. I don't think anything is fazing him anymore.
So when you look at this game, let's go back to September and a game that Matt and I have talked about. It was a butt whipping. Ravens smoked them.
Yep.
Yeah, smoked them. Both Matt and I were. I went back and looked at my files. I was like, I'm pretty sure I bet that game, and I was on the Ravens. I know you were on the Ravens, Matt. How different should we look at this game on Sunday night to what we saw transpire, Ken, at M&T Bank Stadium in late September?
So to me, it's different, but it's the same because I don't think Derrick Henry's going 90 yards for a touchdown on the first play. But on the flip side, the Bills are light in the rear. They're and they like to play in nickel, and they're probably going to have to get out of that a little bit. They've got some Milano didn't play, and Taron Johnson didn't play, and Bernard didn't play. But those guys aren't run stuffing dudes. And the Ravens are a different team since then. That was Roger Rosengarten's first start. Roger Rosengarten's playing right. He's playing great at right tackle. I think it was McCarry's first game at guard. Things have changed. They didn't play any six offensive linemen much the whole year. The last 2 weeks, I think they've run almost 30 plays with an extra offensive lineman out there. And that sounds to me like trouble for the Bills, who I said they're smallish, and the Ravens will run out six guys, plus a 300-pound fullback, plus a 250-pound running back. I don't know how they stop that.
Ken, so I'll put you on the spot here with Derrick Henry. First matchup, 24 carries, 199 yards. Like you said, he had that 87-yard run. The prop on Derrick Henry rushing yards here, what is it, Tim? 94.5? I
think I saw 95.5
All right, right around that number.
Yeah.
Would you bet on a 100-yard game out of Derrick Henry against this Buffalo defense?
So I'll preface by saying I'm a horrible gambler, but yes, I would take the over on that. I think they're going to. The game plan is they're going to do to Buffalo what they did to Pittsburgh until Buffalo can prove they stopped it. They can stop it, and I don't think they're equipped to stop it. To me, and I'm going to sound like a homer, and I know the game's in Buffalo, but if the Ravens don't beat themselves, I think they win this football game.
Well, that's why we've seen a flip of favorites here. Baltimore opened as a slight dog. They're now a favorite in most shops except for Circa, which sits at a pick'em. Ken Wyman joining us here, courtesy of our progressive guest line, 105.7 The Fan. Misspoke. At DraftKings, it's gone up to 97.5 right now on his rushing prop. If he were to rush for 100 or more yards, I think that's juiced at minus 105 right now. All right, let's look at the defense. I thought Matt brought up an interesting point, Ken. When you look at who they've played from a defensive standpoint, hasn't really been a gauntlet, so to speak, right? Pittsburgh a couple of times. These offenses have not been stellar. You bring in Josh Allen. I know the weapons aren't as dominant maybe as they were in recent years, but Cook's been running the ball exceptionally well lately. And you look at Khalil Shakir as well. So defensively, how does Baltimore stack up against this Buffalo offense?
Well, at the end of the day, it's going to be about Josh Allen. And does Josh Allen extend plays? And I think for Baltimore fans, Josh Allen will give them a little bit of PTSD because they saw it with prime Ben Roethlisberger. They're similar in that they're both big dudes that are mobile, and you think you have them, and then you don't. And I think they'll be able to slow down the running game. They're good against the run, and when they played them the first time, they didn't run the ball much, but they had to stop running the ball because they were down so much so fast. But they also, Michael Pierce didn't play in that game. Trenton Simpson was starting a linebacker. He's since been benched. Kyle Hamilton was in the box. Now he's deep. Or Marcus Williams was starting at safety, or Darius Washington's now starting at safety. So the Ravens are a different team than they were then too. I think what the Ravens do well is on defense since the Cincinnati game, the second Cincinnati game, which was week 11. They don't have mental mistakes, and they don't give up huge chunk plays, though they did give up a couple in the Steelers playoff game in the third quarter.
Ken, how about the Ravens wide receiver core? A bit of a concern or not? And I think I read Zay Flowers is going to be out again. Is that confirmed or no?
Not confirmed, but I doubt he plays. My understanding is they circled the AFC Championship game if they get there for him to play. But the difference is Rashad Bateman's a different dude than he's been in the past. Like Rashad Bateman, I think, had 4 touchdowns for his career coming into the season, including the playoffs. He's now got 10 this year. And they're 9-0 when he scores a touchdown. So I think he's legit. Mark Andrews did not score last week against Pittsburgh, but had scored the previous 6 weeks. I think he led all tight ends in touchdown passes or touchdown catches with 11. Isaiah Likely's a legit receiver. They'll figure it. Justice Hill came back from the concussion last week. Lamar likes to hit him out of the backfield. Yes, they'll miss Zay Flowers. There's no doubt they'll miss Zay Flowers. But they're equipped to get through this game without him.
You know, Ken, I know you mentioned PTSD, Josh Allen giving Ravens fans some PTSD. I'm sure people will not in your city forget the Chiefs AFC Championship game until they certainly overcome that. So we saw a offense that wanted to run the football last week and had a ton of success doing so against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Are we? Is it fair to say we've moved on from the inexplicable avoiding the run like we saw in the AFC Championship game last year?
Well, there's 2 parts to that, Tim. Number one, that game last week is the first time, A, the Ravens have had a lead at halftime in a playoff game that Lamar started, and B, it's the first time he's played 4 good quarters of football in a playoff game. So that part, they've gotten over the hump. But until they slay the Dragons that are the Kansas City Chiefs, I think there will be trepidation with fans. But I also think that's why you went and got Derrick Henry, right? Like, Derrick Henry, I think, would choke Todd Monken himself at halftime if they got to the half and he only had 6 carries. Gus Edwards, who was a fine back, and he had double-digit touchdowns a year ago, but man, he was out of gas by the end of the season. He could get burst yards, he could score from the goal line, but he couldn't beat up a defense like Derrick Henry can. I think that's why you went and got Derrick Henry, so you remember that the main thing is the main thing.
You think this will be one of those classic games? We got the 1-2 guys in the MVP race going head-to-head where Lamar, Josh Allen trade shots, trade big plays back and forth, and this goes down to the fourth quarter and we see a high-scoring game or not?
So, again, I preface that I'm a horrible gambler, but I do think this is going to be a high-scoring football game. I think the Ravens get up early, but they can't – they're not going to hold Buffalo down the whole game, and I think it's going to be a back-and-forth football game that I think the Ravens end up pulling away late.
Ken, always appreciate the insight, man. Enjoy the game. It's always fun.
Hey, Tim, thanks, man. Good talking to you guys.
There he is. Ken Wyman, host on 105.7 The Fan there in Baltimore. We had to let him go because we had to tell you what happened in Minneapolis.
Wow. Dawson Garcia from about 32 feet. That's my estimate. At the buzzer. Minnesota knocks off Michigan 84-81. Hell of a game tonight up in Minneapolis. Tim, quick question for you. We'll talk more college hoops when we come back. Which game is more likely to go over the total? Commanders-Lions over 55.5 or Ravens-Bills over 51?
I'll say Bills-Ravens.
More likely to go over?
More likely to go over. Maybe one of those teams will be in Big Game 59. We've got a great deal going on. Save $59. You love my transitions. $59 off a VSiN Pro annual subscription using the promo code PRIME. VSiN.com/subscribe. That promo code PRIME. Save $59 off a VSiN Pro annual subscription. We'll update you on all of the hoops tonight. Next.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
I'm Paul George of the Indiana Pacers. When I was 6, my days were spent playing basketball. When I was 6, my dream was to make it to the NBA. When I was 6, my mom had a stroke. So I want you to learn to spot a stroke fast. F-A-S-T. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. I'm Paul George. Spot a stroke fast. Visit strokeassociation.org. Brought to you by the American Stroke Association and the Ad Council.
My name is Lola Silvestri, and I'm going to be 95 this year. I was very independent. I fell, and I had to have Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
This is Mario Andretti. You know me as a race car driver, but I'm also a Meals on Wheels volunteer. I've raced against the sport's biggest personalities, but I've never met more vibrant, amazing people than the seniors served by Meals on Wheels. You can make a difference by dropping off a hot meal and saying a quick hello. So, America, let's do lunch. Volunteer your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org.
This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool, and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Hope you enjoyed your meal. And I just want to say, he's lucky to have a brother like you.
Lucky? Caring for my brother is far from easy. But he's a part of me, like my arms and legs, so I'll be his. No time for tired. Nothing can disable this love. He needs me, but I'm the lucky one, even though I need help now and then.
If you're caring for a loved one, visit aarp.org/caregiving for care guides and community support for your strength. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
This is Everett Fitzhugh, the radio voice of the NHL Seattle Kraken. And when I want to catch up with Youngstown sports, I tune in to Western Reserve Radio, WRDB, The Scourge.
With all sports, all seasons, Stadium Swim. Located at Circa Resort and Casino. Book today at circalasvegas.com.
This is Make It Rain with Adam Shine.
I was saying all along here on VSiN this entire season, you don't want to face the Rams in the playoffs. I think if you can get Barkley, almost sounds crazy, in the 1 to 125 range, that's a success, considering you went for 255 last time. I think that absolutely you're going to see the LA Rams stay within that number of 6.
Make It Rain with Adam Shine. Weekdays at 3 p.m. Eastern, only on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Dawson Garcia from, what'd you say, 32?
That was my estimation, yes.
32, 33, 34. From the logo, as Gus Johnson said, Sorrentine from the parking lot. Garcia from the parking lot as Minnesota, the Gophers in overtime, beat Michigan 84-81.
I tell you, we've seen several double-digit dogs win games outright in college basketball this week. Michigan was 5-0 in the Big Ten, and Minnesota was 0-6. And that's the first win for the Gophers tonight, and a great win for Ben Johnson, a struggling young coach of the Golden Gophers. I really kind of wrote this team off in the Big Ten. When Purdue went up there and beat Minnesota by 20, I said, that's a bad sign. Because, you should hang tougher than that on your home floor. You're getting blown out by 20. Well, Minnesota's come back, bounced back, and played really well since then. Tim, what do we have? A final in Temple, by the way. A final in Temple has knocked off Memphis 88-81. You knew it was going to happen for the last 2 hours.
Yeah, 88-81, Temple the winner. right side the entire night. Market moved in that direction. First win over an AP team, not that long, since 2023. First win over an AP top 25 team for the Gophers since 2021. But Temple, 7-point home dog. They get the win over Memphis, who came in ranked 18th in the country. And the buzzer beater from Dawson Garcia gives Minnesota their win over number 20 Michigan. We will see if the home dogs against ranked teams go 3-0, because Oregon State is catching 9 tonight against Gonzaga up there in Corvallis. But it's like in college football, Matt, when you look at a weekend, you say, this weekend's going to stink. Those tend to be the chaotic weekends.
A lot of times, yeah.
And tonight was one of those nights where it looked like only 3 ranked teams are playing. First 2, both lost. Memphis loses to Temple. Michigan loses to Minnesota. You and I have a best bet here on Northwestern and Maryland. And I'll tell you one thing. I know what's going to happen. It's going to be a battle. There's no doubt. When you look at Temple, rocking chair winner. Minnesota, I wouldn't say rocking chair winner, because Michigan actually led by 10 at halftime. Yeah. But then the second half, Minnesota was able to snatch that game away and force overtime. You know it's going to be a battle with our bet here with with Northwestern, the Purple Cats, taking on Maryland in this one. The good news, though, for our bet is that Brooks Barnheiser is out there, baby. Number 13 for the Purple Cats. There was reports, or there was someone on social media, I won't say reports, saying they saw him in a boot. He's going to be out. Well, he's playing. And Northwestern closed as a 2-point dog against against Maryland. And right now, 19-18 extra. I got football on the brain.
You got a free throw coming
and
up, and one opportunity here for the Purple Cats to tie up this game. Anyway, let's not talk too much about this game. Move on. We do have a big one in the NBA tonight.
We do.
And it's a one-sided game going the way of the OKC Thunder.
Oklahoma City getting revenge for their loss 8 days ago, snapping their, I believe, 16-game winning streak at the time. They're up 124-94. 126-94 now on the Cleveland Cavaliers. They closed as a 2.5-point favorite in this game at home. How about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? 40 points for the MVP candidate. And SGA has had a hell of a game. 17-26 from the field, 8 assists, Matt, and 40 points for SGA as Oklahoma City has throttled the Cleveland Cavaliers from the jump. They led 32-14 after the first quarter, and they are going to cruise to a win over the Cleveland Cavaliers. Dare I say an NBA Finals preview?
I wouldn't go that far, but I would say that the Celtics, talk about a team that was flat as a double-digit favorite last night. Celtics on the road in Toronto got beat last night. One thing about the OKC Thunder you have to like, and you see the way this team's playing right now. We were talking about Gonzaga playing late tonight. Chet Holmgren, former Gonzaga star Chet Holmgren is expected to make a return for OKC, I think sometime in early April, maybe late March. And that's going to make the Thunder even that much better when they get the big man back on the floor. And you have to like OKC's chances in the West when Chet Holmgren comes back.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Quickly running down the rest of the NBA card tonight and how it's been unfolding as the Phoenix Suns will get a win on the road in the nation's capital, but it is going to come down to will it be a cover? Indiana did get the win and cover over Detroit, 111-100. Pacers get that victory. Still to come tonight, the Clippers, who won by, I think, 1 billion points last night over the Brooklyn Nets. They are a 6.5, 7-point favorite over the Portland Trailblazers. And then Houston is a 4.5-point dog at the Sacramento Kings. Matt, we're going to talk a little more college football coming up. Eric Froton from NBC Sports, very strong prop handicapper. We're going to get his thoughts coming up here in 10 minutes on the national championship. So circling back, Matt, to the divisional round of the playoffs, we've talked quite a bit about Houston, Kansas City. Washington, Detroit just had some great insight on Baltimore, Buffalo. You asked the question of which game do you think is more likely to go over heading into break? Washington, Detroit, the highest total on the board. That number sits 55.5, or Baltimore Buffalo sitting at 51.5. No real movement on that total. I said if I had to pick, Baltimore Buffalo feels like it could go over, even though it is going to be freezing cold there. Wind chill around -3.
How about the winds? That's one thing I want to know is how are the wind gusts going to be 20 miles an hour or stronger? Not really sure about that yet. 51 is a key number in totals. The South Point, I see an offshore with 51, otherwise 51.5 out there. Tim, if it's windy, these teams are going to run even more than we think they're going to run. Right now, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be a run-based game anyway. That's the tricky part of playing over a total of 51 when it's going to be sub-zero wind chills and two teams are going to want to run the ball, right?
Yeah, no doubt. So would you say that Detroit and Washington, indoors, climate-controlled, more likely to go over?
I'm going to go with that. Yeah, over 55.5. And here's why. I think this Washington defense is going to get worn out. Number one, by the Detroit offensive line, which is the most physical offensive line in the league. Lions are going to wear down the Washington. Washington's got a mediocre defense anyway. Detroit's going to wear down that Washington defense, and I think the Lions are going to put a big number on the board. And that's going to cause Jaden Daniels and the Commanders to have to chase and throw the ball more than they want to throw it. They're going to probably have to throw it a lot. And I think this number, pretty good chance the score does get over that number of 55.5 at some point in the fourth quarter.
Let's get to Rams-Eagles. Haven't talked about this game a whole bunch here. They are a 6-point favorite out of the Philadelphia Eagles. It was funny. I was talking to Mike Palm on his Bet on Chicago program earlier today, and he said he laid it with the Philadelphia Eagles. I hadn't gotten there yet. I was actually leaning a little bit towards the dog here, but it is worth noting, once again, the cold temperatures, and I believe in our group text, Justin, our producer, threw in a little interesting nugget regarding Matthew Stafford and cold games. Actually, I threw it in there. Matthew Stafford, outdoors in the rain or snow, 1-8 record, 54% completion percentage, 14 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Matt, we could have a snow game on Sunday afternoon in Philadelphia.
I said this when I was on with America's Hero, Super Dave Ross, on the show Tuesday morning. I like the Rams +6, but be careful here because if we have wintry weather in Philadelphia this weekend during this game, I'm not going to like it as much. You know, if we're going to have wind, if we're going to have snow, extreme cold temperatures, but the wind obviously would be an issue for Matthew Stafford in that passing game. It'd be problematic. It looks like we're going to get the worst of the weather report. Who knows if we're actually going to get the worst of the weather? Tim, as you know, sometimes the weather reports are off. And you'll tune into the game, and that's why Brent Musburger used to say, you are looking live. So you can see exactly what the field conditions look like with the game coming up. A lot of times you hear the weather is going to be really bad. Then you flip on the game or you see the pregame show, and it looks perfect. Conditions look fine. So I would think the wintry weather would be a negative for the Rams, don't you? I mean, I'd be less enthusiastic about that play if the Rams have to deal with weather like that.
Yeah, I'm going to wait and see because I'm with you. I do sort of like the Rams here, and I don't want to be a prisoner of the moment, but I was not all that impressed. Maybe it was sluggishness from Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts. Hey, folks, in sports betting and trading, understanding probability is the ultimate game changer. Unlock the secrets of high probability trading with Todd Bubba Horowitz, a former floor trader and seasoned sports bettor with over 45 years of experience. Head over to BubbaTrading.com/VSIN today and use the promo code VSIN500 to save $500. Don't miss out on your chance to sharpen your strategy, gain the edge in your trading game. BubbaTrading.com/VSIN, promo code VSIN500. Couple upsets already in college basketball tonight. Temple upsets Memphis, 18th ranked in the country, and the Minnesota Golden Gophers. A buzzer beater from 32 feet. 81 over Michigan.
G-Bank is the official bank of VEASAN. Why? For one, unlike other credit cards, G-Bank does not treat sports betting transactions as a cash.
People been saying to your friend, get a different face, and posting on their feed, they're super ugly. The things they say to them online are cruel and they're not true. So tell your friend, I'll stand up for you. Don't worry, I know what to do.
Know someone being bullied online? You can be a witness and make a difference by letting the world know it isn't cool and by letting your friend know you care. Learn more at eyewitnessbullying.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council.
Keyboard Cat, Hamilton the Pug, and Toast Meets World. These are some of the internet's most beloved pets, and they all have one thing in common. Their stories started in a shelter. Start your story. Adopt a dog or cat today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org to find a pet near you. Training that pet to play the keyboard, that's optional. Start a story. Adopt a shelter or rescue pet today. Brought to you by Maddie's Fund, the Humane Society of the United States, and the Ad Council.
Allison is perfect. I mean, she'd never tell you that. She's humble and perfect. She likes everyone. She even likes her untidy roommate's weird guinea pig. Allison, wait, are you texting and driving? Allison, no. That's the exact opposite of what I was just saying about you. Why, Allison? Why? Texting and driving makes good people look bad. Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We are live outside the home of Joe and Rosie Goddard, where a pretty big tickle fight broke out just minutes ago. Sources say their father instigated the laughter. Let's go inside for a comment. Apparently, they have no comment. Dads, let this be a reminder that it only takes a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Welcome to Calvin's Barbershop.
You all got to see this.
I don't even want to know what you're looking at on that phone.
Well, you should. I was learning about the dangers of high blood pressure and that we need to get ours checked regularly. High blood pressure can increase the risk of heart attack or stroke, but this text program can help keep it at a healthy range. Just text barbershop to 97779 to sign up.
I'll get right on it as soon as I'm done with this baby panda video.
Text barbershop to 97779. A message from the American Heart Association and the Ad Council.
It's important to plan ahead for emergencies, like the storm. When it kicked in, we had a plan. We were able to get in touch with each other in no time.
How to find each other.
The whole experience was fine.
The most frightening 10 hours of my life.
If there's one piece of advice I'd offer other moms out there, it's to stay calm and keep to the plan.
Some parents plan ahead, some don't. Make sure you know where to find your family in an emergency. Start your plan at ready.gov. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is Matt Lipsack, the voice of the Youngstown Phantoms, and your home for Phantoms hockey is Western Reserve Radio.
A lot of success, and we saw the rest of the teams that weren't out there. I do wonder if first half Houston could be an interesting play just because they've got a little bit of that momentum in, and Kansas City could be a little slow starting and stagnant.
Catch Money Moves every weekday at noon Eastern, right here on VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network.
Hi, I'm Joe Serralo, the host of Cashing Out on VEASAN, the Sports Betting Network, Sunday through Thursday nights, 11 p.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern. Every night, we react to the biggest news in the sports betting world and get you ready to bet the top games of the week. We'll go over how the money was made or lost with tons of energy, fun, and laughs that are bound to keep you up through the night. Plus, we'll preview the next day's action to give you a leg up on your bets. Check us out on SiriusXM Channel 158 and the SiriusXM app.
This is VSiN Primetime on VSiN, the Sports Betting Network.
Keep it rolling here. A busy night. It's been a fun night. We're watching hoops right now. Northwestern and Maryland, a best bet for both Matt and myself. Tied up 28 apiece. 4 minutes to go in the first half. Dogs have been barking, at least in the ranked games, as down goes Michigan as a 10.5-point favorite in overtime to Minnesota, 84-81. And down goes Memphis as a 7-point favorite on the road at Temple. Will the dog be barking on Monday night, Matt Humans?
I think so, but let's find out about some prop angles here.
Let's get into it. Eric Froton joins us right now. You can follow him on social media at CFFRP. Roton, lead college football analyst for NBC Sports. Make sure you check out the Bet the Edge podcast. All right, Eric, let's jump right into it. Aeneas Williams, the third down back for the Irish, had a coming out party, so to speak, against Penn State. Caught some big passes out of the backfield, had a couple big runs. So I know you've kind of targeted Aeneas Williams. The market has agreed. 25.5 out there for receiving yards. His number went 9.5 to 11.5 in rushing yards. What are you looking at for Notre Dame's running back Aeneas Williams on Monday night?
Yeah, that receiving line has steamed from an opening around 16.5 yards, and now it's up to that 25. I've even seen up to 26 in some places. And you got to remember, this is a freshman running back who, previous to last week against Penn State, when he caught all 5 targets for 66 yards, hadn't sniffed this 26.5 line in the previous 4 games. That includes Georgia. That includes Indiana. That includes a 49-35 shootout against USC. So that is certainly off the regular script we've seen. Jeremiah Love played a lot more than I think anybody really expected him to. And even though Aeneas Williams was certainly prolifically used in the pass game, I'm kind of curious how this goes next game where you have that 3-headed monster. And I think we've got a little bit of a market overcorrection to a 1-game usage. While I do think that he will see the field, of course, in those third down situations, asking him to get 26.5 yards is a big number. I am speculating on the under 26.5 Aeneas Williams.
Eric, when you look at Will Howard, the Ohio State quarterback, and you kind of script the way this game's going to play out, do you think he's going to do more damage actually through the air with all the playmakers? Is Ohio State going to open this thing up offensively, and you're not going to see as much running from Will Howard, and there's a chance he could put up some big numbers passing?
Yeah, well, keep in mind with that running line with Will Howard, currently at around 10.5, 11.5. Actually, we've seen it even down to 9 after an opening of 12. He's only cleared that one time over the past 6 games, that 10.5 marker. But in this sort of a script, I think it should be fairly competitive. We saw last year, 17-14, that incredible game in South Bend on the very last play where Ohio State was able to get that touchdown. Otherwise, it would have been a field-storming, upset victory. That was a slow game. That wasn't the big shootout fireworks that we've seen, but this is a different Ohio State team. I'm interested to see what we get on the other way around. I had a hard time. I want to lean that under on Will Howard because of the sacks factor. But if he doesn't trip over the 15-yard line, he beats it last game, even though he went under. I kind of lean over in a competitive game, which would go against that, 1 out of the last 6 scripts. So tough one to go with. I do think we'll see a little more opportunistic running out of Howard, but keep in mind with Notre Dame, they play man-to-man defense more than any other team in the country. 64% of the time they're in man coverage. That's what they've been doing. That's what, Marcus Freeman has hung his hat on. Texas did a pretty good job in zone, bracketing Jeremiah Smith. Do they roll to a zone type coverage and kind of emulate what Texas did, or they stay what they did all year? I'm leaning towards, I think they stay in that man cover 1 coverage, which could open up those passing lanes.
Well, let's jump right into that. So sticking with the Ohio State pass catchers, the eyes are going to gravitate towards Jeremiah Smith, understandably so. And I think his over-under is at 80.5. If you go down a little bit, Emeka Egbuka, you've seen some over money coming on his number. And I've talked about it where you look at what he was able to do, Eric, against the Irish last year, against them 2 years ago. He's been stepping up in that number 2 role. If he's going up against Christian Gray, Carnell Tate, I know that was an angle that you bet in the Texas game. He had a monster game against the Longhorns. Are there any pass catchers for Ohio State that you're targeting in the prop market for Monday night?
Carnell Tate was able to take advantage of that bracketed coverage. If you're going to roll that safety over to Jeremiah Smith's hash, well, then guess what? You're going to get single coverage. And with him, against Malik Muhammad, who had gotten lit up 2 weeks beforehand by TJ Moore of Clemson, he did the same exact thing, cast some really nice ladder overs. And I think this game, you mentioned it, last time they played, I was fortunate enough to be at that game on the field. Emeka Egbuka caught all 7 of his targets, 90